is Jen Davis? Whoops. Is Jen Davis there? Because she might be able to give a better update. I think I saw. I see you, Jen.
Sure. Hi, John.
Hi, Jen.
Can y'all hear me from back here? Should I hold?
You might better over here for the translator, although this technology works really well from what I hear.
All right. All right. Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So for the Pacific Northwest, there's actually a lot of momentum, which is really great. I think Joan and I have been getting contacted weekly by new interested parties who want to put up a Motus station somewhere either in Oregon or Washington. So there's a lot of momentum. We're currently limited pretty much by the people power, the on the ground assistance to get these towers installed, that expertise. So we did secure a 1-year position for a coordinator. That position is 1-year term with hope that we can fundraise more for extension. I'm hoping it'll be live and posted this week. So stay tuned. I will blast that out to everyone as soon as that position's open. But I think that's going to be really catalytic for the region getting this network established. So I'm really excited about that. There's a few separate projects that are really starting to brew. So I think once the network is up, tags will go out on birds. I don't have any inkling that that's going to be a problem. I think the real hold up here is just getting the network established. So we're really excited about it. If you know of any good people who like this job, keep your eye out. They're going to be really busy when they hit the ground, but that's going to be expected. Is there anything else, Joan, that you're thinking from the region standpoint?
Well, I was just going to say that as far as strategic planning goes, I've just been kind of waiting for the continental strategic plan to come out to kind of guide what we should be doing in the subregion. So I haven't made any progress on that in many months, but I hear that that strategic plan will be out any second now.
Yeah, and I think the new coordinator will be heavily involved in that process as well to make sure that we're looking at the region and the flyway holistically and not just project by project. So we're really trying to build this out really strategically from the ground up. Yeah.
The strategic plan, I have spaced out, but is that a ABC strategic plan?
No. So Birds Canada is having a Motus strategic plan that's going to be coming out. So the Pacific Flyway and the Pacific Northwest will roll up into that. So we're just waiting on guidance from Motus.
Okay, and that includes the whole continent, or just what does it cover?
I think the Motus strategic plan is going to cover the whole. Well, it's I think across the globe because there's Motus in Australia and Europe. So I think it's even wider.
Paul's asking you to speak closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Can you all hear me now? My throat's a little bit sore today. Are there any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Mike?
I should already know the answer to this problem. So there was, ABC also hired a national coordinator, right?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about the role of that person and how they're interacting with Bird Studies Canada folks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, so and Adam might actually be on the call today. We officially announced Adam a couple weeks ago. Adam Smith is the new US coordinator. So Birds Canada, Stu McKenzie was really doing most of the coordination here in the US, and that just became too much for him. So we've partnered with Birds Canada to put this coordinator, this US director in place to work very closely with Birds Canada staff to ensure that the Motus expansion across the US and even across international borders happens quickly and smoothly. So Adam will be working. We have a little bit of feedback.
Someone's got to mute themselves.
No worries. I lost my train of thought, but Adam will be working with the strategic rollout across the region. So he's only really just started. So he'll be reaching out with each region and meeting everyone, seeing what's happening on the ground. And looking at the larger structure with federal agencies and even industry to see if we can create agreements to make Motus even more effective for everybody involved. There's going to be a lot of work. He's also going to be working on the system side to make sure that Motus tools are keeping up with the times and being really user friendly. So he's going to have a look at the data management as well.
Is that a permanent position then within ABC? Not, because you explained that the regional coordinator would be a one-year term.
The one-year term is only funding dependent. We're going to extend that out. But yeah, so Adam is on a 2-year contract with the same extension. We're going to be fundraising heavily to keep him on board.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We're all
spending money in the NGO world. Any other questions? Is Adam on the call today?
He is. Hi.
Welcome. Did you want to give just a quick hello to everyone, since I'm going to put you on the spot, since I was put on the spot?
You were put on the spot. That was impressive. Greetings, Western Partners in Flight, from sunny Georgia here. Adam Smith, I come from an academic background, and the last 7 years I've been working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service National Wildlife Refuge System here in the Southeast, where we kind of developed a ground up Motus network on some of our Southeastern refuges. I've been working with Motus since my postdoc, so coming on 8 or 9 years now. So familiar with all aspects of it, but always learning more. So I'm really excited to work with this group and all of the other regional groups in the Western Hemisphere as a start. But I don't want to take over the meeting, but I'm really excited to get started.
Great, thanks, Adam. Any other questions for me or Adam? All right, thanks.
All right, great. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, and great to meet you, Adam. If there's anybody, Bird Study Canada, that knows more about the strategic plan, feel free to speak up. Otherwise, I guess we can move on to the next sub-regional group. Matt is not here, but is there somebody that could speak about the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, about their Chihuahuan Desert group and how that's going, or the grassland birds, I should say?
Hi, this is Arvin. Yeah, I could speak to that. Are you looking for an update right now?
Yes, please. All right, if you need time to look things up, I can have somebody else talk.
Yeah, I could just give an off-the-cuff update if that works. We are continuing to work with partners in northern Mexico to grow and support our sustainable grazing network of rancher partners, helping to facilitate better range management on their lands and to restore grassland habitats. We're currently working with about 33 different landowners covering roughly 560,000 acres, mainly in the states of Chihuahua and also Sonora and Coahuila to a lesser extent. We just held a partner meeting, our first partner meeting with all of our rancher partners and other conservation partners in northern Mexico in Casas Grandes, Chihuahua last month, which was a great success and really great to be able to bring everybody together for the first time as a network and for the first time after the pandemic. We had about 70 participants, including ranchers and their family members, and shared information about grassland birds and grassland habitat and grassland bird habitat needs. And and just had a good time getting to know each other, learning also about the ranchers and their interests in wildlife on their ranch and how they're doing grazing management. We also got to visit a couple ranches there and see firsthand some of the grazing practices that are producing very healthy, lush grasslands. So that's a brief update there. Happy to take any questions.
Was BCR, this is Edwin, was BCR, then they were planning a Motus workshop in Chihuahua. Did that happen? Do you know?
I believe that is being planned for December. I haven't heard any updates recently, but last I knew that was being planned in December. There's a lot of logistical challenges, just getting equipment over the border, which has already been purchased. So I think they're trying to figure out that. So I'm not sure exactly if that's going to happen in early December or if it's going to be postponed. But yes, that's the plan. And several partners, including Pro Natura Noreste and the Universidad Juárez de Durango and University of Chihuahua, are going to be helping implement that.
And is Matt Webb the one coordinating for BCR?
He is. Actually, sorry, now I'm blanking. He does have a new person helping him as well. So it's Matt and one other person, Kylie Lamory.
Hey everybody, Andy Boyce here. I think I can maybe speak for Matt just a tiny bit on Motus updates for what he's been up to. I know they've got a boatload of stations up across Nebraska and Kansas over the past few months. I think Matt's putting up stations in New Mexico as we speak. I also know that Matt and BCR hosted a Motus station workshop in Kansas that has catalyzed a bunch of new Motus stations in that area as well. So yeah, he's been doing tons of work.
Yes, and he also hosted a Motus station in southeastern Arizona at Audubon Research Ranch. I'm not sure how many people attended, but I think it was fairly well attended. So that was also building capacity in that area as well. Okay, let's go on. Let's see, how about the Isthmus of Tehuantepec? I guess there's going to be a talk on that. So if you'd rather not, you can just give maybe a really brief update on that. Let's see, is anybody there? I don't think.
I saw.
Hello, yes, this is Claudia Macias. Eric Hernandez will be talking about the isthmus.
Okay.
Hi, yes. We are working in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, the place in south of Mexico. Actually, we have 2 Motus stations working. Next week, we'll place another 2 ones with Blake from MPG Ranch. He will come to south of Vera, and we will place another 2. These 2 stations will be in the part of the Gulf of Mexico. The old ones, they are in the part near to Pacific, and we are trying for next year to place to close all the fence.
Excellent, thank you. And looking forward to your talk later today. Paz, Irola, can you talk about work in Central America?
Good morning, everyone, and Mary. Well, this is going to be our presentation. I don't know if you want me to talk now or during our turn.
Just a really brief update, like about your group, maybe if you're meeting and
Okay.
and just something really brief, and then
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll chime in there. My name's Ernesto, and we've been working with Motus. Well, we installed the first Motus station in Costa Rica along with Selva, Colombia, And we've ever since been working closely with Selva. And in 2021 is when Motus really took off here in Costa Rica. So we went from having that first station in 2019. Now we have 13 stations in Costa Rica. And we've also been helping out a lot in the installation and just logistical parts of installing stations throughout Central America as well.
Great. And then also, I guess, the other thing is you also helped with Nick establish a new Northern South America and Central America Motus group, correct? And there's more Motus
Right.
stations. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and we've been working with that group a little bit, trying to organize things and focus most of those resources towards more strategic sites and locations, for example, see how we can get more of the area, including Venezuela, Colombia, and not massive in just one area like Costa Rica, for example, and try to spread that out a little bit more. That's part of the idea behind this group. Get a little more coverage with some of the other countries and strategic points.
Yes, and so basically, if you have birds that are going into those areas and you want to help get more coverage, that would be a good people to contact about helping you out with that. Okay, so next is Julian here to talk about work in northern Mexico, northwestern Mexico.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm using new headphones.
Yes.
Hello. Okay, cool. I'm gonna just share quickly the screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Well,
Cool.
it's loading.
All right, can you see the PowerPoint? It's gonna be very quick.
Yes.
Okay, so here in Mexico, a bunch of things have happened. On summer, we were able to participate on the strategic plan from Birds Canada in Puerto Rico, which was a really great experience because we were able to actually meet most of the people that we have been talking for now years. And that was very, very enriching, and new ideas came forward. We won a year of data on the challenge that was launched by CTT. That's a really big relief for all of our stations in Northwest Mexico that we're not worried of paying those bills on the future for that year. And when you start having 18 stations or more, these tend to build up. So yeah, thanks a lot. It's a great help. We also had a hurricane, and this passing through most of our stations. If you can see here in the picture, here's the peninsula, and that hurricane literally just passed through all of our stations. And the eye of the hurricane was, on top of them. And fortunately, most of the stations survived. This was the most affected, and it was a strong hurricane. But the station is still working. This is hanging from the pole. But this just leads us to think that we need to build our stations hurricane-proof, because it seems that we're having about 2 to 3 hurricanes each hurricane season. So important things to think on the future. Right now, we are on full-on capture season. We started last week in Guerrero Negro, and we're going to be stationed here for 2.5 months, more or less. And the goals are to capture as many redknots and other birds as we can to fix them with hybrid tags and biologgers. We are now working also with volunteers. Here we have Sara, and also a new technician that he's also in this call. He's called Daniel Portillo, and you might be hearing a little bit more from him later. Yeah, it's a great place to work, but tides can be complicated, as you can see. Now, we were left wading through the water after not capturing that day. And just the last thing I wanted to tell you guys is what Motus looks like in the future for Northwest Mexico. We are submitting an NMDCA grant, which is pretty much phase 2 of the Motus network in Mexico, and it is embedded into like a wider effort to monitor birds at different scales. So on the macro scale, we're thinking of using Motus, to derive all the different migratory connectivity parameters of shorebirds and marine birds. And we're gonna continue doing what we're doing, thinking on expanding from 18 stations to 32 stations on the next 2 years if this gets funded, but also in all of the places where we have multi-stations, which are coastal wetlands, we are gonna continue doing what we call our comprehensive water bird service that includes shorebirds, marine birds, and a few other water birds. And these are 16 priority coastal wetlands where we have multi-stations. And this is intended to give us like a population side of the birds, so to derive status and trends. But some selected sites, we're also going to be using CTT nodes. Yes?
I think you're not in present, I mean, you're not in slideshow, and so it's only showing one slide. It's been stuck on the same slide.
Oh, fair enough. Let's see. New share. Screen 1. Let's see. Can you see it now?
No, it's still it's not in slideshow.
Huh. Let's see. It's having 2 screens is kind of complicated. Let me see. Stop share. I will share again. Share screen 1. Okay, what are you seeing right now?
It's loading.
It's still loading.
Now we see the picture and presenter mode of Motus participants.
Okay, can you see the 1 year of data now?
We're seeing thanks CTT.
Yeah, okay, so I think you're seeing it now. So I'm gonna skip all of this. This is what I was telling you about the Hurricane K passing through the whole stations. You now see the hurricane, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, fortunately, all of our stations survive, which is a big relief. This is what I was telling you about capturing in Guerrero Negro, which we will keep doing for the rest of the month as tides allow us. And finally, I was telling you about how the future looks like for Motus in Northwest Mexico, where we are doing a multi-scale bird tracking project, which will be submitted to the NMBCA, where we continue to use Motus as our way to derive migratory connectivity and migratory parameters of birds at atmospheric scale. And we're expanding from 18 to 32 stations. We already have funding for some of those stations. On those same sites where we have Motus stations, we are doing on-the-ground comprehensive surveys that this is going to be like the 4th year that we do this. We're complementing this individual scale data with population scale information. But then in some selected sites, we're going to also be using CTT nodes and biologgers to derive fine scale movements of birds. And what we're thinking of doing is putting the antennas of the biologgers into the Motus stations so they can be constantly hearing for those birds that have the biologgers that store GPS coordinates. But then when they come into range of our Motus station with these alternative antennas, they download the data. So it's a way in which we're trying to integrate all these 3 scales. And finally, this is how the Motus network in Mexico looks like, a little bit convoluted. But if you can see here in yellow, it's our Motus stations active right now. In blue dots, you can see the Motus stations that we plan to install. As you can see here in the middle, we are also going to install in Durango and Baja California stations on the mountains, which is something new for us. And where you see the arrows are the sites where we are also conducting surveys. So we're open always to collaborations with these species and others if you're interested on. So that's my update. Thanks.
That was excellent. Thank you, Julian. Really excited about more stations in northwestern Mexico, that's for sure.
Julian, those blue dots, those are the ones planned as part of the NBCA proposal, or those different plans?
Yeah, those blue dots are part of the NBCA proposal, and some of them we have partial funds to already install them, but we are lacking by things like field work and things like that. So we are trying to pull different bags of funding to make these stations happen. Yeah. And
Okay.
all of those stations are also associated with new partners that come into the initiative, which is really exciting.
That's great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay, let's go over the border a little bit to Arizona and see if, what update Arizona has.
Is Adam online?
So Chrissy was on.
I can give. Adam, some Ranger Adventures not online.
Yeah, I'm here. Did you need?
Okay. Oh, did you want to give a Motus update for Arizona, or I can do it?
Yeah, you can, I guess. I don't know about much, but I guess we're having a meeting next week that I'm gonna miss. But one thing that that Chrissy Conrad and I are starting is we're working with the BBL and some other stuff to start getting some capacity stuff going to where we're gonna have a BBL approved way to train people to put transmitters on and to start trying to get more people available to meet the need for all these new stations that are coming up, because lots of places that are going to have stations aren't going to, have the capacity to run a whole banding program. So we're trying to work on that aspect as well. And then I'm sure you have some other up-to-date stuff.
Thanks, Adam. The only update that are Arizona. Ooh. So we have funding from the state to deploy Motus stations next fiscal year. So I'll be working with our partners in Arizona to develop to identify the best way forward, where we want to deploy the stations and what partners are interested and willing to host one and maintain one. I think I anticipate getting funding for Motus, for the Motus network in Arizona for the next 2 or 3 years, which includes Northwest Mexico.
That is.
So I'll be looking for partners to this in a joint venture to support some stations in Mexico.
Nice. Okay, well, I'll do a brief California update, and then we'll go across the Canadian border and get an update for what's going on in Western Canada. So for the California group, we haven't been super active as far as meetings go. We had one meeting earlier this year, and then we finally had a second meeting just recently to talk about coordinate what's going on in California. And we're planning to have another meeting in December, and we're going to start trying to get the strategic planning off the ground. But there's been a lot of progress in California. I think there's definitely over 30 stations. I think maybe over 35 stations currently in California. And you'll see, I think there will, in the talks that are coming up, there'll be some more pictures and numbers of where the stations are in California. There's quite a number that are being planned to be built. I think USGS is going to build, is it 25 or 35? 25. Yeah, 25 stations to look at seabirds. So it'll all be on the coast and off coast on some of the islands in California. So that's super exciting. And then the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has plans to build another 40 stations in state lands in California. So there's a lot more stations coming up in California in the next year or so. Okay. So, question.
Nevada has an update too.
Oh, Nevada. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Nevada. Sorry for missing you.
Looks like they had to leave, so they just typed the update in the chat.
Okay, so they typed their update in the chat for Nevada.
Yeah,
so
this is Elizabeth. Yeah, I think Kevin, who was going to talk about it, just had to drop out of the meeting for a while. So 5 stations are running, and what was the other thing? It's in the chat. It's in the chat. So could be a short update.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be tagging Phainopepala, so that's pretty cool. All right, well, let's go across the.
Mary, can you read that? A lot of us are talking.
Oh, sure, okay, I will read it, for the people who can't. Says, yeah, as Elizabeth mentioned, 5 Motus stations are operating in the southern part of the state. Tagging of Phainopepala is planned on the Desert and Moapa Valley National Wildlife Refuges, and strategic planning for statewide network is occurring later this year. Okay, Amy, are you here to give a update for what's going on in Western Canada?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Amy with Birds Canada, and I'll just give a very brief update on what's happening in Western Canada. So there's been a lot going on with Motus, and it's growing quickly. In terms of a few different projects that have been happening lately, Environment and Climate Change Canada has been doing a lot of Motus work in British Columbia for several years now, but they have been lately tagging and bank swallows as part of a large connectivity project, and setting up new Motus stations in southeastern British Columbia and also in the Yukon, and tagging bank swallows in those areas. There's been quite a bit of work tracking northern saw-whet owls through Rocky Point Bird Observatory, Vancouver Island University, Tatleoka Lake Bird Observatory, and I believe that Vancouver Avian Research Center is also starting to tag northern saw-whet owls this coming year. Here at Birds Canada, we've been working on establishing a network of Motus stations in northeastern British Columbia. And this year we built 11 new stations in northeastern British Columbia. So now there are 15 stations in the region. And that was done in partnership with many, many different groups and organizations, including First Nations, local schools, private landowners, municipal and provincial government, and various other collaborators on the project. Also, as part of that project, Birds Canada and University of Northern British Columbia tagged 50 white-throated sparrows. So we're tracking their migration and hoping to get detections on non-breeding areas in the US on Motus stations as well. And then we're also working with Environment and Climate Change Canada and partners in the US and Mexico at the Nature Conservancy, Audubon Canyon Ranch, Pro Natura, and Oregon State University to tag Dunlin and study their movements in non-breeding areas and physiology. So that's just kind of a few of the different Motus projects that are happening in British Columbia. Lots of new stations in northeastern and interior British Columbia, as well as a few more coming online in the lower mainland of Vancouver area, as well as a couple of stations in the Yukon. And I'm sure that I probably missed some folks, so I apologize for that. That's in some ways, Motus is growing faster than I can keep up with, but that's a good thing. Thanks.
Thanks, Amy. Anyone have any questions? Okay, and I'm on the same boat. There's so much going on. I am missing people too, because I just realized I almost missed MPG Ranch and so the Intermountain West area and what they've been doing.
Yeah, I'm William Blake. I work at MPG Ranch, and I've been coordinating efforts in the Intermountain West. We've been, I think we've had a couple big projects with MPG Ranch. One of them is expanding with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife 4 Motus stations in the northeast part of Oregon. We're hoping to detect a funnel of Lewis's woodpeckers migrating during fall and spring. Yeah, so that's been really great. We have one Motus station. It's not quite sending data yet, but it's working, and it's been working since September. And we're hoping to have 2 or 3 more this fall and complete the project in the spring. We've also been supporting IBO at Boise State, so Intermountain Bird Observatory, to expand our network in Idaho in the Snake River. I think we're at 17 or 18 stations in Idaho at this point, and we're looking to fund another 3 to 5. And we've been also expanding the network locally, north, south of us, and east, and partaking in the sharp-tailed grouse reintroduction in Western Montana. And then I've been talking recently with Adam Brewerton, who has a slew of exciting optics for the next 2 years. And I know I saw Adam Brewerton is on here, so he could probably give an update for Utah. But between Eastern Oregon, we have 1 station now in Washington, and we're looking to put in a second one. And then the expansions in Montana and Idaho. I think that sums it up for me.
Excellent. Thank you, William. And go ahead, Adam, and talk about Utah.
Yeah. So I guess I should start by saying just a huge thanks to William for coming down to the Salt Lake and helping us get 2 of our stations online. So we have 2 online right now, and currently, like next week, I'm working on building about 6 more. So we're getting a whole bunch more around the Great Salt Lake put up just this fall, and then we got a huge opportunity through our state legislature. They appropriated a large fund of dollars to focus on Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake water issues, bird issues. Our Utah Audubon chapter was kind of helpful in lobbying for that. But with that funding, like one small portion of that funding is going to pay for about 17 more stations on Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake. And then the last update is our tag that we're putting on fledgling pelicans. They're going to be leg band tags that CTP built for us. Those actually are showing up today in the mail, and we'll be putting those on this next summer. And then those tags will also be read by the CTP GPS units that will be on our adult pelicans. So in this next year, we're going to have so much pelican-based Motus that I'm not even sure how to deal with it yet. So that's Utah's update.
Excellent. And that's also, speaking of tagging, that's a good segue into our next talk. That's going to be about tag detections, testing for stations, and trying to develop a protocol for that. So Pat, do you want to start?
Yeah, hello everyone. Let's see. I need to share screen again. So let me know if you're seeing just my screen and not my notes.
We're seeing your notes.
Crikey.
So put it in presenter mode before you share, and that should make sure it doesn't do that.
Yeah, I think you just need to swap displays.
How about now?
Well, at the top, there's a thing that says display settings, and then you just click on that and you can just swap. It should allow you to swap presenter view. There you go. Perfect.
Does that work better? Okay, good. So hello everyone. I'm today talking about a group of us, mostly here in California, that have been thinking about tag testing, or station tag reception testing. And oh geez, we got the automatic timer going. I don't know how to shut that off. Recently, I've been to a bunch of Zoom meetings where the PowerPoint seemed to automatically do that. Well, I'm going to just fight it. Anyway, this is the group. We are putting out enough stations now that we feel we need a system for testing. And so today I'm going to start by celebrating the accomplishments that we've seen in the West. Turns out to be a good thing because Matt wasn't able to present this visually. So then I'll talk a little bit about existing online guidance, some drone-based testing that people in that list at the beginning from Audubon Canyon Ranch and Point Blue did, and some land-based and sea-based testing that people are doing as well. So that's the plan. Just to talk real quickly about growth, this is where, when the Partners in Flight Western Working Group Motus Initiative started, we were here, and now we're moving very quickly. And I'm sorry, it's advancing without my clicking. But basically, we've filled in a lot along the West Coast. We still have a lot of work to do in the central Southwest, but as you heard from several people, that's happening pretty quickly. All right, so just to move on to what's out there, Motus has a link for tag testing. It seems to have been written with a sense of humor. I choose to think it was an intern who wished he was out banding birds who wrote it. But there are a few useful tidbits, and then a lot of detail needs to be filled in. So we're sort of starting with what they have there and trying to add some details that might help people when they have to do this quickly after they've set up a station. So one of the things that they say on the web page is that it takes a lot of time. There's not always, a lot of pressure to do the testing. And the amount of information you require depends on the purposes of your study. And so that may or may not serve other users of the Motus network. So it's an interesting problem that gets created by these kind of build it and they will come networks. The other thing, and I put a quote in here, before you get started, it says you should know that it's extremely difficult to emulate performance of tags as they exist on living animals. The heights, the flight directions, the potential animal directions, and antenna station detecting living animals. So that last part, I think, was added in the edit by somebody who's done a bunch of work on the ground. It's actually quite tough to come up with a testing regime that serves everyone. So what they suggest on the Motus site is make a dummy animal. Here's an example that I made up. The idea is that you want to have something that represents an animal, so with some water and some electrical characteristics like a bird, maybe. They suggest that you attach this dummy to a stick, turn on your GPS, and walk in concentric circles around the station, matching locations with detection. So I don't know how many people have tried to walk around a Motus station, but in general, it's not possible. Sorry, I just jumped to the end of my slideshow somehow. My keyboard is doing something weird today. Hopefully you're still seeing my screen.
Back in presenter mode, so you have to switch again in the display settings. Yeah.
Just to be safe, I'll stop and start again. Seems like that always helps. Sorry for this.
Okay, and then go to display settings again, and then swap at the top, there should be display, no, yeah, at the top.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
set-
seeing, oh, it
settings?
was covered by it was being covered up. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So walking in concentric circles was where we were. Well, it turns out to be tough to do, especially in some locations like coastal locations. So Scott Jennings and David Lumpkin from Audubon Canyon Ranch, with the help of a bunch of people from Point Blue, decided that one of the best ways to test their location to try to get an idea of whether these stations would adequately cover what they were hoping for them to cover was to use a drone. So these are in the Tomales Bay area in California, and the sites are called Cypress Grove and Tom's Point. They're adjacent to these tidal flats, and so they wanted to know whether signal strength is reflecting distance tags. And so what they did was they attached it was a CTT power tag, I think, from the drone leg. They flew 5 meters per second at 50 meters above the ground or water. And they did 3 flight zones represented here. The blue's a little hard to see. And they deliberately chose this blue one because it's out of sight of both stations because of various ridges and stuff. And they wanted to see if that area was going to be covered adequately. So the results, I think they have a report, which I'll have a link for at the end, shows some cool methods that people could use to try to get more of a statistical picture of how things are going. But basically, they modeled, they had the real signal strength data that they lined up with the locations, and then they were able to come up with these modeled signal strength surfaces, and they could show that the signal strength was strongest directly in front of the antenna. You can see the shape of this is maybe a little more round than you might expect with distance, and they weren't getting detections much beyond, I mean, they didn't actually fly much beyond 1,500 meters. So anyway, there's some work that could be done to get more distance data. They could then take that signal strength data and come up with a detection probability picture. And this is a step that if you were doing this yourself, you could add in other information like tree height and some other information, which might improve your ability to predict detection. And so anyway, it's a cool effort. And what they concluded was that 1 to 3 stations can adequately cover the movement in this area. They may be able to use model. And so an important point to make is that both stations were getting the drone flight information, from the opposite location. So they felt that the area in between was well covered. They also concluded that with some work, you might be able to use this information to actually place the bird within that area. And that's an important thing that all of us would like to be able to do, but it's not been actually tested in many cases. And so then they also wanted to acknowledge the help of Point Blue with the actual drone flying. This report, again, I said I'll link it at the end. So myself, Rod Kelsey, and Levi Souza have done sort of more less exciting ground-based tests. And our goals were to come up with methods that will work for most users, and ideally methods that could be done on your way out of the site after installing a tower. Because I think, to be honest, especially for those of us doing many towers in a year, we don't have a lot of time to go back and do testing later on. So if we can come up with methods that give us some idea of what's going on the day we leave, on the day we finish the install, that would be the best scenario. So, and we have done this both on the ground, sort of via cars, and also Levi's done some boat testing. So we're still evolving this testing method, but I just wanted to show you kind of what Rod and I came up with while we were out in the Pixley Kern National Wildlife Refuge areas. Initially, we tried attaching directly onto parts of the car. So in this case, it was the little aerial on the back of this rental car. We didn't feel like that was working as well as we'd like. And we knew, basically the further away from the metal roof of the car we could get, the better. So we stopped at Home Depot and got a 10-foot piece of PVC pipe, so roughly 3 meters. We cut off 6 feet and attached the tag on top. And this was actually 3 tags onto the top. And you can barely see that the orientation is, parallel to the ground. We drove around. Most of the testing that I'm going to show was with driving around, but occasionally we would stop at easy to pull off places and add 4 more feet and hold it up over our heads, so we're getting 3 or 4 meters in height.
No, amor, voy empezando. Viene, voy a ese tema.
So the methods that we suggest are to plan a ground-based route using maps or your phone. And ideally, you'd want to have those routes be along, the direction the antennas are pointing. Roughly, the ideal would be to go out to 10 to 14 kilometers, but you'll see in a minute that I think ground testing doesn't require that much distance because you're rarely going to get that much detection on the ground. You want to mount your test tags as far from the car or boat as you can. The tag should be registered on Motus as a test tag. That's an important caveat. You need to turn on a GPS. We use CalTopo or AllTrails, things like that. Capture the track, walk or drive the route, download the detection data using R, and I have an example, some example code for that. Match up detections with locations, and we use the closest point in time, and then you map that. And I just wanted to show, eventually we'd like to be able to do some modeling like Scott and David did, but we haven't done that yet. So here's a picture of what my code produces. And it's, I'll show a quick example so you can sort of see how it's manipulatable, so you can get a little bit better idea of how things are working. I think this is most useful for those of us doing actual installs and less useful for coming up with things like occupancy model, detection, things you can add to a detection part of an occupancy model. That's a little bit more work, more like what David and Scott were doing. This, rather than talk about what it can do, I'll quickly switch over to here and show you a live map. So this produces a map that you can, it basically produces an HTML file that you can send to people, for example, share with your collaborators. The gray dots represent the GPS track and places where there were no detection. And then whenever there was a detection, we replaced that with a dot, and the depth of color is representing how strong the detection was. So the signal strength, in other words. So that the actual tower at Pixley is right here. And you can see as we move further away, it gets less strong. This is a very flat part of California, so it's ideal for testing this kind of ground-based method. And you can see a spot here where we probably stopped in the car and held the thing way up in the air. So that shows that height above ground is something that's important to try to accomplish. Okay, so just to go back here and go through this whole thing again. Do I need to swap again? Probably. No.
That looks good.
It looks good. Okay. So anyway, so that's our method. We still need to come up with a way of plotting what we like, the antenna directions and distance. I haven't included that here. But I think that would be the most useful part of this, because you then see where the tower is. So anyway, to wrap that up, we feel like this is a simple method anyone can do. It's a quick way to judge the adequacy of a station, and to maybe get some idea of what you might want to fix or tweak. Detection ranges do not appear to be as far as we'd hoped maybe, but again, that we're not flying these tags up in the air that were, where the shorebirds would be when they're moving between sites. And definitely elevation helps. I just wanted to show, just so that people aren't discouraged by those 1 to 3 kilometer detection ranges. In the end, this actually works. We actually see birds move between Motus stations, and most of the people building stations, I think, are so busy building that they don't get to see data. So I just wanted to show an example from one of our cuckoos that we tagged in the Kern River Valley. It showed up at one of Julian's stations down in Mexico, and we hope it'll show up further south. So just to highlight some of the resources I mentioned, the report that Scott and David did is here. It includes the report and some code, which if you're going to be using drones might be handy because they have a little bit more sophisticated way of matching locations to detections. Our stuff is also out on GitHub, and there's some code in there for extracting positions from GPX files, which I think is more the way people without drones are going to have to do it. We're trying to write some of this up, and so we have a kind of a white paper that we're working on called Motus Station Testing Guidelines and Protocols, and this hopefully would be something we could eventually incorporate into motus.org, so that people are doing similar kinds of tests, and maybe could share those test results with people. And then I wanted to mention that in the East, they've been working on Motus for longer. And then also there's a recent effort to use Motus on the offshore wind, which is starting to be built out in the East Coast. And they have a protocol which is a little more sophisticated than what I've shown here. And it's not released as a report yet, but there is a talk on it. And they're hoping by the end of 2022 to have that released to the public. So just to close out, I'll leave you with an animation showing the movements of some California shorebirds. This, I think, is a really great example of, what we can accomplish once we get a dense enough network. And you can see, we don't know if those birds are all flying offshore, because in spite of all of Amy and other people in Canada's efforts, there's still not that much coverage along the coast. And but as we add more, we'll get better data on these birds and where they're flying to, where they're flying from. So I think that's a great place to end, and I'll stop. Several of the co-authors are on the call today, so if you want to ask questions, please ask them in the chat. They can help me answer them.
Okay, yeah, and there has been some questions in the chat, and they've been answered, but for the people here that are present, probably can't read that. So one was about the height of the station at Pixley.
Yeah, and that's 30 feet. So, we're basically using those pop-up towers there. So, 10 meters, something like that.
Okay. The other question that I saw was, I think Julian was asking about the orientation of the antennas, vertical versus horizontal, and whether it makes a difference.
Well, we know that it does make a difference. We don't really know how to, in the test, mimic what birds are doing. So what we did, Rod and I, was to tape the tags so that the antenna is sticking out perpendicular to the PVC pipe. And I think that's our best guess at making it look like what it would look like on a bird that's flying around.
Okay, great. Thanks, Pat. There was another,
Sorry,
I guess.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I just meant rather than the orientation of the tag antenna, the orientation of the Motus station antenna, instead of being
right,
like this or this, right? Because
so
what I feel is that when you have flat sides, you should put them like this, because the pancake detection goes horizontally. If you're located on a very high elevated point, I would rather point it like vertically. That's what I think works, point. But I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's something that we really should be asking somebody like the engineers that are working with Birds Canada, Bob Morton would be a good person to ask because he knows more about what that bubble really looks like. I think it's something we need to know because you're right. We have, even in this project with the PNC and Point Blue, we put up some antennas on top of a giant fire tower, so 130 feet up in the air. Those could have been oriented differently if we had thought about it. And certainly at Pixley and at Kern, where it's incredibly flat, we probably did the right thing and left them horizontal. But there is a relationship also between how well the tag is picked up and the orientation of the antenna relative to the tag. So that's something I don't know anything about. And I think, these are all things that we'd love to know more about.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pat. And there was one more, I'll do one more question. I think Chris had some idea and I'm not sure what I did. I wasn't able to read it. So if you want to repeat that out loud, Chris, please do.
Hi, yeah, sure. I was wondering if it might be feasible for people that don't have a drone and don't have the expertise and may not have permission to fly a drone, if something as simple as hanging a transmitter from like a helium party balloon and just letting that hoist up in the air 50 or 100 feet might give you a more accurate representation of where a bird would be in the sky.
Yeah, they actually mentioned that in the Motus guidelines, and the offshore folks that are doing the wind stuff on the East Coast, they flew a kite behind a Boston whaler. They also hung tags below an airplane. It looks like they have a picture of that in the talk. So definitely there are people trying other methods. I think the drone is as close as we're going to get for shorebirds to kind of measuring them in the space that we want to see them, because getting out in the middle of a wetland with a balloon is just about as hard as walking with a stick. So so I think when you can, the drones are a great option. There are obvious electrical interference problems and things like that we have to work out, but I think that'll eventually get done as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Pat. We should probably move on to the next section. And so that's doing the idea of tagging collaboratives and some example where people have coordinated their tags with various groups to get them out in a wider geographical space, because I think we're getting to the point, and certainly after next year, where we're getting enough stations out there where we can get a lot of really good long distance data. And I think one of the pieces that we're starting to miss now is having enough tags going out there, especially for people who just want to put up stations and not necessarily tag birds. And so I think working out ways to get more tags out on the landscape is a really good next step for our getting more Motus stations out in the West, as well as getting more data from that. So we're going to start with Julian. He's going to talk about the tagging collaboratives that have been happening with shorebirds.
Hello, can you see my screen, the cover page of my presentation?
Yes.
You can see it change, right?
Yeah, you can, but you need to put it in, it's not on slideshow yet.
Oh. My computer is acting weird this time. Let's see. Stop share. Share screen. Screen one. Share. Still
That's
not
good.
in. That's good. You can see it change.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, welcome again. Today I'm gonna be talking about these tagging collaborates, how to get more from our stations with less money. And this is from the perspective that I have had from using Motus since a few years. And today I'm going to be talking about the efforts that we have done collaboratively from Western Alaska to Western Mexico, which I have talked about in previous meetings a little bit. And again, just celebrating the huge accomplishment that as a group we have done to expand Motus on the West, because when I started in 2019, the idea of building this niche of stations have already started to brew with the efforts of Mary Whitfield and others. And right now in 2022, this vision that we had, it's already fulfilled and expanded more than we have thought. And as you have heard, we have a lot more stations that are coming out pretty soon, just like popcorns, which is great. But again, what Mary was saying, we now have a very robust network of stations that has helped to track migrations, but we are lacking tagging efforts. And again, this can be due to the fact that the pandemic just slashed the plans that many of us had. Certainly, it did that for me. But also, tagging is very difficult. And again, I'm going to talk about the perspective I have with Shorebirds, in which, for instance, right now I'm on the field and I had to drive almost 10 hours to my field site where we get all the shorebirds in Guerrero Negro. And arriving here, it's not just the only thing we have to do. The locations where we trap are often in remote places with difficult to access locations. In this case, you can see that we had to carry all the catching equipment about a half a kilometer, and carrying a cannon net, it's not an easy task. Also, it's not a trivial thing to catch flocks of shorebirds. You need a big team of people that have several skills and also specialized vehicles sometimes to transport them. In this case, in Washington, we had to move all the teams with airboats to a small sandbar island. And also, depending on the species you're tagging, you are confronted with the research questions that you might need to tag birds in other sites or other countries where you find them because they're molting and they will throw the tag and things like that, right? So these all require that you have enough fieldwork funds, that you have enough tags to purchase the registrations and the tag. You need a lot of people with certain skills and organization skills, connections to the partners across other countries, and of course, a very big knowledge about the site where you're capturing and the species and permits and importation of products across borders, right? But through all these caveats, this also brings a lot of opportunities for collaborations. And so what I would like to talk is about these collaborations that have spurred since the beginning of Motus on the West, and just let you know some of the lessons that I learned on the way and how we can incorporate them to get more from our stations and from our tagging efforts. So I think in 2019, the first efforts to tag birds were done by Environment and Climate Change Canada and their partners to tag shorebirds. At that time, I think these were the only Motus stations in the West, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry if I am. And when I first heard about Motus, I wanted to start a Motus network on the west of Mexico. One of our first partners was Juanita Fonseca, who is working with Western Sandpipers on shrimp farms. And Environment and Climate Change and of Canada had given Juanita about 25 nanotags to put on Western Sandpipers, but they hit wall when they were not able to send those tags across the border because of importation and things like that. So again, a way in which we went around this, they sent me those tags across the border to San Diego. I went across the border, took them, crossed them to Mexico, and sent them to Juanita. And this really teach us the lessons that sharing tags with other partners can not only generate more data, but it can also reduce the tagging cost of going all the way there and simplify logistics if you have the right connections, right? But the collaboration didn't end up there. When we were finally submitting our first NMBCA grant, this tagging effort and the cost of the tags was being able to be used as matching funds for the proposals, which at a time where we were just trying to get off the ground, these matching funds were really important and crucial to get more money from the NMBCA funds. So again, lesson 2, tag and equipment share can be used by other partners as matching funds. And so really important thing that catalyzed how we use the Motus network was the fact that other partners had convinced us to not only install CTT antennas, so the 434 megahertz antenna, because we originally were just going to be using those tags, so we didn't need the big 166 antennas. But they convinced us about the importance of strengthening the network, including dual mode stations, and MPG Ranch Environment Canada really helped us buy the necessary components to make them dual mode. And till this day, all of our stations are dual mode. And this means that we get the double of benefit of each installation, because we're now able to also get detections from nanotext. And it has been great. We have gotten really the double of detections with this methodology. Another example that happened this spring on strengthening the Motus network to benefit us all was the support that we gave our partners in Cordova to install a station in Little Egg Island. And in this case, we knew that many of the birds that Rod and other partners were tagging were going to pass through Alaska, most probably, but we didn't have a way to detect them. So in a matter of, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks, we organized, gave them the technical support and the logistical support and some in-kind support. Well, I didn't, they did, to put that station. And in the matter of 3 weeks, this station was up and running. And as you can see, ready for the migratory season. And it detected a bunch of different species of shorebirds that passed through there, which was a critical link for many of the detections that you saw in Pat's animation. And just the last example of something that we are going to be starting this year is a collaboration with many partners, the Nature Conservancy with Rod, Point Blue, Oregon State, and many others, to do the California shorebird migration and drought study that originally, as I believe, it was planned only for the California Central Valley, but by incorporating other people that had common species in British Columbia, in this case, shorebirds, and in Baja California, our partners were able to, just like this, increase the sample size and the tagging effort that was done in those species, because those species, as you saw in the animation, are passing through the same migratory flyway. We also got this really cool equipment and tag sharing agreement where, if you remember in the pandemic, there was a shortage of many of the components for Motus. And if someone had a surplus of equipment, we could then share it and repay it at a later stage. We are also doing capacity building to standardize protocols of blood collection and other processes. And we're working towards doing some international and cultural exchanges where supposedly this season, California Central Valley folks are going to try to come down to Mexico to help us during the captures, and therefore increasing their sample size and the quality of their samples. But then at some other point, we are going to go to them to do some tagging efforts. They're also generating long-lasting bonds between different institutions. And so this is how it looks like, this study, in which we are all interested in general common topics, which is climate change, conservation, migratory connectivity, but also each of our partners has their own ways that they benefit from this collaborative tagging. And just to finalize, our model in Northwest Mexico to do collaborative tagging comes all the way from the conception of the idea. We get an idea of what we want to do. We find partners with common species, goals, and research questions. We then identify funding sources, which in this case was the NNBCA. And this will fund a coordination team that will secure the necessary resources to maintain the network, but then provide partners with basic tagging supplies that can then support their research and conservation agenda, which in this case, right now, it's dealing with things like migratory ecology, the effectiveness of using artificial habitat for shorebirds, the effects of sea level rise, among other topics. So that's how we're doing it right now. I hope that we can further collaborate with more people, because this just benefits all of us and benefits the network. So thank you.
That was great, Julian. Questions?
I don't have a question. This is Jim Chu. I have a comment. I work for the Forest Service International Programs. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sure.
So Julian, great presentation. I'd just like to add that as part of our Copper River International Migratory Bird Initiative, CRIMBY is the acronym, we're going to install 2 more towers up on the Copper River Delta next spring, and then another tower in Grays Harbor, 1 in Oregon on the Sayusla National Forest, and then 1 in Baja, California, site 2 to be determined. So we've got funds out to all of our grantees to get those towers up, and Julian will be looking forward to working with you, Jim Johnson, and others who are doing this work. So we're excited to be part of this, and our boss is really interested in doing this. So thanks.
It's great to hear, and I look forward to work with you guys like we have always doing. And feel free to contact me for support and just help the coordination. Okay.
Thanks, Julian.
What side is it going to be in Baja California?
I'm sorry?
On what side, or is it going to be the installation in Baja California?
I'm not positive yet. We're still working with Terra Peninsular, who we've given the grant to, and our folks on the Sayusla National Forest to determine a site, but we'll certainly keep you involved.
Okay.
And we've been talking to Eduardo Palacios also.
Okay.
That's great. Sarahi?
Yeah. Hi, Julian. This is Saraí. Hola, soy Saraí. Congratulations, because it's a great job that you are doing. And finally, I want to be part of your team, really. I was waiting like almost 2 years to get an antenna in my place inside of the Biosphere Reserve. And finally, 2 months ago, we have it. So now I think we can think about to have a Motus station there. So I will look for you. Thank you. You are great in this job.
Thank you. Well, feel free to contact me and we can chat further. My response to messages right now is going to be a little bit slow because we're in the field, but sure, we can help you get the antenna and get you the support. Okay.
Great. Other questions? I can't read the chat, so I may have missed anything that if there were questions in there. Okay. All right.
Can we go to Mexico to help and Shorebirds?
Yeah. I'm sure they mind the help. Oh. Neil wants to go help volunteer to ban shorebirds in Mexico.
Well, you already saw the picture of our volunteer waiting till the chest, so prepare to come and get wet.
He's kind of tall. I think he can handle him. Okay. Next up is Andy Boyce, who's going to talk about their plans for a tagging collaborative in the Great Plains.
Hi, everybody. Are you guys seeing my PowerPoint slide?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you all. I'm kind of doing a stand-in for Matt Webb here, who's been integral in the development of this collaborative effort. First, I just want to introduce myself. I haven't been to too many of these meetings. My name's Andy Boyce. I'm a research ecologist for the Smithsonian. I work with both the Smithsonian Migratory Bird Center and our relatively new Great Plains Science Program. I'm based in Montana. Been working on the ecology and conservation of grassland birds here since 2018. Most of my work involves understanding the impacts of grassland keystone species like bison, prairie dogs, beavers on grassland birds, but integrating that with quite a bit of movement ecology as well in recent years. So my integration into the world of Motus started with this project that began in 2019, well, more like 2020. We became really interested in understanding better the movement ecology and demography of Sprague's pipit, one of the super imperiled grassland birds we have in abundance up in our research area in Montana. This is in collaboration with Clark Rushing down at the University of Georgia, and Nancy Rogitsky is the PhD student leading this effort. I'm sure many of you have pictures like this one on the left. That's William Blake up on top of a Quonset hut, helping us install our first tower. Seems like he's a bit of a common thread, winding his way throughout a lot of these presentations. So yeah, my idea for this project was relatively, simple, also naive at the start. We tag a bunch of birds up in north central Montana. They bounce off towers throughout the central plains, and hopefully eventually down in the wintering grounds in the Chihuahuan Desert of Mexico and the Gulf Coast. We have had some successes early on in the project, but it was immediately clear to me that working on birds that move across large landscapes, we really need to better integrate partners and expand the sort of spatial range of our work to be able to answer the questions that we're really interested in. So last year, I got together with Matt Webb and also Nancy Mahoney, Barry Robinson, and Paulson DeBrise at Environment and Climate Change Canada. And, we have a lot of shared interests. Matt and BCR obviously have been working in the Great Plains Chihuahuan Desert on Motus for a long time. They've built the backbone of the Motus network and continue to do so in this region. Nancy, Barry, and Paulson have started relatively recently tagging grassland birds, hoping to answer some of the same questions that I have. Where do these birds go? How do they move both within and across seasons? What are their demographic rates like, and what drives variation in these demographic rates? So it seemed natural for us to try to get together, pool our resources, and build a collaborative tagging effort on the Northern Great Plains. Sometimes we're kind of like a nascent effort. I don't think we have an official name yet. Sometimes it's the Grassland Tagging Co-op, sometimes it's the collaborative, sometimes it's the collective, depending on the email. But the important part really are the people underpinning the work, and we're really just getting started. So the core premises here are basically that studies of movement ecology using Motus require a really robust sensor network, and they benefit tremendously from multiple tagging sites. So instead of a single research group trying to do the work at several sites, expending a ton of resources and energy, if collaborators at different sites share protocols and tag birds in a cooperative way, we all essentially gain a bunch of new field sites with substantially less investment in time, money, and logistics. In terms of the science, so estimating key demographic parameters like age or season-specific survival for imperiled species are super important for any species conservation plan, as we know. And single site estimates are often used as an imperfect proxy for population level values, which is a problem. So evaluating parameters like annual survival across multiple sites will likely produce both more accurate estimates overall, and potentially down the road might provide some insight into what's actually driving spatial or temporal variation in these parameters. So these we all sort of believe to be huge benefits of working in a collaborative way on Motus tagging. So activities that we're currently doing and will continue to do in the future, we've all informally agreed at this point to use 10% of our tags towards what I call off-target species. So species that may not be the primary focus of our individual work, but are target species or are focal species of other collaborators. So, for me, our primary focus, at least at this point, is on Sprague's pipit, but I'm trying to devote at least 10% of my tags to other species like chestnut-colored longspur that occur at my site and are a focal species for my collaborators. And also, when applying for tag money for whatever sort of grant opportunities, additional collaborative tags should be explicitly budgeted when possible. Large collaborative proposals for funding dedicated to collaborative tagging are a key next step for our group. And not only a key next step, but we all think that such proposals are both necessary for the continuation of these collaborations, and they really make proposals to funders more attractive when we're applying as a big, cohesive, collaborative group than as a single actor acting on their own. So for our group in the Northern Great Plains, our focal species, at least at this point, are Sprague's pipit, lark bunting, chestnut-colored longspur, thick-billed longspur, Baird's sparrow, grasshopper sparrow, and horned lark. I think we're pretty flexible on this list. We've started talking a little bit with Alice Boyle at Kansas State, and she has some interest in some species that are a little further east, so this may expand. We're sort of working on data sharing and authorship agreements to formalize things a little bit. But I think at least for manuscripts, our agreed on sort of rule is that for any manuscripts leveraging Motus data, all groups that have tagged a substantial number of birds in the study will be invited for authorship pending participation. So that's our starting point. So quick little update. So the 2022 field season was really the first field season of our collaborative effort. In Montana, we tagged 75 pipits and also 14 chestnut-collared longspurs to support the research of our partners at Environment and Climate Change Canada. ECCC tagged 32 longspurs, 15 pipits, 10 hornlarks, 7 barred sparrows, and 1 thick-billed longspur. So they've really been contributing tremendously to tagging a wide variety of species, focal species for the group. Next steps, we want to put together kind of a wish list and inventory to enable sharing of equipment and supplies. You all know how Motus works. Sometimes you have an overabundance of one thing, but a shortage of the other. If we can put together sort of a classified ads for Motus equipment among collaborators, that should really help efficiency. Working, like we said, on a data sharing agreement, long-term funding for the collaborative tagging effort, and everybody is working to update all their permits so that they are actually permitted in whatever jurisdiction they're working in to tag not only their focal species, but all of the focal species for the group. Put out just a quick plug, if you're working in this region, or if you're working on these species, please join us. Please reach out to either me, Matt Webb, or various folks at ECC, Environment and Climate Change Canada. We would love to expand these efforts. So just some hot off the press fun stuff, since I showed you all that text and I'm sure everybody's snoozing. This is some really cool fall migration data just in the last few weeks for chestnut-collared longspur. On the left panel, you can see birds tracks in red. These are longspurs in red, leaving from the tagging site, Environment and Climate Change Canada's tagging site in the Prairie Provinces up here, and passing through our stations in north central Montana on their way south. That's really exciting. And this is the right panel is just from a couple days ago. We've had our first long distance movement for chestnut-collared longspur that we tagged in north central Montana and was just picked up at one of Matt Webb's stations at Carville High School in eastern Colorado. So very cool to see this, these collaborative efforts bearing fruit. And lastly, and this is particularly exciting for me from an ecological perspective, we are kind of as we hypothesized, but Alice Boyle's only just, she's really been the only one to show these big intra-seasonal, so within the breeding season movements for grassland birds. And because of our collaboration, because of the stations up in southern Canada, we've been able to see that pipits tagged in our area and pipits tagged in their area are moving upwards of 150, 200 kilometers, at minimum during the breeding season. These back and forth movement tracks you're seeing here represent 6 to 8 different birds who were making these moves in July, during the peak of the breeding season. So some really interesting ecological information we're gathering there. And finally, just a shout out to all the partners that have helped in this work: American Prairie, University of Oklahoma, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, the Fort Belknap Native American community, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Scott Summershoe has been a big help here, as well as, of course, William Blake and Kate Stone and MPG Ranch. So thanks for your attention. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions, go ahead.
I've got one. I'm in the room. Hey, Andy, that's cool stuff. Were those pipits all males that are moving?
About 90%. Well, so all the ones that we detected moving, yes, were males. Unfortunately, about 90% of the total tag birds that we have are males.
Hey, Andy, I have a question. This is Joan Hagar. Tagging is one of the stumbling blocks. We're having permits for tagging, and I'm just wondering from maybe both you and Julian, what your model, do you have like somebody who's dedicated to tagging for each region, or do you just try to get as many people permitted to tag? Because getting the permit is not an easy thing. And also, I think that tagging shouldn't be, you should be pretty experienced to do it, in my opinion. So if you have any tips on that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah,
Go
thanks for
on.
the question.
No, go on.
Oh, sorry. For us, it's very simple. So, we have within our group at this point, we have, 3 research groups, BCR, Environment Canada, and Smithsonian, and we've all gone through the permitting process, as part of the initiation of our independent research projects. So we kind of have those permits in place going in, and for us now, it's just a matter of expanding the scope of those permits to include other people's or other groups' focal species. So for us, it's been relatively simple, but yeah, I agree, it can be tough.
In our case, because we are focusing on groups of species that use the same habitats, such as shorebirds, we all include all the partners who are working with shorebirds on the permits if they don't have their own permit. And most of the partners that we work with, they have some sort of experience tagging. It's just a matter of if they don't know how to put this particular kind of tag, glue on or harness, we go to their first field season to help them and train them to put the tags on, and then later they can do their own tagging. So that's how it works with us. But this Mexican permitting is different than in the US. Well, we do have a little bit of problems, and it's a challenge, is moving biological samples from one country to another. And this is going to be an issue with ROD's collaboration, because, for example, moving blood like officially requires like these difficult permit. It's not difficult, it's just bureaucracy is difficult. Takes a bit of time, but I guess we would start doing that pretty soon.
Great, thanks. I like that model of having somebody experienced come and help tag on the project until the researchers there feel confident for tagging that species. But I do think we might need more tagging workshops, maybe. Thanks for your answers.
I agree.
Yeah. And that's a good question, Joan, and that's kind of, part of our discussion is how do you build that capacity, because you have to have it, you can't get a permit unless you have that tagging experience, and not everybody has that. So building that capacity is definitely one of the things that we need to work on. Other questions from anybody for either speaker?
I ask sort of a general question, not necessarily for the speakers.
Yeah.
Since a lot of this seems sort of new and novel, now we're getting lots of pivots in hand and stuff like that. Is there, and not just like pivots in this case, but have we started thinking about like trying to pull some feathers or get storing some DNA from all the birds that we're getting in hand? Since a lot of effort to do this.
The translator's having a hard time hearing you. Can you speak up another?
Is there an effort to pull feathers or coordinate blood or something like that from all these birds that we're getting in hand, which is sort of new and novel? You guys hear that?
Yeah. Thanks, Scott. That is for our group, that hasn't been something that we've started to coordinate on yet. I know for our group in particular, that is something that we plan to do for pipits going forward, particularly because we're interested in getting stable isotopes as kind of a backup for wintering detections. But that's a great idea.
Yeah, I'd also recommend maybe working with the Bird Genoscape project as well. I think that's another, maybe send one of your feathers to them as well. And I think Rod raised his hand.
Yeah, I'll just share a little bit. So we are coordinated on blood collection for collaboration between California, Canada, and Mexico. So we've developed a blood protocol that everyone's using. I'm happy to share that for people's use. We've also are now considering collecting feces for metabarcoding, and we may test that this year, as well as feathers that, yeah, we would try to connect with the Genoscape project on that, as well as to do isotope work. So happy to talk with anybody who's interested about how we're thinking about all that.
Great.
I have a question. This is Sara Rockwell, KBO. For folks talking about maybe adding blood or feather collection, that's something we've thought about with some of our focal species and wondered if there are any safety concerns if you're taking blood and or feather from a bird that's already getting a tag. Is that something people are thinking about, or is that generally thought to be like pretty acceptable impact?
We are thinking about it, and it's something to take really seriously. We tend to evaluate each bird on a case-by-case basis in terms of weight and how they seem to be doing. If they seem to struggle, we struggle with having taken blood, because we try to get some blood directly out of the net for choledosterone analysis, because we're doing physiology and sort of stress physiology and metabolic measures. And we won't put a tag on those birds if they're light and seem to be not doing great. We're also working with a very experienced environmental physiologist who's been doing this for a long time and has a really good sense of how to do this ethically, but it's a really, really important consideration.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that a little bit as well. I know for me personally, we've just started tagging these particular group of birds recently for me. So I really wanted to focus on getting tags on birds and understanding, how they handled those tags before expanding to anything else. And I do think, feathers and blood are really good ideas, and there's a lot of compelling uses for those. But I'm also always very hesitant to collect for the sake of collecting. And at this point, we don't have a funded research project to do, whether it's population genetics or anything else. So that's been part of hesitance to start collecting that data without a direct pipeline to a product, just for ethical reasons, really.
Okay. So we're about time for it's overtime for break. So let's make it a 5-minute break instead, or it's going to be slightly over 5 minutes, just so people give them a chance to go to the restroom, things like that. And if some people want to continue conversation during that time, feel free to do that. So we'll reconvene at 10:20.
Quick announcement. If you were not here yesterday and we're doing the lunch orders for tomorrow as well from a place called Pangea, we hope. So if you weren't here yesterday, check in with us and and we'll get your lunch order for tomorrow, if you want a lunch order for tomorrow. Make sense? Killer?
I'm gonna put the steering committee and the other. This includes the science committee. Western group history. Others communications there. I don't have, well, yeah, these are just examples, but I could list those.
Oh, yeah, that's it, right?
I think there's a boreal. Oh, there's a boreal, but I don't know if they're active.
I think you're kind of independent and like DOD. This gets so confusing.
I know,
it's great.
I'm gonna focus on those. Yeah, I hit that. I just want to kind of conceptually describe. So they're gonna try to me.
Yeah.
So, wait, what's that? How do you know it's supposed to be already? I just didn't realize it. Okay, so I'm very happy that we're, and so most of that.
Been tough. Been hiding too long.
I know.
So all of the above.
Our library meeting in August, no, yeah, August, with my first.
Strategizing, for the, I don't know what you guys call them, but for your state action. Yes. Yeah.
Western Shore.
Well, that's actually one that.
That's where it happened. We had to stay away. Or, fish from Florida. Yeah, or give me a big. There was some killing people like that, 4 of the big husbands.
Okay. Councilors, everything you want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Must have a way they just technology, right?
Yeah. Oh, this isn't out here, but I'm very talking about it. I think we're supposed to put it for it. I think the fact.
Sure, I'm.
Well, but
It's just.
So,
I'm focusing. Yeah.
you're out.
And I think we can actually.
Thank
Yeah, I do. That's what you gotta do. So for one presentation. I think it was a little kind of. Well, I started there. I don't like it. Okay.
I think I'll note in the menu. What's up? We need people like.
You have to, you have to turn off the meeting.
Yeah, kept over.
If you need to go through slideshows, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, lose and
Yeah, you can hear better.
Oh, it's gonna present your notes up there.
Yeah, that's how I see my notes as I present. Exactly.
Yeah, I think
you could just switch the screen. It's easy. I've done it.
well, up here was because it's presenting the screen that shows the laptop on the monitor.
But anyway, we can work on it in between once we're.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
When you get starting, can I make one more?
we need to get started here.
Okay, everybody.
And then Jamie.
We're gonna get started again.
We brought some. We could shoot.
Okay, everybody, we're herding cats around here, so we should be started in our next section. soon, which will be international collaborations. So pause, you want to go ahead and start screen sharing, but John is going to make an announcement just before you start talking, so go ahead, John.
Okay, so for those of you here who are accumulating a bill, I'm putting on the whiteboard up here the meals and the per person cost of the meals. And then if you're getting any swag or anything, there will be forms back here with a little line item that just says what it is that you bought and how much it was. And you can put your name on the top of it, and don't worry about the accounts and the classes. We'll deal with that later. So it's going to be a self-billing process. And then if you need more detailed receipts for any of it, we can give it to you. So there'll be a stack of little pieces of paper. I'll put it right on top of the toaster for your self-accumulating costs. And then we can run it on a credit card, or you can write a check, or you can give us cash, or you can indenture yourselves to us in some other way.
Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you.
Right. Looks like pause almost has it done. All right. Okay. Pause, go ahead and take it away.
All righty. Just let me know if it's showing okay.
You need to start the slideshow.
All right. What about now?
No, not yet. Oh, now, yes, it's good.
Okay. All right. So greetings, everyone from Costa Rica. We're going to talk briefly about the advance of Motus in Central America, and specifically in Costa Rica, because we are from Costa Rica. So our Motus work started in 2019 with the installation of the first station in Costa Rica due to our participation in the Neotropical Flyways project spearheaded by Selva from Colombia. So the equipment was brought from Colombia and was deployed at Las Brisas Nature Reserve, which is our study site. And it is located in the Caribbean foothills of the country. So from this year, we became to get involved more and more with Motus. And in 2021, Ernesto was called to coordinate or to oversee Motus in Central America in the area. So from this year, 2021, the Motus expansion in the area started. So we became to help with Motus in other Central American countries, such as this in Panama. The Panama stations were the oldest ones, or the first Motus stations in the area in Central America. So what we basically did was to replace the damaged equipment there in 3 of these stations. So actually, Panama has 3 active stations. In the same year, 2021, we went to Guatemala and installed 3 stations here on the Caribbean side in collaboration with Fundaeco. And they are located mostly in the Izabal province. And then later in December in the same year, we went to the Pacific side in Escuintla to install the station of Finca La Gracia. There was already a Motus station in Nicaragua. The first one was at El Jaguar, which is this one with the white circle. And in 2021, 2 more stations were installed, one by local group Quetzalí, and the other, Mary, this is your station here in the South Nicaragua, also, well, near to the border of Costa Rica. And in Costa Rica, just want to show you the evolution of Motus in Costa Rica. So we in 2019, we started with 1 station, and in 2021, we had 9 stations. And in the current year, we have actually 13 stations, and more are coming, or are about to be installed. So this is how the map of Motus in Central America looks like, with 23 active stations. And now I'm going to let Ernesto tell you about the tag deployment also here in the area.
Right, so if I just back up one there, show you one of our goals in Costa Rica, working with Selva, was to create a fence, just like there was a fence in Panama across the isthmus, having a very narrow funnel point in Costa Rica as well. We were hoping to create a fence with Motus stations from the Caribbean to the Pacific, which we pretty much have accomplished now. There's some little gaps and bits and pieces there. And a lot of the other stations within Costa Rica have been set up by some of the other local organizations. But we now essentially have a good barrier crossing Costa Rica to be able to hopefully detect as many migrants as possible as they're moving through. And having such a good network set up, then the next step was, of course, start tagging. We have been working mainly with birds not from the west. Of course, these are eastern birds mainly, but I'll show you some of the examples because they do set a base for the work that is to come in the future, hopefully. So we have worked with mainly cerulean warblers, and this has been at Las Brisas Reserve on the Caribbean side, where we're trying to determine the stopover site duration for cerulean warblers at one of the sites we have found. And with Motus, we did 12 tags last year and had a really good results, having an average of a 7-day stopover by cerulean warblers, and a couple foreign detections even in Panama and Colombia, which were unexpected, really, having so few stations to the south and the east. But we got really good hardcore data for stopover site complement a lot of the other sightings we had. Just this year in spring, in collaboration with Selva and Missouri Department of Conservation, we did a test run with 2 species. We did golden winged warblers, was one of them, and we tagged 24 golden winged warblers in Costa Rica and Nicaragua. So most of them were here in Costa Rica and a few in Nicaragua with a group called Quetzalí. And this test run was basically trying to see if we could get some really good results tagging on the wintering grounds themselves, to see if we had good detections and set the ground so that we could get some more funding to get more tags to do a bit larger scale tag deployment here in the tropics. And with golden winged warblers, we did have more than 6 foreign encounters from the actual banding site. Some of them were within Costa Rica themselves, but 6 of the individuals were detected in North America, some mostly in Missouri and also in Canada. And like I said, wood thrush was the other species we did a test run on, and we did 24 wood thrushes, and actually of those 24, 15 were detected out of the country in North America, mainly in the United States. And a lot of these birds carrying a larger transmitter are actually being detected now on southbound migration and should be showing up in Costa Rica any days now. So this really came to prove that we could, get really good success with tagging on the wintering grounds, and it works out pretty well. And of course, a lot of it's going to depend on what we want to answer, of course. But having that first migration over with a lot of these immature birds, of course, gets over a big hurdle of a lot of mortality, for example. And starting out with these individuals that are on the wintering sites could give you a pretty good success rate for northbound migration, as well as the amount of stations to the north is much, much higher. So apart from doing the actual on the ground research with station installation and tag deployment, we have also worked heavily on outreach, and that goes to all different levels, from explaining to the communities where we have installed these stations, what these antennas are doing, right? Because it may sound funny to us, but in some cases, a lot of people are really worried that we set up these antennas and that it's going to affect their internet or their phone reception and so on. So we do try to spend a decent amount of effort explaining and doing, just good public relations to show what that station is doing, what they have in their community, what they're seeing, and what we can all learn from this. And on the other hand, we have also been doing a lot of outreach for local researchers as well, which for the most part were not aware of Motus itself, of its existence, and showing that we have such a really good network coming up and that's it's growing pretty fast, that they can actually take advantage of it, right? And start spreading the word and start getting more people locally involved in tag deployment as well. And not only with birds, but also with bats and insects, as have been used in other countries. And as well, we make a big emphasis that it doesn't have to only be migratory birds. Of course, we promote it as something that can be used for birds that undergo local movements also, like bellbirds, umbrella birds, macaws, for example.
Yeah, and speaking about challenges in the area, we have identified basically, well, three main challenges. The first one is that, equipment is expensive or difficult to import because it due to really high taxes. So if you can't afford these high taxes, you have to rely or depend on other people in Canada or the United States to bring the equipment, or if you have a lot of equipment, you have to rely on many people to come, right? Another challenge is the language barrier, because, well, all the material, the manuals, instructions, the website, everything is in English. So with Motus expanding in the language barrier is there also in working groups. The language that you use in most of the working groups is English. So we consider that there are people, there are Latin people that do not speak English at all. So that represents like a barrier for them. And also, for example, in the screen and the keyboard of the sensor stations, everything is in English. So we have found, for example, especially in remote areas, for example, one place in Guatemala, that the only person that can, for example, download manually the data do not speak any English and do not read any English. So there's one of the challenges that we have identified. And the human capacity, speaking of having technicians to install stations, but also for capacity for tag deployment. So we know that tag deployment is done by researchers, and that well, they have a lot of knowledge and all that, but the minority of the researchers know how to deploy or correctly deploy tag. And to face this challenge, we offered last year on December a workshop for, this was an advanced techniques for the study of migratory birds. It was here in Costa Rica, and part of the workshop was about Motus, what Motus is, and also station deployment and tag deployment. So we hope to be offering these kind of workshops in the area to build that local capacity. And just to finish, we are working on adding like a page on our website, which is cerulia.org, about Motus in Central America. We're still working on that, but you can go and visit. We have like the talks that we have given and information about Motus in the area, and we're gonna make like sections for every country with Motus stations and the work that have been done on those sites. And that's all.
Excellent. Thank you, Paz. Claudia, do you want to go ahead and ask your question out loud? Oh, it looks like it was more of a comment than a question. Does anybody have questions?
Thanks, David.
Leticia.
Hmm?
Leticia has her hand.
Leticia.
Leticia, ¿tienes una pregunta, comentario?
Hello.
Sí, Leticia,
Can
te
you hear me?
escuchamos. Adelante.
Hola. Well, hi, my name is Leticia Andino. I am from El Salvador. And in this session is Vicky Galan also. We are from El Salvador and we are part of the group Mujeres y Naturaleza, MUNAT. And we are interested in being part of this network, of this Motus network. We have seen also in your presentation that there is in the map, there is a lack of information in the northern part of Central America, especially on the Pacific route, which El Salvador is located. So we would like to be part of this effort of conservation of birds. And our vision is to building capacities. This, as you said, sometimes is difficult because of the language. Many things are in English. And we would like to be also in collaboration with other partners. Paso Pacifico is also working in the Pacific region of Central America. So we would like to be part of this effort with different organizations that could also support us in this effort in the region of El Salvador. That we also have many areas that many migratory birds are, how do you say, like convergent in the same area, not just in the Pacific route, but also in the Atlantic route that they come from, I would say the western United States and the part of Florida or east I think. But we have seen some birds that also come from different regions in some different parts of El Salvador. So we would like to be a part of this effort. I just wanted to say that comment.
Thank you, Leticia. Absolutely. We're very happy to see people from El Salvador in this meeting. So absolutely. So let's keep in touch.
Excellent. And I also wanted to mention
Okay,
that also Pacifico they're the ones that are running the station in Nicaragua. And so,
okay.
And then we're currently the station is broken. And so we're currently waiting for the sensor station to be released from Costa Rica Customs. So it's another one of those, challenges, and then they'll be able to replace it. So, Sara.
Hi, thank you so very much, Paz and Ernesto. And I would like if you can talk a little bit more about the sharing information and how you use the data information. So you say that it's a collaborative team, to be like to have or to be in Motus or to have a Motus station. But how is the use of the data? Could you talk a little bit more about that? So, for instance, you do all the technical work, but also you have a project to write, you know, to describe the movements and to analyze the information. So could you say something about this?
Yes, absolutely. So we still have to learn how to analyze data. Basically, that would be my quickest response. And that's why we work in collaboration with people from Selva, for example, who do have a lot of experience. And that's actually, now that you bring that up, I think that's, as far as creating capacity goes, you know, all of this Motus has sort of been cascading in all these different effects, where first stations start getting put up, like, you know, all over the place. And then that leads to tag deployment occurring. And then that's going to lead to all these projects needing to analyze data. And so there will also have to be a lot of workshops and stuff directed towards data analysis, basically what you're asking. So I couldn't really fill you in on how this data gets analyzed because we still don't have the experience to do that. So we're working in collaboration with Selva, who does have people experience in this field that help us out with that part so far. And I'm sure a lot of the other people here in the meeting have a lot more experience on that side.
Go ahead.
I think that's really great work that you're doing and coordinating in Central America and in Costa Rica. And I think there's a strong interest, you know, from the Western Working Group partners, and I think also states in facilitating some of that training capacity that you're describing and that you've identified. I think it's really, I think through this kind of sessions, you know, as we continue to have these conversations, I think we would definitely be looking to you and POTS and others in the region to really kind of tell us how would be the best way to help, you know, grow the network in Central America. I'm seeing like a lot of the work that Julian was presenting today in Mexico. They started doing this work just 3 or 4 years ago, and it has grown tremendously. And so we definitely want to see that happen also in Central America. And so as you engage with local partners, and if you see a particular role for us, you know, for myself or others that are interested in supporting that work and the network in Central America, we definitely would like to, you know, kind of be part of that conversation as needed or as desired, so that we can facilitate, you know, we can be helpful.
Awesome. Thank you.
Jamie?
Thanks, Mary. It's absolutely incredible to see this expansion of Motus in Mexico and Central America. And a few folks have said this morning that one of the barriers is that the materials are in English and our working groups are in English. And I just wanted to say that it's something that the Western Working Group has been talking a lot about. Really excited to have these effective, hopefully effective, we should check in, translation services today. And hopefully we can come out of this with some really tangible asks or outcomes of how either Motus broadly or the Western Working Group can help figure out how we're going to overcome that in the next 6 months. Does that seem feasible?
And I do know that
around that one.
Sorry, I do know that Motus is working on translating the actual manual, that really complete manual that they have on the website. So that is in the process of being translated. But there's still a heck of a lot of other things that we need to get a little more accessible, for example.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you for this meeting to have both languages available.
Yeah, I think it's really important to do that. Okay, let's go. Excellent job, Ernesto and Paz. And
Thank
let's
you.
go on to Eric Hernandez.
Hi guys. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it looks great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm representing to Pronatura Sur and Pronatura Veracruz. We are two different organizations, but we are working together in this project. We are collaborating with MPG Ranch, with Canada, CONAM, and Universidad Veracruzana too. And we are receiving advice from Pronatura Northwest with Julian. So our goal is establish Motus station fence in the narrow part of Mexico in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. Here in the south, from Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of Tehuantepec, coast to coast. Yeah, our first step was a workshop in Sinaloa. We helped to Julian to set up 2 Motus stations in Sinaloa, and we learned a lot about what we need really in the field and what kind of skills is necessary for the project. Then we do the same, we replicate the same kind of workshop. It's really to set up Motus stations, and the new guy here was Kashmir from Pronatura Veracruz, and my colleague Luz Rodriguez from Pronatura Sur. We were working with a local company, Discom. They are doing communication works with different big companies like the Electricity Commission, the Mexican Commission of Electricity, and wind farms. So it was very helpful for us to learn a little bit more about some technical details of, in how works the antennas, just to understand a little bit more, and what kind of protocols or security protocols they use. So in this moment, we have 4 Motus stations, 2 in Oaxaca, in the Isthmus, and another 2 in Veracruz, in the center of Veracruz, here in the north. These are the stations in central Veracruz. Kashmir set up 2 stations in Chichicastle and Cardel. Maybe you know these places. They are very famous because the major raptor migration is passing in that places. And Kashmir is thinking to place another station in Jalapa, right to in the mountains, in a hilly area in the mountains. And in the Isthmus, my place, we have 2 stations in Santa Maria Shadani. This is a very famous place for red knot migrations. And here in Juchitán, we have LOTEC and CTT antennas. In some places in this area, in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, it's necessary to use the brace or retain towers. This is because we have very strong winds, some winds hurricane category. So in Santa Maria Shadani, we have this station with brace towers because the winds are very, very strong. It's another level, really. In Juchitán, the winds is a little bit less strong. It's very strong, but less than Shadani. And in this place in Shadani, we place the antennas in vertical position. We have a discussion about that. What is the best option? We decide to place in vertical position because in this place we have migration raptors, and they are passing a little bit high. So different people's thinks this is a very best option for places where birds are flying very high. This is the kind of problems we have. Delays in delivery. We have some problems with LoTEC antennas. In our workshop in May this year, it was possible to place the LoTEC antennas because it was very late for arrives in our place. We have problems with the imports because we have very excessive payments. And here in Mexico, we need a bill or invoice. It's different than United States and other countries. We need to do that pay in cash. And sometimes it's very the cost is very high, and to obtain that kind of bill or invoice, we need to pay for the government with card. And the parcels, FedEx, UPS only accept cash. It's a problem for us. But finally, we figure out the way how to do that. But in long term, it could be a little bit difficult. The other problem maybe is you need a local company, a specialized company to help to you in technical problems. Here in the photo, we have a technique from Discom, and they are helping to me for some difficult installations. Here, the wind was very strong, so even for a technique with very good skills is sometimes scary. Another problem sometimes is the long lapse between installations, because apart to this work, I have to attend another project. So I need to switch my chip or my mind, and when I need to back to Motus again, some things I forgot, and I need to check the manuals, or I need to call to Julian or call to William. And yeah, sometimes long lapses between installations when you are a beginner is sometimes difficult. Yeah, a problem too is underestimating time and cost. We have a lot of extra costs always in Motus. And in my first budget, I think in some costs, but I have a double of cost of that. Yeah, and in some parts, the people they are waiting for a payment or a kind of rent for house a Motus station. So that's difficult sometimes, because we need to pay every month a small rent. Actually, for Shadani station, I need to pay $30 per month. But in the beginning, the owner of that place, he told me, okay, $15, it's okay. And the day when we try to install, he say, no, the price is $50. It's $50 now, and I have to negotiate with that guy. And finally, $30 was the final payment. Yeah, the other difficulty is lack of training for height. It's not easy to stay in very high places. You need to be very careful for that. And sometimes I decide to contract to these guys to do the difficult work. And yes, we are doing different, trying to reach different people, different companies, organizations, different areas to reach people who wants to house Motus stations. And this is the view for Motus stations in the isthmus. In blue, we have in green, we have the active Motus stations. In red, we have the places with permissions to install Motus stations. And in blue, we have potential Motus stations, but we don't have the permits. So in next week, we will place 2 Motus stations with William Blake. We are thinking to place in this area near to Coatzacoalcos, near to the Gulf of Mexico. This place is called Chinameca. This is Acayucan, and this is Suchilapan, near to the border with Oaxaca. And maybe next year we will place another Motus station here in La Mata, near to Pacific. And maybe this place is a very nice place near to this huge forest, Chimalapas forest. We are trying to have the permits of the other places. And thank you, guys.
That was an excellent talk. Thank you, Eric. Does anyone have questions? Okay. Well, if you think of some later, you have more time to ask. So now we're going to go get into a discussion just about how we can build capacity and help, problem solve in Latin America. I mean, we've had this discussion several times, but it's going to have to be ongoing till we can get better and better at solving some of these problems. So I think, basically, as much as we can is trying to find local sources for some of the components is probably some of our best bets on that. Anyone else have comments, suggestions? Ideas? Okay, go ahead.
So I know, like I've seen several themes, but one of them is, the equipment, like the shipping of equipment across borders. It seems to be a continuing challenge. The capacity, the availability of the instructions or the manuals, not being available in Spanish, but that may be being worked on. I know Ernesto also talked about in terms of capacity building for having folks that can tag birds locally, and also identifying, just kind of having basic Motus training workshops, since this is a fairly new network in the region. And so I would like to hear from, folks that are working in Mexico and Central America to see what or kind of more immediate tangible things that could be worked on, or what are like some of the kind of approaches or strategies that locally we could support. It's kind of open question, but I mean, I think there's like, you know, I don't know. I know, like, for example, the Society for Mesoamerican Society for Conservation Biology meets once a year. I wonder if that's kind of a venue where there could be Motus conversations that will reach more folks locally, where they could do training workshops. I mean, I'm just trying to think of like some ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, and also maybe CFMX as well. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You know, it's just like the next step, maybe I'm thinking about that. And probably for the next meeting, we can have somebody that can bring us some information, how we can analyze that information, like the steps and what are the programs that people can use, just like to have an idea of what implica apply or what implica, I don't know
What it takes.
what it takes, the amount of work analyzing the information. You know, that would be nice, because I know that we have some presentation of the results, but from the results and then from the field to the results, there is a gap.
See,
you know.
Yeah, so basically more of the data analysis workshops on how to do that. Yeah. Yeah, we want that here too. In the US as well as, yeah, I agree. So that should definitely be on the, you know, our list or to-do list.
Yeah.
Anna?
Hola, buenos días. Estaba pensando acerca de las limitaciones que mencionaron nuestros colegas de, perdón que me estoy escuchando, ahora sí, que mencionaron nuestros colegas de Costa Rica acerca de cómo, perdón, me estaba escuchando en inglés y me confundo.
Sorry, I was confusing with the channel of English. And on terms of the limitations on the instructions for the antennas for Motus, they were all in English. I was thinking also the setting up and the installation and the activation of the tags for Motus project. I don't know whether there is anything and to think in the model that we've been using, because every year we keep forgetting how we connect the battery, how do we connect the solar panel, and it's just reinventing the wheel because we keep forgetting every year. But I don't know whether there's like a repository of videos that would make it a lot easier for people in the field, which different researchers can come up with their own videos, homemade videos on the antennas installation. In Latin America, not only we have 10 or 15 different variations of how to set up an antenna, maybe we have 3 or 4 in Colombia, but I think this part of the project can be multiplied in terms of, it's actually a lot easier than reading the instructions, whether in English or in Spanish. And we can also do the tag deployment. And also for those of us who have data analysis experience, and I've done that with the codes that I've shared with some of the colleagues in Colombia, it's to add the notes in Spanish for the data analysis and understanding what each line of code is doing and sharing those codes with the audience, with the public in general. And I don't know if that's being done already, but that would be an excellent way to increase the capacity in an easy and quick way and unexpensive way to do it.
Thank you, Ana.
Totalmente, Ana. Perdón. Totalmente, Ana. Nosotros teníamos pensado.
I agree with you, Ana. Yes, we are thinking that one very effective way to generate quick learning lessons, it's to make short videos, to come up with short videos about assembling different parts of the process of the setting up of the transmitter activation. Well, this is part of the plan, and it would be awesome if we could, for the data analysis right here in Latin America, except for Colombia, we're still in baby steps when it comes to data analysis. And I think this also comes for North America. I personally have never set up or installed an antenna for Motus in North America. But if you send me to Colombia, I would be happy to do it with a horse antenna. But in Latin America, in North America, I wouldn't know how to do it. But it would be awesome to understand the different ways and different methods that our colleagues are using in different conditions, in towers and buildings, and etc. I think it would be a very good reference to build, to establish in this terms.
Yeah, and I know some people have been making videos on how to install them. As far as I know, they've all been in English. Can somebody speak on that that's on this call? I know, William, you've been doing some. Matt's not here, so he can't speak on that, but if William's here, maybe you could say something. And Amy, I don't know if you've done any.
I have not made videos in Spanish, unfortunately. However, I know Julian is interested in compiling a English-Spanish manual with links to various videos. And I know Matt and BCR were working on 1 or 2 videos, and I don't know if they're doing a Spanish translation or caption, but that's a really good idea.
Okay.
Mary, listening to this conversation,
Yeah, it helps the translator. Sorry.
Well, I'm listening to this conversation, and people like William and Pat, who are sort of regular practitioners, have the expertise, but recently gotten into the Motus game in California. These sorts of resources in English would have been very helpful, and still would be. So, you know, perhaps as they're being developed, if folks in south of our border are creating videos, if they can be made in English as well, and we can collaborate and any videos up here being made in English and Spanish, it would be useful for everybody. We're still struggling to get people trained every year, as Anna said, to find people who are capable of doing the work. As we purchase, 40, 50 stations and want to get them up, having people who have with the experience and the expertise will be the difference of taking 6 months versus taking 2 years. That's a huge amount of time for birds to be flying around the Pacific Flyway and either detecting them or not. So,
Yes, I agree. And also, there is one thing we should say is how you can get access to these videos that have already been created. Is it, William, is it on the Motus YouTube channel? Is that where it is?
Yes, that is correct. And I know at some point Stu wanted to absorb various channels all to be under the Motus website, or, try to make that a little more streamlined. But at this point, BCR created a Motus YouTube channel, and we've been posting in the West all the channels there, all the videos there.
Okay, thanks, William.
Quiero decir algo para el traductor. El traductor, hay mucho ruido atrás. Ahí, no sé si puedas disminuir el sonido alrededor de ti.
There's a lot of background noise in the translation.
Yes.
Sí, voy a tratar de reducirlo. Hay una forma de hacerlo en... There's...
Okay, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions, comments, suggestions, ideas? Well, one of the, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, are there any plans for training workshop like the one that BCR is planning in December? I think that it was mentioned, and I was wondering if others in Mexico, others in Mexico, or thinking about one, or in Central America. Maybe not.
Like to plan, are you asking if I want to plan to have more Motus station?
No, like if we're thinking, if they've been having conversations about another training workshop in Motus.
So it sounds like we need to start trying to work on that and try to get some more workshops in Central America and in Mexico to get to, get more, build that capacity for more people to build the stations and learn about Motus, and then tagging as well, probably be really helpful, I would say.
Steve Albert is asking if there is a link to a Central American Motus working group, or that's the best way to engage.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Nick Bailey and Ernesto and Paz are running that.
Yes, and for the moment, it's not a open working group. It was just a coordinating, basically setting the grounds. So there's no access, let's say it's not a completely public group yet, just because we're sort of in really early stages there.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Ernesto. So one of the ideas that I've mentioned a few times, and so I'm reaching out to people if they know of anyone or have friends of friends that can think of maybe some a business in Mexico, Costa Rica, or maybe Colombia, and or all of them, that might be able to start building some of or working with CTT maybe, or using open source, start building sensor stations in Latin America, because that's one of the hardest things to get there. And so I would encourage people to maybe start working on finding, maybe suggesting some businesses that could potentially build them, and maybe some of the partners in the Partners in Flight Western Working Group can help build some materials to encourage those companies to actually build the stations, show them that they would get enough business to make it worth their while.
Are the costs of moving between Latin American countries more affordable? That's import prices that from the US.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. So maybe someone from Central America would know, is it any better coming from Mexico than the US?
At least in the case of Costa Rica, I don't think so. Any new equipment coming into the country is going to be taxed, as is, basically. So we have been trying to find importers of antennas, and especially, which is the most, let's say, the bulkiest, most difficult thing to bring down. But so far, we've just been muling.
Mary, has anybody contacted Lotec or CTT to see if they would be interested in doing like a wholesale distribution to a foreign entity? That may be an easier way where they still get all the revenue, but it makes it easier to get the information or the equipment across borders.
Not sure. First, I want to check if the translator heard that okay.
I was also going to add, Lotec and CTT doesn't sell the antennas.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure. You might want to come up here and repeat the question just in case.
I was just wondering if anybody has contacted the companies here in the US and Canada to see if they would be willing to have some sort of distribution agreement with another organization or company over across borders to make that easier, so they still get the same revenue, but it might be easier for that company to actually export it through.
Well, I don't know, maybe I'm not understanding the question exactly, but it's more a matter of taxing. So, I don't think it's so much directly related with the companies. So it's more a matter of the government in the country.
So it's not actually getting it across borders, it's the cost of it.
Well, it is getting it into the country is where you have the government taxing new equipment, basically. So whether, even if the companies in the US that are making the antennas have an agreement with a local company here, you're still going to be paying all the importation taxes, which, I mean, one way around that is getting more funds, of course, but it's going to raise the cost per station, because some of these quotes that we have tried to get as far as antennas go, it gets up to 50 or 75% the original cost, just taxes.
Yeah. So I guess for antennas, if you could find a Costa Rican company that can make them, that might be the best bet. And I think,
He answered my question. I was gonna ask how expensive it was, how much more are we looking at?
okay, great. And Ana?
Quería mencionar algo que nos ha funcionado.
Something that has worked in Colombia, whenever I have sent tags or antennas from Canada, I typically won't send as an import item or as something brand new that is going to stay there, but there's an option where you can select in the format that this equipment will return to North America after being used. So for that, you don't actually need an export. And in the tags, the birds will bring them back for you. In the case of antennas, the antennas will be just under the concept of a loan from a government or some organization, and that eventually the equipment is they're gonna return to the point of origin. But we can look for the small print letters on the conditions and agreements for each country legislature, and understanding how necessary is really to go through the importing process, especially for those equipments that are moving from one country to another and would eventually come back to the point of origin.
Es una posibilidad, Ana, de lo que...
That's a good possibility, Anna, as we have learned, and we've been trying to find out, to learn more about that. But customs, they're on the government side, obviously, so they won't just buy your story just like that. They know that most of these units won't come back. So it's more about having the malice or the streetwise, the streetwism as to learning if we can get this equipment at a local level, or finding out who's going to mule that for you. Unless it's a very large project. And in a lot of these cases, also the cost of air transportation would be a lot less than the shipping process. So we would have to assess or evaluate if there's someone would be happy to bring or to transport the equipment to work with North America collaborators I volunteer. I raise my hand in case you guys need someone to be the mule of it. Thank you. That's great. That's awesome.
Great. Let's see, and Jay Chu.
Yeah. Hey, this is Jim Chu again. I haven't quite figured out how to change my name on this thing. So, but yeah. So one thing that we've done in the past is we've shipped stuff because we're the U.S. government. We sometimes have colleagues that work in the embassies in country. So we're able to ship stuff APO and it doesn't go through the immigration system. And so, we've shipped stuff before, not anything as large as Motus, but I'm not sure if there's a weight restriction. I don't think there is. I just think we have to ship it to an address in Washington, D.C., and it gets shipped to the site. And then we make arrangements with our partners to pick up the goods at the embassy. So that's also an option is we can probably do this in some instances where we're working on projects. And I'm sure our colleagues at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service probably have that ability as well, and other government agencies, once you establish that relationship.
That's a good idea. Thanks, Jim. Anyone else?
Yeah, this is David LaPuma with Cellular Tracking Technologies. I just wanted to chime in. I really like what Jim just said, because I think we always run into this issue in these meetings where we're trying to get stuff down to Central and South America, and once it hits that importation, those customs, the fees just get astronomical. So we've talked about lots of ways that we've been able to circumvent that, but I think a good official channel, especially for the things that are expensive and light, like the components that go into the station. The sensor station board is about the size of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and weighs, less than a pound. So it is very small and light. The really heavy stuff like batteries, solar panels, tower equipment, like that stuff can usually be found in country, and then you wouldn't have to worry about that. But so I think if we can get some good kind of connects to create some avenues for getting this stuff down there, that would really expedite a lot of the development. And on our, I know the question was brought up, can we find a wholesaler? We have typically not worked with intermediaries. We usually sell directly to the people that are using the equipment. There's a lot of reasons to do that. We have made exceptions in some cases, but the reality is that as I think it was Ernesto pointed out, no matter where, eventually it's going to hit that customs, and then the cost is going to go up. So if there's anything we can do to help kind of alleviate that, we're happy to do it. I think we need to have a good international conduit that makes sense, kind of like Jim mentioned.
Great, thanks, David. And Eric said that William had sent him 12 antennas from a company in Ontario, and they arrived within a week, and they had to pay $100 US dollars in customs, and so that was from US to, or actually Ontario, I'm assuming that's Canada, to Mexico. And so he was asking William how much he had to pay for that.
I could get back to you on that. I don't know off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay, that is fine. Any other questions?
I guess I'll just throw, this is David LaPuma again. I'll throw out one more thing. I see some comments on there about building your own antennas, and it looks like Ian Souza Cole actually did that, which is awesome. The only consideration there, and obviously, there are some cases where building your own antennas totally makes sense, because it's the difference in actually having a station and not having a station. But we talked a lot about like calibration and looking at detection distances and that kind of stuff. And when the more variability you add into that mix, the more uncertain you're going to be about how you compare between stations. And when we start talking about a fully networked system, that becomes even more important. But being able to make do in a situation also, it has a great justification.
Yeah, and David also mentioned that Juliana's has been working to find local providers for antennas, and we started a spreadsheet, I think it was maybe a year and a half or maybe even more ago, for suppliers of Motus supplies and in the various countries. It's way out of date, I suspect by now, but maybe I think if people could revisit that had provided information, and maybe others that haven't, if you found local suppliers for things like antennas and other parts, if you could fill out that spreadsheet. It's in the Partners in Flight Western Working Group Motus Google Drive, and I'll send out a link to that Google Drive to the people that are on this meeting. I'll send it out, or maybe I'll just send it out on to this meeting, and I'll make sure that people can get access to our Motus Google Drive folder, so they can get that information, and then others can add to it. That would be probably good. It's a good incentive to update that spreadsheet. Any other questions, comments? Yeah, there's a comment about how the information is really fragmented in the different groups. And Stu, from my understanding, Stu is trying to consolidate a lot of this information into Bird Studies Canada, the main Motus website. But trying to do the overall forum for everybody, it really takes a lot of time, and you have to have someone dedicated to it. And I think probably the Motus website is probably the best place to do that. And I believe they're working on updating that website as well. Does anybody from Bird Studies Canada have any input on that?
I think I might be the Birds Canada person on the call, and yes, we are working on overhauling the Motus website. I don't have a specific date that will be released. We're not quite at that stage yet, but there is going to be a big overhaul of all the Explore tools to view the data and that sort of thing. And yes, the website is not necessarily a forum where everybody can post and go back and forth on easily. So that's something that I know Stu would like the Motus Slack space to be kind of a centralized place, instead of having a bunch of different Slack workspaces that different groups are working in. So that's, and I don't know if there's a better forum option than that, but that's something I can bring up at our next Birds Canada Motus meeting as a priority. So I'll look into that.
Okay, and I'm not sure on Slack, can you actually post a spreadsheet that people can add to or not?
I'm no expert. I know you can link it to Google Drive somehow, but I haven't actually done that myself. But I don't think you can necessarily host a spreadsheet right in there, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, so we will still just link it to Google Drive off of that, I guess. Okay. And that's also a good point. Thorsten says the problem with Slack is it's not really conducive to long-term discussion threads, and that's true because I think after a certain time period, unless you pay extra money, those threads disappear.
Yeah, if anyone knows of a better hosting forum, then I can certainly bring that up. I just don't know of one off the top of my head that I'm thinking of right now, but I can look into it.
Yeah. Yeah, so it sounds like we just need to get a better suggestion on, you know, what type of forum, if we can do that. So we need people's help for that. Any other topics? Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started on the next one, and we can always return that in to this subject. But the Partners in Flight Western Working Group has a long tradition of having traveling road shows for various, getting information out for various subjects. I think there's been at least 2 different things, if I'm remembering correctly, is that right? Long-termers?
More than that.
More than that? Okay, so they've done that many times. And so what the concept is if you have something you want to teach people, or let's say train people in something like Motus, you have a group of people that'll dedicate a week or 2 and they'll travel to different places, and then people in those areas can get the training. And so it's a way to get a lot of people trained in a fairly short time period. And so I think Motus would be a great way, a great subject to use for traveling road shows. So you can have traveling road shows for Motus building workshops, data, learning to do data, or tagging. So there's several different topics we could have traveling road shows. So I think we need to, it would be really good to make this a project, and then we'd have to have a group of partners that could fundraise to make these happen. And then also, of course, the people that would actually do the training and be willing to take out the time to do it, but you know, they would be paid to do that with our fundraising. So I wanted to open that up and you know, discuss that and try to see if there's ways that we could get that done.
I have a clarifying question. What's your vision of what that might look like? Would that be a few months? Like, is it just open for general discussion? I'm just trying to envision what you mean by a roadshow.
Okay, yeah. So the roadshow, I mean, we have to fundraise for it, so
Sure.
it would not happen for, at bare minimum, 6 months, and more likely longer. You know, maybe not until next fall or something like that. It depends on how quickly you can get money together, and then having people with their, you know, that can do the trainings, getting a group of them together that they would do the travel and plan it out. So that's the time frame that I'm looking at, and that's how it would work. And so then it's also need. So then you have to decide where you're going to go and see which groups are most interested. And so maybe it's the groups, the places we would go to that could help put money in to pay for that.
I like Pat Lorch's suggestion. A big Motus branded school bus.
With a portable Motus station on it.
Right.
Well,
Great. Yeah, because I've never done the roadshow, so I don't really know the logistics behind them, so that's why.
I may be the only person in the room who was, maybe Jeff, you were on a road show or 2. They were, you know, the ones we've done in the past were a completely different subject. But they're just as Mary described, a group of people just figures out who needs to hear the information in a face-to-face format. And then you go to that location and you have already broadcasted that you will be doing this. And so those partners who are interested would join you in that location for a day of training And then you move to the next location where you've done the same thing. You've already set this up in advance. People know you're coming. And they're gonna come and attend to learn what it is you want to talk about. We did this pretty successfully with rolling out bird conservation plans under Partners in Flight and tools for conservation, making land management decisions using those bird conservation plans. And we rolled these out to Forest Service and BLM partners and tribal partners and state agency partners in different geographies in Oregon and Washington, and also did something similar in Idaho. And so it'd be that sort of a concept, it sounds like, but with Motus being the subject instead of this other thing. So my first question would be, what geographies are we interested in looking at? I mean, the Motus stations, the development of Motus has been incredible without this. I'm not saying we don't need it.
Right.
It's been just phenomenal in the last 2 years, as we've all seen. And so, are there specific locations that would really benefit from this sort of a thing? And then how do we export that and do this successfully internationally as well?
Yes, I was thinking internationally as well, for sure. And I think, Neil, you had your hand up a little.
I did. And I wasn't thinking international, so my comment does not apply to international. It seems to me that the primary type of information that requires in-person communication is the installing of these things,
Yes,
right? The learning how to do it, how to deploy a station. And rather than a roadshow, I'm wondering, there are hundreds of motor stations planned to be deployed in the next couple of years across the West. And what if the Western Working Group can serve as a venue for coordinating deployment schedules? And where if folks are willing to host folks to come and learn as they're out installing these things. The roadshow can be a traveling roadshow as the entity is installing these stations. And we could, offer to have people show up the day before for a brief rundown of the process and then show up in the morning and help.
I think it would be a hybrid version of something like that, because I know when Pat has had to, when you're installing your Motus station, sometimes you're in a tight timeline. So
Sure.
yeah, so that way you'd want to build it in. So yeah, that could be a way you could do the road show, is you have people that are going to be installing the towers, and you can turn a couple of those into workshops.
Right.
And so you get funding to help do those workshops, because you want to give them if you're teaching people how to build them, it should take several days.
Sure.
To do that, yeah. And
Not
so,
efficient, always have new people.
yeah, no, it could to make it take a lot longer when you do that. And so that could also be another way to fill in gaps that, when you do your strategic planning, think, we need a Motus station over here, so let's build one over there and have a road show, and then build that local capacity that can maintain it into the future. So that's another way you could look at it.
Sure.
I attended the Motus workshop that BCR organized in Arizona. It was like a week-long workshop, and it was really educational. I mean, I learned a lot, and I realized how much I was getting myself into. So, but I think a good portion of the information that was presented could be done online, although that's a lot more boring. But I think we can also be thinking about, the next training workshop, capturing it for video. Yeah. So that can be available online. I'm also thinking about, and of course we would have a conversation with BCR if they're planning a workshop in December in Mexico. That's going to be in Spanish. Can that be recorded? And if so, does that take, how much money would that take? I mean, I think that's sort of, to me, there's two things. One is kind of having a basic introduction to Motus, like the different sections. I think that can be done online on certain schedules, but then coordinating where is a deployment schedule where the partner is willing to kind of incorporate an educational, hands-on component as part of their, collaboration in the partnership.
Yeah, I could see that working. And so those people that have taught workshops, I'd like to get your input on this. I guess, yeah, Julian dropped out, so he had to leave, unfortunately. Is there somebody else that has taught a workshop that's still on?
I guess this is William Blake with MPG. I've been inviting local potential partners who are interested in joining the Motus network to come with crews. I think the biggest we had was maybe 5 people who came over during the install date that we were installing the station locally. So I've really enjoyed having folks come the final day of install. And frankly, anytime we install station in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, I would say there's about 4 to 8 people at each installation. That I guess is just an additional help. When there's folks who are interested, I try to stay in touch with them as a coordinator and let them know if I'm going to be putting an install somewhere. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
I was just gonna add for California, I've not been very engaged in installing these. My colleague Levi Souza has been leading the efforts for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Stations. And he's been a similar approach to William out of necessity, is looking for volunteers sort of locally to help.
Right.
Who then become trained. Perhaps a committee of this working group to go about it more systematically and identify who needs training. We've got the spreadsheet with the planned future Motus stations. We can evaluate who's planning to install stations in areas where there's a need. You know, and then lobby those individuals to conduct the training for us. Maybe with our guidance, with your guidance.
Yeah, and then also have people that really want the training to come to us and ask too. I mean,
Yeah, how do we do that part?
Yeah, so getting the word out, I would say, and I also think it is really important though. I mean, from my experience, you know, watching the stations being built, if you really want someone to come away where they can build it themselves, they have to be there for more than one day. For sure. And sometimes you need repetition. So you have to see more than one station being built as well, is what you need. And I think Eric had said something about that as well. So Eric, I'd like to get your input on that, because I think you had mentioned something like that, where you attended one of Julian's workshops, and then when you went back to build that, you needed, you know, to get a little extra help.
Yes, I was with Julian in Sinaloa. Sorry. Yeah, ready. Yeah, I was with Julian in this workshop in August last year, and spent almost 1 year between that time to my first installation here in the south of Mexico. So I'm considered the key for installation. The workshop need to be very close to the date of your installations, because you forget a lot of things in few months. So in my case, I consider the next installations for me after the next week installations. It could be before the spring migration. So I think the best is to be ready before the migrations.
Okay. Yeah, and that's helpful. And that's also points to the need for more videos, and I think the idea of recording, workshops is going to be really helpful, and I believe Julian has recorded some of his workshops, so we'll ask him where those recordings may be available.
I think Pat had a question.
Okay, Pat?
I was just gonna point out that some of the big install projects that are coming online are in areas where there's plenty of experienced people already. So it might be worth having the Western Working Group identify areas where there's a need and then try to focus on installs in those areas and maybe fundraise or do something to help add some of this value to those installation projects, because those are the ones that are most likely to serve people who are going to go into, central New Mexico or central Mexico or wherever the places where we want to see more Motus towers. They could come and watch me in California, but that's harder for them to get to than if it's down near the border or something like that. So maybe the key is to identify some particular installs that are near these areas with lots of need. And then with regard to the video, I would repeat what Mary said earlier. I can't do video on top of everything else I'm doing. So if somebody wants to come and do a video, that's great. But translation and videos and things like that are often well beyond what the people doing the installs can handle. So if the Western Working Group can think of ways to help with that, find a film school at one of the universities or something, that would be worthwhile, I think, because it's not going to happen if we have to just piece together, videos from our phones. So at least not at a level that's going to help anyone. So I think those are maybe things to think about.
William?
Yeah, I was going to add a few things. I think the videos are a great idea. I think if the folks on the other end have questions and comments, then it gets quite complicated. So like a recorded video of an entire install could be an idea. A workshop where people are online on the other side, that would require a team. The folks who are doing the install are typically pretty busy just handling the install at stake. But I have been asking the coordinators group what type of videos we need to publish, and I have been trying to publish 2 or 3 a year, and I am looking into crafting my budget and my proposal for next year. So I'm always looking for ways to help, and if that were an idea that people want to see published, a sort of time lapse or a video of the whole process in several parts. We do have a filming crew on the ranch that could film us. It definitely would not be translated, it would need to be a collaboration. But we could definitely integrate something like that. And along with the traveling show, if there are folks in the Intermountain West or the Northwest who want to have a workshop put together, and we need help with experienced people, now would actually be a good time for me to also budget those in. And then the third note is just I guess a personal plug, but I have been getting in the West a lot of calls for help, and also just basic questions as of where can I buy a Motus station, and that doesn't really exist. So I just started my own sort of company to try to just build out of Montana some Motus stations that would essentially be shipped and delivered, focusing on pop-up stations. And we're going to have one pilot with the McNary National Wildlife Refuge. We've worked with them in the past. They're interested in a second Motus station. And so we're going to try having that system where I deliver a Motus station and see if a crew there can handle just essentially deploying it in a couple hours. And if that's something of interest for folks who have the money, but not the expertise or potentially can pay the people with the expertise, I'd be happy to work one-on-one with folks who might be interested in, 10 Motus stations, but need them to be delivered.
Thank you, William. Megan?
Hi, everyone. Megan Filling from the University of Montana. I'm speaking strictly to tag deployment as far as training resources. And my brain works in the songbird world, so I'm kind of thinking a lot about that. But first, I know that the Western Bird Banding Association a couple weeks ago, they did a tagging training workshop at their conference and had resources available to everyone who attended that. So that could be shared. I wasn't there, but my coworker was there and brought some resources back. So that could be one thing we could share within this group. Second, there's an enormous effort that goes into training biologists and capacitating people, especially in Latin America, with bird banding. And so I'm just wondering if maybe rather than inventing a new roadshow for tagging training purposes, if we could potentially piggyback some tagging training on some of the bird banding workshops. Maybe there's an extra day at the end or something where we can get people out there to do an extra day just for tagging. So that's just an idea of using, because they're already going to be putting nets up and having, the permits in place and all that kind of stuff. So maybe that would make some of the logistical concerns a little bit easier.
Thanks for those ideas. Megan, any have comments? Okay.
I think Chrissy.
Yeah, I see Chrissy has a hand up. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Hi, Chrissy from Arizona Game and Fish. Megan, yes, this has actually been something that's been in discussion, and it was really a very welcomed workshop that I was lucky to be able to deliver at that Western Bird Banding Association meeting. And with that, with the discussions of, the Motus workshops, thanks for, bringing up this topic of, the need to, train banders on how to deploy these tags. So I've been talking with Danny Shuby over at IBP, and there is some early discussion of trying to add these workshops or to their trainings, additional days or additional trainings to put these tags on. And as Adam mentioned earlier today, we have also started discussions on how we can identify, the partners that can kind of fulfill this other part of the need with Motus and bringing, these workshops across the regions, both, on the Western and even in inland. So it might be important to definitely key in our partners, that or potential partners like Western Bird Banding Association and the Inland Bird Banding Association to help spread the word to researchers, since, the finger is on the pulse with, those folks on the ground doing the different kind of work at the different universities and other agencies. And, it was really a big surprise. I mean, I know we had a talk from Stuart last year about Motus on our virtual Western Bird Banding annual meeting. But, it was, again, when it was delivered, I did a little update for our Western initiative. And it was really surprising that a lot of people really weren't aware, even some people that have been doing research for years going, wow, there was a lot of information within that discussion of, what Motus is and the capabilities, that there wasn't the realization. So maybe definitely targeting some of, or working with our partners in these associations that have their finger on the, pulse to help kind of facilitate and help with this initiative to, get things moving.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, both Megan and Chrissy. Those are good points. And I just wanted to point out, though, if we do add them to a banding workshop, it'll need to be an advanced banding workshop, because there's no way you could teach someone to just band birds and then all of a sudden tag them too. That would not be a good combination. So
No, but there are, depending on target trapping, definitely, I mean, you could have somebody with like maybe just before that intermediate, like at least a familiarity with what banding is, to help them kind of develop that skill with the backpack application education portion within that training. But yeah, and also looking at maybe a bigger objective is recruiting people, and that might be a second step that we've discussed while doing this process of trying to get skilled banders with this education of or to be permitted or authorized on their permits with knowing how to put backpacks on, but also looking at a bigger picture of recruiting new people, because it does seem with the pandemic, and I know everybody's been impacted by this, trying to find skilled bird surveyors to people to band has been a little bit tough this last year.
yes, that's true. And we're getting close to time, but I want to circle back to Latin America and ask them about any ideas and, for tagging workshops. And we're going to look into maybe combining maybe a Mesoamerican meeting, having a Motus workshop there. But I wanted to give them an opportunity to talk, Anything for tagging? Adam.
I was just thinking, I'm wondering if there's a place that MOSI operators can play in this, that would somehow partner with MOSI with maybe some extra funding, so that, because there's a lot of cases where a lot of people are going to put up Motus stations and they maybe just have one question or they want to contribute, and they're not going to need to have an entire banding program or have a licensed bander. And so I think there might be ways that we can have MOSI operators kind of move from place to place to help fill in some of these gaps without having to get people to do it. And, oh, I see Steve has his hand up. So he could probably speak better than me to it.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. It's a great point, and all the MOSI operators I've talked to are very, very interested in it. And of course, in addition to the location, what you get is you get paired demographic information with the movement data. I'm working with Paz and Ernesto and a bunch of other folks to we're sync a grant right now to try to do that exactly, just to start to install Motus towers at MOSI stations. So yeah, it's a great point, and any MOSI folks that are out there that are interested, just shoot me an email.
Yeah, and that's going to be helpful. And I think one thing you want to make sure you build into the grant is also putting in the cost for the Motus station upkeep over a few years, because you don't want to build Motus stations and then there's no money to help them keep them running. So I think it's really important to make sure you build those costs in or help provide support for that. But I think that'd be awesome and a really good way to build some capacity.
I think one of the things, the different Motus working groups, like we're thinking about different things in Arizona, and training is one of those needs. So maybe identifying in those conversations, what are the training needs or capacity building needs in each of their working groups, in each of their local Motus groups. So then we can think about how we can start, as different partners work on proposals to do a Motus project, perhaps they can integrate some of those training needs as a potential, as a funding, as an objective.
Yeah.
So that I think that might be an efficient way to fund some of this training. And also this group can maybe be more, can be out kind of keep an eye on where's like the next banding workshop they might be planning in Mexico. You know, maybe that partner is interested in adding a Motus component to it. I just got a message from somebody in Jalisco. They're planning a banding training workshop, so they may be interested in, you know, either having a trainer be part of their training session, or, you know, those kinds of opportunities. I think definitely be aware of.
Those are good points. Okay, it looks like we have run out of time. Thank you, everyone. And thanks to all the great speakers that we had that gave talks today. And we'll keep in touch, and we'll be having another Motus session again in the spring. So if there are topics that you want to see, go ahead and you know, send me suggestions, or anyone that's in here for ideas, or any of the Western coordinators that you'd like to see in the next session. All right.
Thanks, Mary.
Great, thanks, Mary, and thanks, Paul, for the translation. That was great. And thanks to everyone that joined us virtually for the Motus session, especially to our Latin American partners that we definitely would like to continue to engage. And we're gonna break for lunch, and this is the end of our Motus session. And in the afternoon, we'll be switching gears and talking about RAWA and Recovering America's Act, and what that might mean for implementation and collaborations in future projects. We won't have translation for that, but anyone is welcome to join us for the afternoon session, of course. Thanks. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
Accent, but okay.
Sarah, we're not doing the translation for this session, so you can
Okay.
speak as you like.
Okay, está bien. Gracias. So first of all, what I'll do is just give y'all an overview of the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. So a little bit of review and the status of the act, what U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is doing in the planning stage. And anybody there who's with Fish and Wildlife Service can correct whatever I say. And then I'll also talk about who can do what and when to get this across the line. Challenges that we may face, and in particular, I'll talk about match. It's a 75% federal, 25% non-federal match. And then the impact it has and the support it has. So that'll be my scheme here. So just to give a little background, this particular act, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, was introduced in 2019. It's an amendment to the Pittman-Robertson Act. So it'll be a subchapter of the PR Act. You know, it'll be funding in addition to the current PR funds and DJ funds, Dingell-Johnson funds, that state agencies receive currently. As proposed now, it would provide $1.3 billion in dedicated funding annually to states and U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. And it also has a title for tribal funds. And so this is the amount of funding that was identified that it would cost to fully implement the state wildlife action plans. So this does focus on wildlife action plans. Again, if y'all have questions, just let me know. Some of the details within the act as it's written now, at least 15% of the funds that a state receives over a 5-year period need to be spent on federal or state listed species. So it states that these have to be spent on these state listed species. There's up to 15% of the funds over a 5-year period that can be spent on education and recreation projects. And this is great because our current funding, especially for non-game species that are funded by the State Wildlife Grant Program, those funds cannot be used on education or recreation projects. So this gives us some funding for those projects. So also within our state wildlife action plans, if a state includes plant species of greatest conservation need, then that state gets an additional 5% apportionment in funding. So many of our states are going through major revisions of the wildlife action plan right now. And some have already added plants to their wildlife action plan. But if at the time that RAWA is passed, if a state has plants in their plan, then they get an additional 5% apportioned to them. So another great thing about RAWA is that it allows us to have projects and spend funding on enforcement and invasive species management. Enforcement currently, I'll just say in our state, is funded by state funds only. And so we're limited in what our law enforcement officers can do to look into cases of wildlife trafficking or other unlawful acts towards non-game wildlife. I mean, they do that, but we would, in this case, be able to put funds especially towards a focus on non-game rules and statutes, which would be really great. As one example for in the Southeast is illegal trade and capture of birds for the pet trade. We have painted buntings, and that's one targeted species in the Southeast. And so this would allow us to put more funding towards law enforcement to avert those situations. Its status in Congress right now. So House Rule 2773 had 194 co-sponsors, and it passed in the House in June 2022. In the Senate, it passed out of their committee, and so it's in the Senate. It has 42 co-sponsors. And I just checked this morning during an earlier meeting, and that has not increased. So we need more co-sponsors in the Senate, and this is Senate 2372. So some of the recent actions and some needed actions, Senate Bill 2372 was proposed as an amendment to the recent continuing resolution, but it was removed kind of at the last minute. There was a lot of politicking going on, and amendments were all pretty much removed from the continuing resolution, and that included RAWA. So a lot of us were holding our breath, and then we're kind of disappointed at that last minute. So some new opportunities that are being pushed really hard is a standalone bill on the Senate floor. Secondly, an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act, or an amendment to the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. And finally, another option is a year-end omnibus bill, which would likely be introduced in mid-December. So all of these are viable options, and the Senate co-sponsors are working on each of these full force. So one of these may come through. Within the executive office or the Biden administration, they've already written an official letter saying that as soon as this is passed out of Congress, they're ready to sign the bill and make it into law. So we've got the support of the White House. Any
Hey, Sara.
questions?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Before you jump off this, this slide, of the 42 co-sponsors of the Senate bill 2372, what's the distribution across party lines?
It's a good question. It's about equal. There's a few more Democrats than Republicans, but it's fairly equal. I don't have the exact number, but that's been the first effort when we were really trying to get co-sponsors. We focused all energy on Republicans, and because we kind of knew most of the Democrats were supportive. And so we were able to get almost an equal support from Republicans and Democrats. So it's a really bipartisan bill.
So that's promising.
Yeah.
Then my next question is the new opportunities for getting this passed. Is that kind of a sequence in time of the opportunities, the standalone bill, and then potentially amendments to the NDAA and the USICA? Okay, and then the year-end so all those things may come up before the year-end omnibus bill in mid-December. That's okay.
Yeah, so it really depends which bill is being pushed forward the quickest. And from some inside intel I got before this meeting, is right now a lot of efforts going into the National Defense Authorization Act. So that may be the first one. And it has been requested to amend RAWA to that bill. So that's a real possibility.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely each one's being pursued, but it is a time thing, which one comes up first. I will say that year-end omnibus bill, it will likely be passed in mid-December. And that would be like the last option, because after that, everything kind of just falls apart and they go into a whole new Congress. And then we would start over from step one. So that would be pretty horrible.
I mean, not entirely. Not all of the sponsors are leaving office, right? You would still have this, but you would have to recruit some new co-sponsors because undoubtedly some of them are leaving office.
Yeah.
Or may leave office. That would be depending on the outcome of the election in November.
Yeah, it all depends on the outcome. Yeah, you wouldn't be starting from scratch, but you would have to start the process of getting it a new bill number to it and start over. But yeah.
And I may be jumping ahead, but I'm thinking of a past slide when you were talking about the different percentages of the potential monies that would need to be spent on endangered and threatened species, or either at the federal, state level, plants, et cetera. Is there any opportunity to spend potential monies with our international partners, south of the border, north of the border?
Yeah, definitely. We can, and that has been discussed. And so one of the big pushes within the wildlife action plans right now is to address landscape scale projects and also the full annual cycle conservation of migratory species. So it is completely possible to use these funds on projects that cross into our southern latitude.
Thing to bring up though, as a lot of states are either currently kind of doing a revision of their swap or looking at, not all states have the life cycle conservation incorporated. So how do we encourage states that don't have that to wrap that in, so we do have those opportunities to make sure that we're looking at birds that leave our borders and be able to send some of this money there. Yeah, thinking that a lot.
Great point. I'm not sure if everyone caught that. Do you want to mention?
And here, does that all the way?
So thinking about RAWA and, funding projects south of the border, for example, I know that Southern Wings has developed a model language that talks about full life cycle conservation. And I think some states have already used that language and inserted it into their swaps as they go through the revision process. So we're encouraging that, we're making that available to Southern Wings and to the technical committee of Southern Wings. And I think I've shared it with some folks, some of the states that asked for copies of that. I'm not sure if it's still in draft form, but the language is really there and it's available for any of the states that have an opportunity or would like to insert that language. For Arizona, in our last revision that we went through, we've inserted Southern Wings language there. And I think other states have also done that.
Did you guys just wrap yours up? Is that right? Did you just wrap up?
Yeah, we're in the process of wrapping up. Sorry, Sarah.
No, it's fine. In North Carolina, we have 2 Southern Wings projects, and we use Pittman Robertson funds for those projects, and we just contract with NGO. In one case, it's National Audubon, and then the other case, it's Selva. And so we just develop a contract with those NGOs, and then that funding is used on those projects.
And the other messaging too that we're as part of Southern Wings is that those projects have match available. They're part of the project is match, and so states that may be looking for match to RAWA or any other funding, those partners have that match already identified, and that's so it's kind of a ready-made projects per se with the match already part of that.
Didn't mean to take you off your slide presentation, but you did ask for if there are questions, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Apparently we have 3 hours, so.
Yeah, we got a lot of time. Did I say that? Yeah.
I was sitting here on the side answering questions from my chief, who's in a Atlantic Coast Joint Venture Board meeting, so multitasking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, if you need to step away, we can just talk among ourselves for a while.
No, it's all right. I told him I was in a meeting. So,
but I don't see any more questions in the room, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. Okay. So I'll move on. I guess one thing I want to emphasize with those last questions is that this funding from RAWA is pretty much the same as Pittman Robertson, because it's an amendment to Pittman Robertson. So it's not like brand new. It's the same methodology of use of funds as states have been doing for years now. So that's it's good. It's easier to start to use these funds. Okay. All right. So next I'll go into some of the differences between the House and Senate versions. The House version allocates the $1.3 billion in the first year. So if it were passed as the House version is written, then that money would immediately go to states and that 1.3 billion. They did not identify a pay for or offset, and these funds would come from the general fund. That was a real contention for a lot of Republicans who had supported the House version. When it came down to the vote, a lot of them bailed out and they did not vote for that version. But it did end up passing in the House. In the Senate version, the funding is ramped up over time. So there's a 4-year period where the amount of funding is increased over time until during that 4th fiscal year, the full amount would be allocated to states. And also a pay for or offset was identified. That is being kept close to the vest or whatever. We've not seen what that is. It's all those high up people who are talking about that, and they've not released the language yet. but they did say that anytime now they're going to, once they finish that textual language in the bill, they'll release it first to our state directors, and then we'll see what that is. So that was identified though, and that was a big contention with Republicans. So that's going to be really good. So the ramp up of funding is probably helpful also because it allows the agencies to get into using and getting their match for this funding.
We have a question in the room.
Okay. Okay.
I was just wondering if you could explain a little more what paid for means.
Yeah, it's one of those confusing legislative DC terms. So if you're giving all this money to this act, RAWA, where is it coming from? How are you going to pay for it? And so within the House version, it was just kind of a gray area. They didn't really state how they're going to pay for it or what is coming from the general fund. And they didn't say what, if they use this money for RAWA, what's not going to get funded. You know, they didn't have anything to offset it. And so that was contention in the House version. So the Senate version, they did identify where this funding is going to come from. And I don't know exactly what they landed on, but there are several ideas. One early idea, which was not pursued, was the taxes on energy leases on federal lands, like from oil and gas exploration or production. And so that did not get pursued further. But another one was the fines that are levied for environmental or non-compliance. And so that was one idea that was moved forward, but they weren't sure if that would continuously pay all what was needed for RAWA. So I don't think that they settled on that either as the only pay for. So what they finally decided on, I'm not totally sure. But hopefully that explains it a little bit better.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's kind of a big piece, right? How are we going to pay for this?
Yeah, but if if you look at that amount of money relative to like our defense budget, it's not, on the whole, it's not huge. And the benefits from it far outweigh the cost. Of course, we all know that, but
we always point to the Department of Defense budget as like the full extreme. Like, well, if you compare it to the cost of a fighter jet,
I know, really.
All right.
But so this is where Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but give you all a bit of update what Fish and Wildlife Service is doing in the planning and preparing stage. So they did finish the final draft of their apportionment table, and I sent that to Mike. You can distribute that to people here at the meeting if you want. So that final apportionment table is relative to the Senate bill, and it shows the amount of funding that would go to each state for each ramp up year until the final year. And so that's helpful to let states plan and know how much funding they might receive each of those years if the Senate bill passes. So they finished that. It also incorporates that 5% if states have plants in their wildlife action plan. Okay. Also, they identified staffing needs within the WISFR program. That's the Wildlife Sport Fish Restoration Program that administers PR and DJ and SWIG and other grant programs. So they've identified the staffing needs that they'll have to use to prepare for all the RAWA funding. The other ongoing work, they're drafting guidance documents for states. I think there are like 9 guidance documents, which would give guidance on some of those percentages I mentioned earlier, like what would qualify, what projects would qualify for the listed species work or law enforcement work and things like that. A joint task force has been put in place to guide policy development. So when RAWA passes, it does need to be listed in the Federal Register as a rule. And so there's a joint task force working on different policy portions. And then they will have to draft a NOFO, or notice of funding opportunity, in the application process for states. And so with all this planning in mind, if RAWA is passed, let's say they're already almost midway through October. So let's say it's passed in early November, then all this would have to start in this process. And it's that draft NOFO and the application process. And let's say they get applications for these grants from the states, and then they have to review those, and then the apportionment to the states. Well, likely states would first get funding at the beginning of the next federal fiscal year, October 1st, 2023. Some people are more optimistic and think it could get to states quicker than that, but there's a lot to do to get it to states, but we'll see. The other part of this is the reporting requirements. I know any of y'all who work for state agencies or have contracts know you have to give annual reports anyway, but a lot of the hesitancy in Congress to provide this funding was they weren't sure that states could actually use it, or they didn't know what states would do with this funding, even though congressional members preferred to give money to states than to somebody like Fish and Wildlife Service, Mike. Some of those congressional representatives really did not like Fish and Wildlife Service. If you watch that House, when they passed it in the House, there was some real ranting going on. But regardless,
I prefer not to hear that.
I know, but they want to see some, outcomes, and so they haven't decided whether they're going to have a 3-year or 5-year report on the outcomes. But that's in the Senate version underway. But basically what we will, as states, need to do is show short-term accomplishments with this funding to show it really can make a difference and we really can use it. So of course, we're going to work with partners, and so some of the immediate things we can do are land purchases, some restoration projects, whether it's in streams within forests or grasslands. We can do species augmentation projects. So thinking of things that would show a result, a tangible result in 3 to 5 years is going to be really important as we get going with these funds. Okay, so that's it. Have you heard anything else, Mike, about Fish and Wildlife Service planning?
No, I haven't. I'm not in the middle of this. I do want to point out for everybody just a few things. WSFR, Wildlife Sport, Fish and Restoration, is a whole entire division of the Fish and Wildlife Service, just like Migratory Birds is a division. And as Sara explained, these are my colleagues, and their job, there are WSFR employees in every region, each of the 8 regions, and in headquarters, and it's their job to distribute monies that come from various sources for wildlife conservation needs. And so this would bump up the amount of work that comes into WSFR to distribute those monies in the right way, according to federal laws and all the regulations they have to abide by. And so the staffing up part's key. Like in my region alone, they're looking at the need for an additional 3 people, I think, 2 to 3 people I've heard, maybe even more, just to address distributing these funds correctly through RAWA. So this is a big part of this. This planning is just being prepared. Like when this money hits, how do we get it out the door to the states? So thanks. This is actually more than I knew about, but I thought a little bit of background.
Are these your best friends in your office?
They are my best friends. It's kind of a cool job. I mean, giving money for conservation work, right? Yeah. Cool that's neat.
Oh, we have to do annual reports for like our state's Pittman Robertson funds. And now we have to do it in that tracks system. And now some poor person in Fish and Wildlife Service, Whisper, has to read all these things. It's a lot of work, but okay. So then this one I want to get into, who needs to act and how and when and whatnot. So basically, anyone who has an interest in natural resources should really push for this act, because it can go towards land conservation, stream restoration, species specific work, research. So anybody who's interested in natural resources should really support this act. And how can you do that right now? Of course, we're coming up to the midterm elections, but we do not want people in Congress to forget about this bill. So we want, phone calls, emails, letters. So you want to identify in your state, if your senators have supported this bill, and if they have, you want to send them like 1 million thank you notes and tell them, get this over the line. We need to get this voted on. And if your senators have not become a co-sponsor, then you need to write them and tell them how important it is and what it can do in your state. So anything that you can do, and it's not just you, like I, as a state agency member, I cannot lobby. So I can't tell a Senate or, House of Representative person to vote for this bill. So I can't do that. So I'm dependent on our partners to do that. And then you can use social media to keep RAWA front and center and to let people know what it is. So encouraging NGOs, professional societies, members of the public, your roommate, your sister, brother, whoever, to call and contact these Senate offices about RAWA. So if we could just flood them, they would just pass it to get us off their back. So this may or may not be the point where we want to flip over to those videos, but I do have some videos I sent that we could show.
Yeah, we can definitely do that now if this is the right time.
You want me to just stop sharing for now?
Sure. I've teed up the 5 or so things that Sarah sent me links.
You might have to make me stop sharing because I don't see my button.
Okay, share screen.
Oh, no, I can do it. I can stop share. Here you go. Okay.
Sweet. That did it.
Yeah.
Let me make sure that I've got these ready to go. It's not that screen, it's that one. Okay, I'll be sharing in a minute. Who should we do first?
Why don't you do Reiki James? He's really funny. You'll like that.
Reiki? Yeah.
All
right. Where's the share? There we go. Oh, I didn't share some. Oh, there we go. Thanks. You should be doing this.
Doing great.
Thanks. Mike's still great.
Oh boy,
Okay.
I love doing dog quiz. Oh, what is this? A bird alert? Oh, I gotta get to it. Let's see what we can see. Recover America's wildlife. What? There's no way. Fiscally responsible and common sense? I must be seeing things for sure. Let me clean these real quick. Bold and bipartisan? Whoa. $1.4 billion. That's a lot of money. You could save a lot of wildlife with that. This must be Recovering America's Wildlife Act. That's right. That's right. Recovering America's Wildlife Act? That's a rare bird.
You guys know Tyke James? Yeah, he works for, who's he work for now? Is it Audubon National?
He was with
It's not that.
Audubon, yeah.
He recently changed that like a week or two ago.
Oh, yeah, I'm not up on the latest, but the guy's super connected. Among the many things that he does, he's on boards of various groups, back east, he lives back east. I think he lives in DC. He does, an occasional or regular, walk on the Hill for members of Congress. He does a bird walks. He's been really active in bird conservation. The Blackbirders Week activities every year is central to getting that up and going and organizing that part of things. Extremely active on social media. He's got a huge following.
Yeah, he led the bird walk last Friday for congressional staff as prelude to State of the Birds release. So that was last Friday in DC. He led a walk. So that was pretty cool.
All right, which one do we want to see next?
Why don't you put up the next one? You can put the rabbi, because this is an example of somebody talking their rabbi into doing a video.
Let's see, rabbi. We'll pull up the rabbi.
Oh,
No, they didn't do it.
you might want to get it ready first. So you can go back to that.
Love Rabbi Fred.
And then now reshare.
Okay. There we go. I think I'm getting the hang of this.
I have hope for the flourishing of the human community, which is dependent on the flourishing of the animals and plants around us. Noah was onto something in early Genesis. He was the first endangered species activist. We can all do the same by supporting the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Contact your senators, make it real, be Noah.
Sweet.
So that's the example of talking your rabbi into giving this presentation. It can be super short, but always include that hashtag Recover Wildlife, and it'll link all these together. And I guess maybe one other, one kind of a different approach is by Lauren Farr.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, what are we showing actually? We're showing his.
I wonder if you can click on it, because it's on Insta.
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
Yeah. So if you, Lauren is a PhD student at NC State working on red cockaded woodpeckers.
Okay. It's gonna be a sec here. Appreciate it. Love the love.
I have hope for the future of wildlife, with my absolute favorite being the federally endangered red cockaded woodpecker in the longleaf pine ecosystem. I am here to let you know that Recovering America's Wildlife Act is nearing the finish line. It would provide $1.4 billion a year to states and tribes to prevent wildlife from becoming endangered in every corner of the country. It has support from Democrats and Republicans, and it just passed the House of Representatives because people who care about wildlife and endangered species like me and you stood up and took action. Now it has to pass the Senate. So I am here to tell you that we are still needed. Please follow the link in my bio to urge your senator to vote on and pass Recovering America's Wildlife Act.
Yeah, so hers used closed captioning to get all the information across. And, you know, she didn't herself show herself speaking, but she put together a bunch of videos that really told a good story. So,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So those are just some examples of what everyone can do. And I think I forwarded to you, Mike, some of those scripts that people can use.
Yeah.
And if, yeah, so you can use those as your base script and then just put together a video. So, anybody can do that and really get the word out. We don't want anybody to forget about recovering the world, America's Wildlife Act. So let me
Yeah,
see.
so I can read those out through the Western Working Group. Actually, listserv probably would be the best. And we did have a question with John.
I apologize if you mentioned this. Do we have any timing of when it's expected to go to the floor in the Senate?
Yeah, we don't know when it would go to the floor as a separate bill. They're kind of tracking whether one of those other bills would get to the floor first, and then they could amend RAWA to it. And I think the one that's moving the quickest is that National Defense Authorization Act.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Being someone who doesn't use social media a lot, I'm curious how, are these approaches effective to getting senators' votes? Because this is an effective way of reaching senators? I imagine it probably is, and I'm just ignorant, but I'm curious if you have any, if you've heard from senators that, you know, that they've seen that pouring of information through social media and direct calls to their offices and that sort of thing. Is that on their radar?
Did you catch that, Sarah?
Yeah, whether social media is a great way to interact or contact or get the attention of congressional members. It may not be getting their attention immediately, but what you're doing in these videos is giving information about the act, using those captions you can give, and like Tyke did, also telling the number, Senate bill number. And it can, I'm not great on any of these social media things like Twitter and whatnot, but you can also within comments provide links to figure out how best to contact your congressman or woman. And that's what you're trying to do with these, is get people in the public to contact the representative. You're not, the purpose of these is not to get the representative to see them, although they might, and their staffers might. There may be some hashtag or a way to link it to their social media, because a lot of these congressional members have Facebook accounts and Twitter and stuff like that. So you might be able to do a hashtag and link it there. That might be one thing, but primarily it's to get the public and others who are in your little circle to Congress or contact their Senate representatives.
And the one website, and that I'm trying to find right now, makes it really easy. So if you can link to the website, the Recover America's Wildlife Act, I forget which one it is, then it's like, what state do you live in? Here's the letter sent.
It's National Wildlife Federation.
Is that the one?
I think they have a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a good one. Mm-hmm.
And again, I think the staffers are key. I mean, that's the staffers use social media a lot, and they're young.
Yeah.
And that's what
They're looking for trends. I mean,
Yeah.
if you, I don't know if Tyke James would be considered an influencer, but I mean, he's definitely out, his name's out there. He's all across social media for his group of, you know, folks that follow him.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
And every staffer has a natural resource person usually, or every congressman has a natural resource person who you can get their hashtag or their.
Yeah.
What was the hashtag that Sarah shared?
It's Recover Wildlife. So just hashtag Recover Wildlife.
Thank you.
And we do have a question.
Yeah, you can see it on the screen, I think, right there, or the chat.
Oh, it's in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Hero Walker asked, are all RAWA funds going to go through the states, or will there be a process for nonprofits to apply directly? Not sure to whom, or the funds. Parentheses, I had heard that this was being considered.
Yeah, it's a good question. And in the House debate they had over RAWA, it was one of the amendments to that bill that somebody proposed was to have a means of these funds going to NGOs. And that amendment did not pass. And some of the people who spoke up against it didn't, because they didn't know how to sort through all the NGOs, and they didn't want some of their disliked NGOs to get some of this funding. So won't name any names, but there's some that the congressman mentioned by name. They didn't want to get any of the funds. So anyway, that didn't pass, but you know, working closely with the state agencies, I'll use our agency as an example. We contract frequently with many NGOs, like Audubon, for example, or Ducks Unlimited or TNC. And so we can use these funds through contracts with NGOs to get various kinds of work done.
Yeah. In fact, we can talk. I think that the part of the discussion part of this, which follows Neil's talk, we can talk about those projects, which undoubtedly will involve a lot of investment with our NGO partners. State agencies don't have capacity to really do this all by themselves, as federal agencies don't either. And so, yeah, it's going to be a lot about contracts developed with NGO partners, get work done on the ground. Expect. Kira, it's good to have you on the call. Glad you're here.
Yeah, let me share this screen again. I can see which one it is. Okay.
Notice the logo.
Okay. Yes, so anyway, there's a lot that we can do to try to get everyone to understand what this is, and then get as many people as we can to contact our Senate offices and the staffers, and get this really on the forefront. Let's see. So next, I was going to give an example of some of the stuff that we've done in our agency. And just as an example, and I'm sure a lot of the other agencies are doing similar things, just to get ready for RAWA and also to inform people about it. So we developed a website, and this is on our main website. So it's a page off of that. And then it tells, you know, what RAWA is and what is it, how does it benefit North Carolina? How will it affect wildlife action plan? So we give as much information as we can on a website. That's one thing we've developed. We've put together a strategic plan for use of RAWA funds. So we're trying to inform, again, to alleviate those questions that Congressman had about, can y'all really use this funding, or how would you use it? We put together this plan so we could easily, you know, articulate how we would use these funds and what it would benefit. We also put together a bunch of one-pagers, and these are super great to hand to congressional offices and staffers, but also partners. So they're a real synopsis of everything about recovering America's Wildlife Act and everything that we could do with these funds. We have about 180 partners that we work with regularly. So we've been sending out emails to these partners about monthly to just talk about different portions of RAWA and what it could help us do. And so like focusing on native plant species, and we have a lot of insect projects and invasive species management. So we're trying to let our partners know what we can do with RAWA funds just to keep them informed and keep them engaged. We've put together spreadsheets of projects that we have ongoing so that we can offer field trips and site visits to congressional members and staffers. And so we know when these different activities are happening, and we offer field trips and stuff to staffers. And it's really great when we can get them out in the field and showing them what projects we have underway. And that lets us see, you know, and show them some of our successes, but also some of the gaps that we have that RAWA could fill. So getting, you know, a whole list of projects that you can show staffers is really great. We put out quarterly reports of all the work that we're doing. so that we can share that not only with our own commissioners and partners, but with congressional offices. So just again, showing them what we as an agency are doing. We get on social media and we use that hashtag recover wildlife. And so we try to amplify messages that are coming out of AFWA or National Wildlife Federation. So just again, using social media. We've created some videos, and as we were talking about all these personal videos and all this really are the best way to really capture people. So we have YouTube videos. These can be put on Twitter and Facebook and use that hashtag recover wildlife so it gets amplified. But we also get questioned whether we're actually ready for all these funds to come in. So we've worked through some of these preparedness type exercises. We would need our agency using that 25% match. We would need about $8 million annually in match. And that's a lot of money. So we've identified several sources that can be used as match. So anything that's non-federal is match. So state funds that may be allocated to our agency from the legislature, license fees, and some other state funds. We also already receive donations from the public at tax checkoff programs. We have sales of specialized license plates. We also have endowment funds, so those could all be used. You can use volunteer hours and mileage because those can be monetized. Right now, we're in the midst of our bird atlas, and we've already accumulated over a couple 100,000 hours and miles from these volunteers. And so we use this program as an app called Track It Forward, where your volunteer can just enter the number of hours they put in and the mileage, and then it goes to a database that we manage to convert those to funds that are used as match. And we also can use some federal funds as match. So nothing from DOI or USDA, but we can use DOD and Department of Commerce, which would be NOAA or NIMS, USAID. So funds that are from those federal agencies can be used as match. And we do a lot with DOD, so that would really help us out. As a coastal state, we do a lot with NOAA. So that will help also any coastal states. Partners match, we're talking about NGOs, but also universities we work with. We contract and they waive indirect fees, and there may be some other things that they waive that can all be used as match. We work with a lot of other state agencies. For example, we just did over $75,000 project with North Carolina DOT for a road crossing project. And if we had RAWA, we could match that and be twice as large of a project. So any of those other state agency funds can be used as match as long as they're all state funds. And that we were mentioning earlier, NGO contributions can be used as match. You can also use the value of land contributions to a state agency as match. So our agency gets contributions of land, again, relative to our wildlife action plan from NGOs, maybe land trusts, Nature Conservancy, and others. Private landowners donate land to the agency, and then we have certain philanthropists in the state that donate land. So that value of land contribution that contributes to our wildlife action plan goals can be used as match. So we're going through all these possible avenues and figuring out how we could meet this match. And we don't think that we're going to have a problem, especially if we're using the Senate version, which ramps up the funding. We can grow these match opportunities. Are there any questions about this and some other challenges that agencies might face?
Sarah, this is Edwin. I just want to comment that I didn't realize DOD or USAID money was also available as match. I can see some potential projects in Latin America that would, USAID projects that could be used as match.
There's a question in the chat from Tiffany Shepherd. How do we find out which senators are currently sponsoring or supporting RAWA? I couldn't easily find this info when I did a quick Google search.
Yeah, I can forward the recent list that we got from AFWA. You might be able to go to the AFWA site. There's Alliance for American Wildlife, which is AFWA Alliance. So that might find it also, but I can send that to y'all if y'all aren't able to find that.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a chance, you could plop that URL in the chat, or someone else could who's connected. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I was going to give an example of what this funding would do for our agency in North Carolina. So currently, our agency receives about $37 million from federal aid funds. And the green portion is the funding we receive from wildlife restoration or the Pittman-Robertson funding. And in our state, we use Pittman-Robertson funding for all bird and mammal work as far as land on our wildlife game lands or managed state agency lands. So that goes towards all those programs. The red is what we get from our state wildlife grant. So that's the state and tribal wildlife grant program that funds non-game work. In our state, we use that for aquatic wildlife diversity and our herpetofauna work. So we have about $1.4 million currently for those programs. The blue is a DJ or sport for restoration. Yellow is the boating safety. And then the gray is other, like Section 6 funds and some other funds. So if we get RAWA funding, that would change to about $62 million from federal aid funds as an addition. So everything remaining the same, but we would get, and this is in the total apportionment, $26 million. And that we could use on our herpetofauna, aquatic wildlife diversity, and we could use it on all of our non-game mammal and bird work and all the land associated work. Then this PR funds could all go straight to all the hunted and trapped species and our game lands, all those kinds of programs. So they get a huge raise, and we get an enormous raise from 1.4 to 26 million. So that's what would affect our agency. When you look at it that way, it's a huge difference. So, and then one other thing I wanted to point out is that there are a couple polls that were put out really recently, and these results are just from September 16th and 19th. So this was from Data for Progress, and they polled people to see if they would support Recovering America's Wildlife Act. And they overwhelmingly support the act. And this was out in a couple of news articles and everything. I think NPR had a special about these results. So overall, it's like 86% support, either strongly or somewhat, but supporting RAWA. If you look at the Democrats, is 59 and 33%, Independent 47 and 38, and then Republican was 31 and 52. So overwhelmingly, regardless of political affiliation, people support this act. And that's why it would be a great one to push as a bipartisan bill. And then in the end, we really need to pass this so we can help our critters in the landscape.
You can hear Sarah's passion. She's devoted a lot of time and energy in this, obviously. And I think all the stuff that North Carolina has done in their state to prep for this and to let others know about it, pretty incredible. All the the one pagers you developed, the websites you developed. I think I don't know how many other states have actually done that. But you guys, I think, probably stand out here. So hats off to the work you've done, Sarah, to get all that off the ground.
Yeah, well, stop sharing unless anybody wants to reference back to any of the slides.
Okay,
Anybody
and we
have
got
any
a question.
questions?
Yeah, we got a hand raised here with John.
Believe it or not. Hey, Sarah.
Hey.
Hopefully someday you'll actually be here in person at the Klamath
Yeah.
Patrol headquarters.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. So my question for you is, can you tell us your vision or your kind of take on the Partners in Play vision around conservation delivery specialists and how they'll be essential in helping states get this stuff off the ground?
Yeah, sure. Let me quit sharing this. Yeah, so one of the other big projects that we've been working on, which seems like forever, but again, I was just telling Sean Seville today, for some reason, I'm some kind of weird optimist that doesn't give up. But we know that we need to do conservation and research work for migratory birds at a full annual cycle scale, so landscape scale. And we know that involves multiple states, US states and other countries as well. And so within the Wildlife Action Plan modifications that are ongoing right now, we're trying to incorporate landscape scale concepts and ideas. But with birds, it really also means across state boundaries. So we also know that even with RAWA funds coming in, state staff are really just overburdened. There's a lot that we want to do on the ground. There's a lot of administrative stuff. But when it comes to these larger grants that need to coordinate several states, and each state may be doing a different portion of the large scale project, it takes a lot of time and effort. And so we've been pushing to get staff involved. We're calling that conservation delivery specialist, who can assist with those needs and fill that gap so that states can implement these larger scale projects and it can be coordinated efficiently. And so I've been pushing it through different avenues, and what has stuck is within the flyway. So I'm in the Atlantic flyway, and we've been talking about this, and then finally we put forward a recommendation during our last meetings to council to support this idea and to support our fully fleshing it out with the position description and the funding and where the person would be housed and what projects they would help with. And so that was approved by council. So now from our summer meetings until our winter meetings, we'll be fleshing out that whole concept. And so we, in that flyway, already have identified some of our larger scale projects. And one is one that y'all will be familiar with too in the Pacific Flyway, is doing colonial waterbird surveys at the whole flyway scale. And also more specifically, the double-crested cormorant surveys that need to be done so we can get that population take level model filled out for Fish and Wildlife Service and the regulatory part of double-crested cormorant management. So that process in the Atlantic Flyway has been well underway, and our council actually asked us to have this person in place so they could help coordinate that work. Secondly, within our Landberg committee in the Flyway, we've identified the need to do more work on insectivores. And so within that committee, we're fleshing out more projects that states could get involved with to benefit insectivores, whether it's research or on the ground work or whatnot. And we want this conservation delivery specialist to help us pull those off as well. So, and I know, John, you all have a person in place to help with project that y'all have underway too. Is that right?
Is correct.
Mhm.
Yes. And this one, we're more focused on, we went on a field trip yesterday to talk about that, on taking advantage of federal bipartisan infrastructure monies right now and other opportunities built around multi-partner, private and public conservation opportunities, specifically in oak woodlands. And with a JV. One question around that, is it okay if I do a follow-up, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm curious because things, you know, with our work with you all, Colonial Waterbirds seem a little different than the way the Pacific Flyway works. And I'm wondering, in the way you all take proposals, and you've involved us in this to your council, and it's funded, and I don't know if it's always funded through the Wildlife Management Institute, but that's where the AKN stuff has come from. How does those dollars that are at the discretion of the Flyway Council, how are those generated in the Atlantic Flyway?
Yeah, so within the Atlantic Flyway, we've had several multi-state projects. Most of them are in the game section. So they've been funding woodcock study, they've funded black duck work, they've funded white goose work, Canada goose banding. So there's a lot of examples within the game section where states have contributed funds to a multi-state project. So part of that process is determining first which states want to be involved and to what extent they can be involved, because in the Flyway, of course, states are of different sizes and they may or may not be interested, let's say in woodcocks or something. But if they are, then they agree to the amount contributed towards the project. And then those funds, in this case, are given to Wildlife Management Institute, and the Wildlife Management Institute administers those funds. And they have contracted with universities or NGOs to do that work. So that's the method of those multi-state projects currently. So when we look into this conservation delivery specialist, we're going to be considering the Wildlife Management Institute to administer the funds, but it could be a model where we use, for another example, American Bird Conservancy, because within the Appalachian Mountain Joint Venture, multiple states are already contributing to the American Bird Conservancy to fund a position, and that person in that position is doing on the ground habitat work within the Appalachian Mountain Joint Venture. And so there's a model within that joint venture as well. So we're going to look at all those possibilities and where the person should be housed. Frequently it's at a university, but it could be at an agency or with an NGO. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you very much. We do have another presentation. I'm looking around the room. I know it's 5 o'clock your time, 5:15 almost, Sarah. And I'm going to suggest, actually, first we give Sarah a round of applause for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
very much.
really bringing us up to date and up to speed on where this sits and giving us all hope and an opportunity, lots of opportunity to actually how to move forward on this and make a difference. Because this is huge, folks. This is like friggin' enormous dollars. This is how the Fish and Wildlife Service never sees for bird conservation, right? You got my sad story early in the day. This makes us look like, you know, we'll be holding out our hands. So we look forward to this passing, and in a huge way. As I said, this is at least 15 years in the making under various guises and iterations. And this is where we stand now with the best chance ever of getting this through. A lot of dollars, a lot of opportunity for bird conservation, not only here, but internationally. So super excited about this. And Sarah has been working a lot on getting this to the place that it is. So applause for that too. I think that's where they're going to run out.
Thanks.
Just for keeping everybody up informed and up to speed.
No, that was great.
I'm gonna suggest we take a little break. Stand up, take a breather, go outside, get a soda, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna have Neil's presentation. Sarah, you are welcome to continue with us. Or go have dinner and have the rest of your evening off. It's your choice. We'd love to have you join us, but of course, we know, you're in 3 hours difference for us. And then
Thank
after Neil, thank you. And then after Neil presents, we'll do a little discussion about opportunities in the West that might come up if RAWA is passed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. All right.
Hey, we're ready?
Yeah, we're unmuted, we're uncloaked. We are now being recorded. Well, not really. Yeah, we're being recorded the whole time. That's great. So as I said before our break, you guys all sugar up. Everyone get some sweets because there's a whole bag of chocolate in the back. I'm sure you all. So yeah, hopefully you guys at home took a break, got some chocolate. Our next speaker is Neil Clipperton, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Right? California
Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Department of Fish and Wildlife. Sorry, I got confused. I've been at this a long time and they changed their name about 5 years ago. I'm still tripping over it. To give us a presentation on Pacific Flyway projects and needs and opportunities and how they, Neil, I'm not gonna step into your talk. You just
take over?
Take over, brother.
Okay. Okay, I think I got my screen to share appropriately. I'm actually here in the room, talking to the back of heads, sitting in the back of the room. This will feel more natural to those of you who are participating virtually. My name is Neil Clipperton. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as Mike said. I'm here on behalf of the Pacific Flyway Council's Non-Game Technical Committee, on which California is represented. We've got several other state representatives here participating today. Of course, Edwin is in the room. Emily Van Wyk from Oregon is here with us in the room. I saw Colleen Moulton from Idaho participating virtually, and Allison Begley from Montana, and also Shannon Scales from California, who is likely going to be replacing me very soon as California's representative. I'm currently the liaison, the council's liaison to partners. Council actually, maybe some don't know this, council designates a liaison. And in that role, I'm responsible for communicating with partners, distributing our agendas, communicating with partners on the issues that the states and the service are addressing for management of migratory birds. And attending meetings like this to provide updates. So we got placed in this RAWA session for this meeting of the Western Working Group, which made me a little bit uneasy personally. I share the excitement for RAWA, but I also have every time Sara said the words, "Are we ready?" I had a minor panic attack. I'm not sure that we are completely ready. It's going to put a jolt to the system if and when this does pass. I have no doubt that we can adapt and successfully implement it, but it's going to be quite a change. Okay, so Edwin asked me to focus on conservation initiatives that our council has endorsed recently in 2021, which is appropriate. Our Pacific Flyway Council recently voted to endorse a set of 4 conservation initiatives. And these were developed in collaboration with many of the folks in this room. And although I don't know that really any of these initiatives represent shovel-ready projects, for a slug of raw cash to be thrown at, they do represent potential large projects that the states have committed to implementing. And so, they should be part of the discussion this afternoon. It's advice of what we should collectively be thinking about doing, with or without RAWA, frankly. We committed to these initiatives in the absence of RAWA, so RAWA should just make them easier to achieve. Okay. My slide's not. Nothing. There it is. So before I get into that, though, I wanted to give a little bit of background on the Flyway Councils. There's a lot more participants in these Western Working Group meetings since the pandemic forced us virtual. And I imagine there's a lot of folks who don't know what the councils are. So there are 4 major flyways in North America, and each of those flyways has a council. The councils are composed of the representatives from the public wildlife agencies from all of the states or provinces in that flyway. The Pacific Flyway, That means 12 Western US states, those are the current active members. The role of the council, and the council themselves are sort of directorate level, so, or their appointees, so the folks that can make decisions for the state wildlife agencies. The council works with the service through a couple of meetings a year to manage migratory birds. One of the major responsibilities of the councils are to set regulations, like including hunting regulations, but other regulations and policies that affect migratory bird management. But we also contribute to research and management by working together with the other states and the federal government and with our non-governmental partners. Each council has two committees, a game committee and a non-game committee. So I'm here representing the non-game technical committee for the Pacific Flyway Council. The committees are staff level scientists like me from each of the wildlife agencies. And our role is really to do the work of the council. So we consider regulations that we should bring to council, things that we think the council should comment on, priorities for species monitoring, that sort of thing, funding opportunities that we should pursue. And twice a year, we meet with our councils and we bring these recommendations to them, and our council votes on them. And if collectively they vote to support something, it gives us a lot of power to do our jobs. The non-game technical committee, this is the last bullet there. We have a specific responsibility to enhance bird conservation by identifying common priorities and through coordination and collaboration with regional partners. So this includes a charge to develop a process to work with our partners in the non-governmental world to develop priorities. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. That process and the current set of priorities that we put together. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Thanks. I'm trying to speak to a speaker that's in the front of me. Okay, so a quick overview. I'm going to talk about the process that we used most recently in 2019 to work to establish a new set of conservation initiatives. This was our second effort at setting a set of priorities for us as states to work on together. The first effort was in 2014 when we had kind of a shift from a more of a purely regulatory role to that new role where we were directed to work with partners and be more actively engaged in research and monitoring and conservation. So 2019 was our second. I think we envision that this is something that we can do every 5 years, and to establish a set of tasks that we will work on for 5-year intervals, and then to refresh that into the future. So I'm going to talk about that process kind of briefly. Many of you are familiar with it because many of the folks in this room here today and participated online were a part of that. Then I'm going to share with you the 4 conservation initiatives that our council endorsed in 2021, about 18 months ago. I'm going to talk about the NTC's progress on those initiatives in the last 18 months to 2 years. And then I'm hoping that this all will culminate. Maybe this will be, food for thought for us to have further discussion after my talk on opportunities for us to work together. Okay, so the process. We hosted a meeting in December of 2019, 2-day meeting. Primary goals of the meeting were to establish and discuss top priorities for Western bird conservation and to identify opportunities for collaboration. All 12 states were in attendance, along with 23 partner organizations. There's a large screen of logos. I hope that if you participated, you see your logo up here. I tried to be totally inclusive. It was well represented. Joint ventures, bird observatories, other nonprofit groups, government agencies other than the wildlife agencies, academics. So very well attended and lots of good participation. Wait, that's it.
Oh, I was just noticing the Western Working Group logo.
You were there.
Yeah, they're talking about getting rid of it. We're talking about getting rid of it. So I keep, my goal is to point it out every time. You may never see it again.
Apparently this is the last time you'll ever see it in Western.
Just for a red X.
All right, I'm used to doing this from my kitchen by myself. It's weird to have a peanut.
Audience.
All right, so, more on the process. I mentioned that we met for 2 days in December of 2019, but the process is really more like a year-long process, starting with homework assignments that our planning committee put together and sent out to potential participants, convinced a bunch of you to come and join us for a couple days. Had the meeting itself, of course. And then the NTC, the non-being technical committee, had a lot of work to do, taking a ton of information and figuring out how to get that to a set of initiatives and specific tasks that we could ask the leaders of our organizations to endorse. So I'm going to grossly oversimplify that year-long process, but pointing out that one of the early things we did was to ask this question: provide us with your organization's top conservation topics for Western birds. And I say here that we have 8 topics identified for discussion at the partners meeting. That's skipping, a couple more interactions with all of the partners, more homework assignments, more ranking exercises. In truth, we received something more like 50 conservation topics from all of the partners, which was clearly way more than we could consider. And of course, it makes sense because, many of the organizations have very local issues that are important to them for bird conservation. But after quite a bit of back and forth, screening topics for, conservation priorities that occurred on more than one entity's list, that sort of thing, further ranking exercises. These are the 8 that we brought to San Diego with us to discuss. Wetland bird movements, aerial insectivore declines, land bird migratory pathways, shorebird monitoring, land bird full life cycle conservation, climate change, grassland species, and data sharing and analysis. Which brought us to the meeting itself. Sort of the meat of the meeting were the breakout sessions, where we broke out into voluntary groups and had a facilitator for each of the conservation topics. We asked those groups to do many things, including evaluating potential players, timelines for implementation, that sort of thing. But I'm going to focus on the specific conservation actions that were generated. So we came away from that meeting with 93 specific actions that we thought needed to be implemented to cover the 8 conservation topics. We further screened those to identify 35 specific tasks for which NTC could have a role in. Our purpose of convening these folks was to identify collaborative opportunities for the states to work with our other partners. So these are the ones that we were interested in taking forward and for asking for endorsement from our council. After the meeting, the NTC continued to meet for another 6 months at our regular meetings and in some special sessions. One thing we quickly did was identify low-hanging fruit, things that weren't really necessary for requesting permission to do from our council, things like writing letters of support, the sorts of things that really weren't very collaborative in nature, but that our partners thought we should be doing. So we just took those and put them on our to-do list, and those were done. We ended up identifying, doing a little rewriting, ended up with 14 tasks under 4 sort of rewritten broad conservation initiatives. We took those to council in March of 2021, and they approved them. So these are the 4 broad initiatives. The rest of this presentation, I'll be going through each of the specific tasks under the initiatives, but we grouped them broadly under these 4 so that the council can get their head around them. Land bird migratory pathways and full life cycle conservation were combined. Shorebird and waterbird monitoring and conservation, including movement, grassland species, and aerial insectivores. The first 2 of these are pretty similar, and you're going to see a lot of overlap with the morning's Motus session for the rest of this presentation, because it's very movement heavy, the initiatives and tasks that were endorsed for us. The first 2, of course, focus on the lack of information we have on where our birds go throughout large portions of the year, and the resulting inability for us to address threats identify threats, and to identify areas, to protect the conservation. The Shorebird and Waterbird initiative focuses a bit more on drought and climate change and the potential impacts of a changing future, of course, because of the dependence of those species on wetlands. Grassland species monitoring and conservation. This initiative really acknowledges that in the Pacific Flyway, we've got grassland species that are undergoing severe declines, as with in areas to the east of our flyway. But in our flyway, I think we're a little bit behind in actually addressing those. We've got a lot to learn about the distribution and abundance of our species of concern here in the Pacific Flyway. And the aerial insectivore decline, this initiative really focuses on pesticides and food resources for aerial insectivores and trying to pivot the states into a direction where we can start collecting some information that will help us conserve these species. Okay, so my plan here just for the rest of this is to show you the specific tasks that we agreed to work on for each of the initiatives, starting with the land bird migratory pathways. I'll talk through the tasks that we feel NTC has made progress on. And I think what I would like folks to do is think about, as I go through these, where there are opportunities maybe for your organization to engage. I tried to think through, I thought about marking which of these could benefit from partner engagement, and I was just going to mark all of them. I think we need partner engagement to achieve to achieve all of the tasks we've agreed to. But if it's helpful, Mike, maybe at the end, if we can use these tables to revisit and have conversations on where we think partners are interested in working with the states to achieve some of these tasks. So starting at the top, I am going to, the boxes mean the NTC feels in our assessment that we've made some progress on these tasks. So first of all, identifying priority species and research questions with movement and connectivity data needs. That can be addressed by Motus or other tracking technologies. We've worked on this. The 11 states got together in August. We developed a crosswalk of all of our species of greatest conservation need, which is a pretty straightforward exercise. But we went further, and each state scored their species on whether or not there were known identified movement data needs. And we also tried to determine whether or not the Motus technology was appropriate for addressing the questions for specific species and the data needs for the species. This perhaps could have been left as a dashed box for more work to do, because we left our meeting in August thinking that we needed to further refine our list and identify those that we feel really should drive our efforts, and for which we feel that there might be management implications of collecting the information, and for which we have partners available. The states often don't have resources or sometimes the expertise to implement specific projects, and we frequently depend on partners to work with us. And so here's an example where we had considered asking members of the Western Working Group to attend this meeting with us in December for a working session. Because if we're going to expect our partners to participate, we probably should get their input on what they think is important. I think we're going to do one more meeting with NTC and then do an additional meeting where we're going to invite some of you to attend. The crosswalk with species from Central America and Mexico, this we have not done. Obviously, room for partner engagement there. Engage in Partners in Flight Western Motus Initiative to identify and prioritize Motus station locations. I marked this as completed. I think during our partners meeting in 2019, the Motus word was much simpler. In addition to the explosion of Motus stations across the West, there's been an explosion of Motus groups. The states have done a pretty good job, I think, of trying to engage at the Western Working Group level, but also, in California, Mary put together a California specific group. I know there's been 4 or 5 local groups in California that are considering Motus, and in the Bay Area alone, at one point we had 3 different groups that I was attending. So it's become very complicated. But in each case, we've been able to use the groups to talk about, work together to try to place stations to answer the questions that we're interested in. Was there a question? Yeah. So the next one, pursue funding. I've got this as a dashed line because it's kind of a 2-part thing. Support research on migratory movements of priority bird species, including development of a Motus network. As we saw this morning, we've come a long way in developing the Motus network in the last 2 years, and the states have contributed pretty heavily to that. And I'm going to show a lot of this will be redundant with this morning, but I'll at least provide some different graphics to look at, and in the state perspective. This table shows the growth in the number of stations, or the planned growth in the next couple of years. So on the left is the current number of stations in several states, most of the states in the Pacific Flyway. And that's just from the Motus website. But in the right column there, the number of new stations planned, you can see Arizona goes from 2 to 10. In California, we have, I think Mary stations were the only stations a couple of years ago when we held the partners meeting. Since then, we've got 35 active today in California, and with 82 additional stations planned for the next couple of years. So it's going to be huge growth in California. Idaho's building out their stations for the 15 they had in the southern part of the state with an additional 6. Montana has 26 now. I think about Montana and William as one of the pioneers of Motus in the West, at least in the United States portion of the West. And look what we have to expect in the next couple of years, 50 new stations from the state of Montana expected to go in place. And then Adam mentioned this morning that they've got 2 functioning stations in Utah with 26 to come. I'm going to show some visuals just for a couple of states as examples. In Utah, hopefully you can see the blue and the red dots on this map. This is northern Utah and Salt Lake. We've got 2 functioning now with 26 planned in the near future. And Russ Norvell at Utah informs me that this is sort of the first phase, and they're planning additional growth throughout managed wetlands throughout the state. Idaho, I mentioned here, they're building upon the already established 15 to fill out the southern portion of the state. Pretty good coverage for bird moving through Idaho. And then in my state, we've got 35 active stations, which are the purple triangles in this map. And this slide focuses on the department's efforts. So we've got 40 new stations that we're planning to install in a couple of years. These are already they just need to find the resources and the time to get them out on the landscape. The red dots in this map represent proposed locations for 20 of those 40 stations. And then we've got another 20 that we haven't decided where they're going to go yet. And we're doing a good job of covering California and Motus stations. And then Mary mentioned also the 25 new stations from BOEM and USGS that are going to be going on the South Coast. It's going to be hard to get through California without being detected if you've got a Okay, so returning to the table here and the pursuing funding. The Motus network is coming together with or without RAWA, with or without much coordinated effort to pursue funding. But I think this task is one where there's the greatest opportunity for collaboration with partners. We need to identify the species of interest that we need to start, collecting information on, the questions of interest. And as I mentioned, the state is really unlikely to be able to have the capacity to do a lot of that work. And so we should really, our approach in the past has been to seek funding and distribute that funding to our partners. Yeah, hope that's one of the directions our conversation can go this afternoon. And then the final task there, use the bird movement data to identify stopover and wintering areas. We actually are starting to do this already. Many of the projects we saw this morning, the Shorebird project, we're learning about bird movements things we didn't know a couple of years ago, but there's a long way to go with our current projects and so many more projects to implement. Okay, so shifting gears to shorebird, waterbird monitoring and conservation, including movement. Less progress here. I've got a dashed line on the identification of umbrella shorebird and waterbird species of interest. Pretty straightforward activity to do a crosswalk of species and then determine which of those are shorebirds and waterbirds. What we have not done is gone through the exercise of which are really important to the states, which are important to our partners, which should drive, the design of studies, assessment of management and that sort of thing. Another issue with shorebirds, not really an issue, but we've discovered that many of our state wildlife action plans are pretty thin on shorebirds. And the states that are revising their swaps are adding quite a few species to their species of greatest conservation need and species of greatest inventory need for shorebirds. And I think that's going to continue as additional states expand their list. So this will evolve over time. Pursue funding to support research on movements of priority shorebirds and waterbirds. Other than some local efforts, there's some great local efforts, but I think collectively we've not really gone down that road yet. The next two tasks here, I grayed out. The NTC has hit the pause button on these because we've learned that other groups are performing these tasks. And so we're gonna circle with a couple of groups and talk with them about what they're doing before we decide whether NTC has a role on these or not. And then finally at the bottom, expansion of the Pacific Flyway Shorebird Survey into the interior part of the flyway. This was a specific action that was identified at the partners meeting. I've got it as completed. This is really with the leading of Point Blue Conservation Science and National Audubon Society. They developed a proposal to expand the Pacific Flyway Shorebird Survey, which occurs annually on the coast, into the interior. They've got a 5-year proposed project with at least 3 years of surveys at over 200 sites. They've already implemented the first year of surveys using more than 200 participants. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has provided the funding for the first year or two of this study, but they need more money in order to see this project through completion for at least 3 more years. So we're talking the Western states through the NTC are talking with Point Blue and Audubon Society and pursuing a competitive state wildlife grant so that we can complete this project.
That's for 5 years?
5 years, yes, including an initial year of more of a study design and prep and a final year of data analysis and that sort of thing. That's from Blake. Okay, so the last 2 initiatives, the NTC, we have not been able to devote really any time to these 2 in the 18 months since our council has endorsed them. Similar to the first 2 initiatives, we made a little progress in identifying species of concern through crosswalk or exercise that we did, but we really need to do more work to refine the list and identify those that are truly important to the states and to our partners. The second task there, it's grayed out. The NTC, we considered this task and we decided this is a little bit out of our wheelhouse, development of a standardized protocol for winter grassland species monitoring. It's a very semi-specific task, but that we would definitely need help with. So I put it on here for in case there are organizations with interest in this that would like to work with us to achieve that task. And then aerial insectivores, similar level of progress as to the grassland birds. We can identify aerial insectivores that are in our species of greatest conservation need lists, but identifying those that, with movement needs that we're interested in pursuing is another matter that we haven't tackled yet. The second task here, summarize strategies for sampling prey of aerial insectivores. This one is, this came about as an acknowledgement that we are a bunch of bird biologists who don't know anything about sampling insects, and that we've failed at these attempts in the past. And our cuckoo project is a good example of this. We were trying to include an objective in our range-wide Western yellow-billed cuckoo competitive state wildlife grant to sample insects, so we can collect that covariate. And we realized that we did not know how, and we had a hard time identifying partners, but that is an important thing for us to be doing. And so, which leads into the task here, which is to connect with experts that are already engaged in the assessment of pesticide impacts and have some expertise that we don't have to provide us direction on how we can evolve a bit in our future projects. We haven't attempted to do either of those yet.
So I can help you with the second one, because
Good.
we did like, I think it was 9 years of Malaise trap sampling at the Kern for willow flycatcher prey, and it matched what we caught in the traps matched with what they were eating pretty well. And there was also a grad student in Arizona who did Malaise trap and did different types of, did comparisons of different types. So aerial insectivores are much easier to sample than cuckoos.
Right.
So way easier. And so I can help with that.
That's great to know, Mary. The department has hired an insect biologist recently, and we've got drought money where we're trying to find ways of sampling, well, in the bird world, we consider them a food web. But, you know, she is interested in sampling the insect.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, do that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So that's the full list. That's really all I was going to share today. Brief summary. We think we've made progress on about half of the tasks from our initiatives. And you know, I really think that there's an opportunity for collaboration on all of the tasks. And that's what hopefully we can talk about moving forward.
Thanks. Thanks, Neil.
Yeah, you said it.
You know, I guess I wanted to say a couple of things about flyways. Yeah, let's run a call for that.
Appreciate it.
Just for some history, flyways are established by regulation and started back in the 50s. State-based organizations, as Neil said, to help the Fish and Wildlife Service implementing regulations, focused entirely on waterfowl management for the first 45 years of their existence, roughly.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Go figure. Non-game was added in as a concept, an experimental proposal back in the mid 2000s, like 2005, eight, something, yeah, in there somewhere. So the non-game technical committee aspects of the flyways are relatively new. And I want to point out the advances of the Pacific Flyway, no slight against the other flyways, but the Pacific Flyway has been a standout among the 4 administrative flyways in terms of moving into collaboration with partners to set objectives, goals and objectives for the within the flyway structure to advance bird conservation and non-game birds. The other flyways are doing great too, but you guys really set the stage for including partner input into developing those goals and objectives. And so hats off to you guys for thinking forward. That first, meeting where you brought partners to the table to help you guys think about that. Remember the name Rex Salabanks? Yeah. He was the one that facilitated that meeting and was one of the main voices that helped sort of drive that conservation. And then the second one, you guys just continue to do a phenomenal job of reaching out to partners so that we can collectively think about this. And so I really appreciate that about the Pacific Flyway.
I also like to say that several of the non-game technical committee folks that have been involved over the years have also been active in Partners in Flight.
Yeah.
So I think that's also, in my mind, facilitated a lot of that exchange.
Yeah.
Including Rex Helm.
Yes.
Original Western Richard.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because, we're the bird people for each state. This is what we're interested in.
John.
Well, not to overdo this love fest, but we always had state participation in Western Work Movement in Oregon and Washington Department, but we still scratched our head and said, how do we integrate? And in Oregon and Washington, we had, you know, the plans were very federal focused. There was a lot of federal focus. And Mike, I remember you saying it's these new non-game technical committees. And so our engagement in that, you're all inviting us to participate in these collaborative processes has really helped us to figure out how to engage with states and come up with state partnerships and, you know, work with folks like Emily and others. So it's been a love fest. No, it's been, but it's been a process that it took us a while, at least in the West to figure it out. And it was through this and through your idea, Mike, to get to the flyway meetings.
It wasn't mine, but I've been a proponent because
you're
pushing,
relaying the idea to us.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and the beauty of it is, the state agencies had trouble getting support, not everyone, but to attend partners and flight meetings. I mean, they couldn't get funding sometimes. Crossing state borders was challenging for others. You know, it still is. And so these partners flight meetings where we tried to get as many as we could, but we couldn't always get a representative to every meeting, depending on where the meeting was. In contrast, they're required to go to these and attend and be a part of the flyway meetings. You have to have it. You're at the table. You have to have a seat at the table. So, so there was the opportunity to get all states and talk to them collectively about this stuff. So, no, it has been a really great development over the last 10 years to have this level of collaboration and an opportunity today to actually talk about first, you know, the framework of RAWA and this thing that sits in front of us, that states are going to have money to spend on conservation projects for birds. And then the potential for states collaborating with each other and with partners through the priorities that that the NTC has developed on some of those projects with partner input. And so that's kind of just framing up the discussion I hope to have is identifying maybe some things that the Western Working Group can help states with, or further thinking about additional opportunities, not only ones that you've mentioned, but maybe some outside ideas that some of you have had. Senator.
It is very interesting talk. And I was wondering why the Pacific fly, it doesn't come, for instance, to Nayarit or Jalisco, because we have almost 200 species.
Sure. Yeah, well, I was just looking at our bylaws before this morning, and the Flyway Council actually can include representatives from all of the Canadian provinces and Mexican states that are in the Flyway, and actually lists all of the Mexican states for each of the Flyways.
Yeah, it got my attention because sometimes when we want to make a proposal, it says that just these states of Mexico and Jalisco never appear.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it is like, okay, no Nayarit, no Jalisco, no Colima. And we had really, and because they mentioned the states.
Sure.
Jalisco, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know why. And for instance, if we want to participate in another proposal, or I don't know why these 3 states are not included in any proposal.
Neil, can you flip the map up again of the flyways, the 4 flyways?
At the end of the conversation, can we see the 4 initiatives too?
Yes.
We look around.
Yeah, sure.
I suspect that you're central, even though there's overlap between the two, so maybe there's a little bit more central flyway birds, and that's why it's in there.
Yeah, but if you know that what I thought in the past is because we have a huge problem like with the propellers. That is what I thought. You didn't want to include us.
Oh, this was before then.
Well, this is a cool map because Arizona actually is a part of Western Mexico here. This is awesome. I didn't know that.
It is, yeah.
Nayarit is in there.
It's there. It's
Oh,
just Sinaloa, no Nayarit, no Jalisco, and no Colima. And really, these 3 states,
I don't know
when we
what
want to
states.
participate in a proposal,
The tip of the drum.
they are
The tip of the,
even with,
yeah, right
I don't know why,
Yeah.
but I thought,
That's-
maybe because they are.
it's good.
It's like, no.
Yeah. The next one. Yeah, that one.
The Central Flyway has actually practically all of Mexico.
Yeah.
So the other thing I want to point out here is in terms of the Western Working Group, we've never fully defined our eastern boundary.
No.
I will point out that the Eastern Working Group has a very sharp boundary, along state lines. That includes, gosh, I don't know which states, but I think they've taken Texas from us. And it's a competition. So the way I like to think about our Western and Eastern Working Group border is not along state lines, but that we actually blend and blur through the more or less the 100th meridian, which is the eastern edge of the grasslands. We do grassland work. We used to have a lot of involvement from Mary Gustafson down the Rio Grande joint venture, whose area included the very southern tip of Texas down into northeastern Mexico. So
Sorry, what are the states that you're interested in?
In Jalisco, just
Stuart raised her hand.
okay,
I will point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have the bylaws open. Jalisco is included in the Pacific Flyway. Colima is included.
Yay.
Yeah, it must be good.
So your map is wrong.
Maybe it's very recently because
No.
if we weren't there. I mean, it is strange, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange because I look for like to make a proposal and we couldn't participate Colima, Nayarit, and Jalisco.
Change that. NTC is wide open. Just come to the next meeting.
There's an oversight and we'll fix it. So,
I'm good then. Yeah, thanks.
So Becky Stewart has a question. Becky?
Just really quickly, I just wanted to dispel the myth that Mike just presented, that the Eastern Working Group is a hard line. Maybe in the flyways, but the PIF Eastern Working Group does not have a hard line or strict boundary. We haven't even figured it out yet.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there especially for our partners too, because I think as soon as we start talking about full life cycle conservation, the partners that we engage as we move further south in the Western Hemisphere are oftentimes the same partners.
Yeah.
I was.
Okay, that was it. Sorry.
No, thank you, because I think that it would be good for us to think about some kind of a graphical representation of our geographies that that addresses that sort of mixing of partnerships, and so people can sort of see where our geography areas of interest are, our geographical areas of interest are. And I always imagine sort of this east and west blending. There's no hard line, but sort of a color on the east, a color in the west, and the mix of colors in the middle from that overlap. I'm sorry.
No, I interrupted you.
And John had a question.
Well, it was just kind of like the science, I think it came out of the science committee or somewhere, and it made me very nervous, a concept, and maybe Becky knows more about it, a concept of redrawing. I forget where this came from, maybe it was Nancy, redrawing the BCRs. And I say, go big or go home, let's redraw the flyways, take that to the North Fair.
Yeah.
If the flyway is wrong. I don't know if it is or not.
That's probably be a regulatory change,
Which doesn't, but it does share birds.
No. Yeah. Well,
And the connectivity maps that we're gonna see today or tomorrow we see the connectivity maps.
Do we?
Migratory birds.
Yes.
They're at the birds decide.
Yeah. Jamie.
Neil, in all 4 of these conservation initiatives, one of the tasks is to identify the list of species or the priority species. And they're all kind of worded a little differently about how you're gonna crosswalk various lists or how are you gonna pick the priority species?
It's a great question. You know, they're worded a bit differently because these were the products of different breakout groups establishing actions, and we just tried to preserve the language that was given to us.
Okay.
How are we going to? Well, we've made the most progress on our land birds, trying to identify those that would benefit from Motus. So we started with, you know, each state already has a list. We have many lists. We started with we used the species of greatest conservation need and additional priority species. That was at those states, which list you want to bring to the table. And then from there, we you know, as I mentioned, our first assessment was, well, which of these have like already identified data needs, movement data needs? In the swaps or other products that the states have, each state, you know, has species accounts in different formats. So it just, you know, it was up to each state representative to score for their state, whether or not minimum identified needs. And then from there, maybe we're a bit less qualified for the assessment of whether Motus is appropriate or not, but we took a stab at it. But you know, even through all that, we still see a need for refining. We need to identify all other partners who also think that these species are priorities, because we're not going to get through many of the species on our own. There are some of the species where we have expertise and resources to put together projects, go capture the birds, put the markers on, analyze the data. But you know, without partner engagement, we're not going to get a lot done. So I think the next step is, well, here's what we came up with. What do you guys think? What are you interested in? I mean, the model for competitive state wildlife grants for Motus has been bring together 4 or 5 PIs, 4 or 5 states, and then ask for money for those individual, usually non-governmental groups that go out and do the tagging work. And then while you're at it, ask for some additional stations for the states to throw up in place. Right, and I figure that model's worked 4 or 5 times, but I don't do it again in the West. Love to do this year.
Thanks.
And also the one item where we talk about the Central America and Mexico crosswalk, that was really thinking about the conservation strategies that we've been working on, the Western forests and also the tropical deciduous forests as examples. So those lists already exist, so it's just a matter of melding them together. Becky answer.
Oh,
Yeah, just I just wanted to respond to John's question, but it was a little separate from around the redrawing of the bird conservation region lines. So that was presented at the trilateral. And it's mainly been in well, not entirely Quebec, but Quebec and also the northern BCRs, simply that they're in Canada, the people who are, then the biologists who are responsible for working in those areas and managing the migratory birds in those areas have found that the BCRs are just too broad and too wide. And so that's where that conversation stemmed from. Of course, every time that conversation comes up or it's presented, then there's also the question about BCRs in other areas. And Sara, he might know more than I do, but oftentimes the bird conservation regions for Mexico then come up as well. And the question of that, or I don't know, a discussion about them not being used as much, which I don't really have any knowledge on that. But yeah, so the discussion at the trilateral was related to changing the lines for the BCRs, but also it was also a discussion about who gets to do that and who they should go to. So that it was the PIF Science Committee saying, what's the process here to make this kind of recommendation, and to who do we make it?
So, so we, I think about the projects that the Western Work Group has focused on that we could sort of consider our babies when it's like our partners have focused on long-billed curlews. Think about Jay Carlisle's work. Black Swift, the stuff that's come out of Bird Conservancy of the Rockies. These are classic, and some of the short-eared owl work, which is really flyway also, really embedded with the flyways that pulled that off. It's been a lot of single species focus type of work. I think of some of the products we produced out of the Western Working Group, including sagebrush, an evaluation of sage grouse as an umbrella species for sagebrush obligate birds. And this is kind of a new thing for us. I mean, to come up with, to help states with thinking about project ideas, or the flyway to think about project ideas, is a different way for us to be thinking. It's been a little opportunistic and individual ideas that then develop into something. This is more of a whole, of a group think, and a process we really haven't engaged in before. Thinking about an opportunity, a funding opportunity, what are our highest priorities as a Western Working Group? This is not a thought process we've had that I can recall, and maybe I'm misremembering. So I don't expect us to actually figure all this out now and come out with a product, a list of things to deliver back to you. But it is an opportunity for us to think freely, not only about the stuff that you guys have been prioritized within the Pacific Flyway Non-Gate Tech Committee, but maybe an opportunity here for us to think outside of the box, things that haven't popped up. Aerial insectivore decline seems to be one thing which maybe could use some additional attention. When I think of aerial insectivores, I think of insects, their food resources. I think of pollinators, and I think of hummingbirds. Because they're three different circles and they're all connected in some respects. Are there some opportunities to engage with Sara He's work with and the other activities of the Western Hummingbird Partnership to help some project ideas that we could come up with that might fit into the Pacific Flyway needs under the aerial insectivore decline piece. And I'm not sure if the Flyway has considered those three realms, the Western Hummingbird Partnership needs and how those are sort of connected or not. There's something we might think about, because a lot of our partners are dealing with aerial insectivores in some way or another through the Western Hummingbird Partnership and through pollinator.
So linking the aerial insectivore issue with the pollinators.
Yeah.
Is that where you're going?
Yeah, and with the interests of the Western Hummingbird Partnership, because I think there are probably common threats across those.
And they just completed a brand new business plan with common threats and strategies. It's all listed right there.
And so that would be one thing that we could bring to the attention of the Flyway as opportunities of ways to spend some potential funding through RAWA. And so there's another question that popped up in my mind. Do Flyways make a commitment to, hey, if we get RAWA dollars, we can all collectively use these to start getting our collective NTC projects off the ground? Is there any discussion like that, or is it still state by state? How am I going to deal with all this money? Or is there, have you had the discussion? How can we share in the spending of this money?
Yeah.
Through that as collectively.
I don't think, we haven't really had the discussion. It feels like a no-brainer. It's difficult for me to have this conversation about RAWA when RAWA hasn't passed yet.
Exactly.
The non-game and the state wildlife agencies has been mostly underfunded forever. And the power of doing this, and this is something that maybe people who don't work for state agencies know, the power of developing initiatives that we get council to endorse is that our directorate level have now said you can do these things. And it gives us a lot more bargaining, negotiation power when we're competing for limited dollars. So and I've become extremely excited about the development of initiatives and working with partners to develop them, because this is like the most enjoyable part of my job, is identifying cool research projects and been actually being successful. I'm usually not successful when I ask for money. And it has, Kamala has worked. If RAWA, well, then we're just gonna do all these, California's budget has been off the charts the last couple of years, and we're just throwing money at us. And we are, we've been searching for partners to do short-term year, 2-year projects, because it's spend all this money right now, it's gonna run out, and then it's gone again. So it's not the normal situation, but it's a little window for me. What's life gonna be like if RAWA passes? It's gonna be engage with as many partners as you can find who have good ideas. And, figure out how to get the money in the hands of the right people and to track the performance of those things so we know we're actually doing good things. I don't know if I'm answering your question, Mike, but I guess I'm circling back to, it's gonna be a no-brainer. If we have RAWA, we're gonna do all these things.
And you're gonna talk to the other states with the flyway and say, hey, everyone, now that we all have money, what can we do together to get this done? Okay. Yeah, we don't wanna put the cart in front of the horse.
Sure.
And call it a done deal, because it's not a done deal.
I think some states are thinking about it in very different ways than others. So Oregon is thinking about it fairly different than California. And we're thinking about it specifically capacity building internally. And so how can you get more positions to do these things? Right now, our limitation is that there's 6-7 people doing conservation road FW, and that's not gonna cut it. And so it's less about what dollars can we put towards projects externally, because then we would need the capacity to manage those contracts and grants. And so it's how do you build that, and then what's extra? To move some of the things forward that are just kind of hanging out there. And then each stage is very different status and situation that they're dealing with. We're just looking at what 20 positions can we build as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're doing some of that too, but I don't think we're envisioning that we're ever gonna, develop the expertise and have to do everything we want to do.
Jeff.
So I I think one thing that's super important that I didn't see, it didn't make the top 4, but was in the top 7.
Yeah.
Is the data sharing, as you might expect. And again, to me, that is the great unifying concept. One of the reasons Partners in Flight exists today is that we all share data, which allows you to share projects across all these things. And again, I still see, I clustered with California. You got your system, we've got our system. We're still not sharing data adequately. And the states aren't sharing data adequately, even with the feds aren't sharing data adequately. So, and there's this thing called the Avian Knowledge Network, John, represents that. I'm speaking for you, but it's endorsed by NABC. It's actually endorsed by the states now. If they collect our data, we'll all go into one place. And I think that's why the Seabird folks don't even have coordinators, because they haven't learned how to share data yet. So that brings a lot of these projects, brings so much together that I think that really should be one of the top priorities of RAWA, or any new money that comes in, is, because it allows us to all work together. And it really brings that partnering that nothing else we can do, and including universities, and, they need to learn how to share data. It's not just about publishing, it's about conservation, and we really have to be able to do that. And so any investment in that, and how, I think we've got the infrastructure, it's just figuring out how to make them talk to each other.
So that's really interesting. In the federal service, there's been a lot of emphasis on the requirement to make publicly funded data, everything that we collect with tax dollars is public money, and therefore those data should be available back to the public. And so we have requirements for data sharing that were recently, we've made it a policy within our region, I think nationally, that every contract that goes out the door has a data sharing requirement from the people we're giving the money to. So they need to make sure to make those data publicly available at some schedule in some place.
Well, the huge thing I just gotta say is that DoD has now bought into that for their bases, and there's $500,000 line item for the Avian Knowledge Network right now, so you can match all that.
And the mandate.
What?
And a DoD mandate out of the Pentagon.
That they, and their whole, correct me if I'm wrong, John, is the whole thing is about making those bases share data, because they can't manage bird populations on a single base anymore. They have to do this, have to be able the ability to look at these populations across bases. And it's a simple idea and it fits right into that number one right there.
Yeah.
But, they have bought into it and, where's the rest of the federal agencies?
Well, yeah, what they, but, RAWA funds would be federal funds, going out to states. So there may also, I don't know what the language around those monies are or will be regarding data, but they are federal funds and taxpayer funded. So they too should have a data sharing requirement associated with them.
And of course you can, sequester sensitive data. Yeah, there's a whole data sharing policies.
Right.
What John.
Well, and just on the federal fund piece, a shout out to Canada for the funding that they're putting into Mexico as for a bunch of their work, which we all need to match. And it just so happens that we can match the federal funding, like if RAWA is going to require a match, we can match federal funding in the United States with Canadian federal funding and Canadian federal funding. We've been doing that with the funding with SETI. So just a little getting back to that flyway and SETI's question and how do we leverage these federal funds coming through states that have match requirements. And in this case, Canadian foresight into Mexico.
I think there are some recent examples where states are collaborate, sharing data through project specifics. And I think that's what has been most successful because it's really, it happens because it's part of the project and the implementation of the project. And I think those kinds of data sharing happens more readily that way. And I think to me, that seems kind of the best way forward.
Like you're talking like a desert thrasher.
Like the desert thrasher.
Yeah.
Marshbird surveys,
Yeah.
in Arizona, I put all the Marshbird data into the AKN.
Sorted out.
So,
yeah. Those
so
are,
I think we just come up, if we keep reminding folks as examples, and I think it should continue to grow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we envisioned, I think we even talked about this, Jeff, at the partner meeting.
Yeah.
That we're gonna pull the data analysis and storage apart as its own and try to incorporate it into all of our initiatives.
Yeah.
All projects to get us through that.
yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there've been a couple of chats. Kim Popper had to drop off. Colleen added that the council is approved funding for, the NTC to attend all Western Working Group meetings. So that's been an advance for sure. So that was from a conversation we were having. And then Becky Stewart notes that Canada's international funding program has not yet been renewed for 23-24.
And then there's a hand raised, Elizabeth.
Oh, hand raised. Elizabeth Ammon.
Hello, yes, I
Hello.
just wanted to follow up on the conversation about data sharing. And yes, I think the Western Working Group should be kind of maybe having that conversation again. And I know we've had it before, but I think that would be a worthwhile conversation, especially when it comes to RAWA funding and when it comes to Pacific Flyway collaborations and so forth. That this really should be the standard, I would think, I think aren't we at the place where that should be the standard, that we share data, at least, the non-sensitive data or under whatever, requirements. I feel like that should be a conversation to be had, maybe at another time, but maybe not today.
Yeah. I don't see anybody shaking their head. I think everyone sort of agrees that that's where we all should be heading with bird data, as we should be heading, should have been heading like 20 years ago.
No time like the present.
No time like the present. I mean, there's been a bit of a complication. I remember these discussions when it came to states putting state-funded data on waterbird surveys into the Avian Knowledge Network, and us exploring within the Pacific Flyway when I used to be more involved. State by state requirements for keeping data in-house or sharing those data, and every state had different different requirements around data sharing policies. And so that used to be a challenge. I don't know the degree to which that is still a thing.
So, and we're addressing that's coming up now. It's come up more in the Midwestern states, but with the Colonial Waterbird for the Atlantic Flyway project that we're working on, it hasn't come up yet. But just to let you know, and this is very relevant to the flyways and what you just mentioned about kind of integrating that data in the data one into the other initiatives. That's kind of where you're going with that, and it relates to all of them. Is one of the things the DoD is invested in is what's called the program enterprise. And what the program enterprise, and we're going to use it for the Atlantic Flyway, allows us to do is collect data sets and have larger, different kinds of sharing levels, where even if data are hidden by states, there could be representatives at the Flyway, and we could create a Pacific Flyway enterprise where each state has its own project. Anybody within the enterprise like KVO or Point Blue or others can share their data into the enterprise, but it's going to make querying and bringing data sets together, like really, it's going to be a huge new innovation, both in user levels and sharing abilities within enterprises. And the enterprises can be all interchangeable. So what we're doing right now is a Colonial Waterbird enterprise for the Atlantic Flyway that every state manages their own project. But the Fish and Wildlife Service or others who are looking at Atlantic wide can see it all together.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's an advantage.
So I think that's very relevant to any of these initiatives.
Right.
And having we were talking at lunch about, you know, what are the kind of things that the flyways need to can best engage in with regards to directing the AKN and helping us figure out how to use the AKN better.
Yeah.
From a state perspective.
It seems like, you know, for any multi-state project run through the NTC or otherwise, and then that's participation by members of the Western Working Group, if we can remind ourselves to always consider the data aspect and try to get some commitment for storage on the Indian Knolls network. That seems a lot easier than getting individual states to contribute their own data for individual projects conducted in-house. There's so much of it. I mean, I can only speak for California, but it's difficult to get entities within my department to share data with other regions, share with branches and headquarters. So
yeah,
it's something that we're working on pretty actively, trying to centralize, trying to create databases for all the new camera trap data and acoustic data that's coming in. And it's sort of starting at the start. We have these newer types of data, and we don't want to repeat the mistakes we've made in the past with folks going out and, you know, collecting individual observation data. And so, you know, I'm hoping that it could sort of then, these new efforts could then push us to create similar systems for, you know, more traditional information that we have spread all over the department.
Yeah, and those new data types are like memory hungry. I mean, they're
Sure.
huge.
Part of the reason why we had to do something with that.
Video and audio files are much bigger than numbers. So thanks, Jeff, for bringing that up. Data, you know, making data sharing a priority.
It makes, I mean, like with the Desert Bastion Working Group was another example. I mean, the way we were able to get that project on the ground in 6 weeks, something's ever within 5 states, because, you know, we had a database and ready to go and be able to share. It was just remarkable. And, you know, I just think it's a great facilitator to make projects happen. If you've got structure and place to put your data and that protocol, of course.
Yeah. This gets me thinking about your own book cookies, because we're currently working on a project. We just collected a ton of data. We used everyone's like looking at me with a little bit of a stare. We used Esri products to collect data in the field that went in an automated fashion into a Utah state database. So not exactly following the model that we're talking about right now. So how do we get from the implementing again what we've done for the cuckoo and switching it? Is there an easy way for field collection of data that can go right into AVNL's network?
like on a 1, 2, 3 unit or something like that. It's one of the things that the AKN has developed as a bulk uploader. It's not as user friendly at this point as we'd like it to be, and we're working in that direction. But once you come, that's another thing the DoD is looking at, and we are looking at that for the 23-24 colonial waterbird survey for the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Each state wants to do it different. So our recommendation would be for ease and money to enter the data directly into the AKN using the interfaces, but we do, I think that's part of the DoD contract is to develop straight like uploads from survey 1, 2, 3 into that. Now I'm, so I think we're coming there, but some states want to enter into their own systems and then bulk upload into the AKN. That currently is more expensive. All we need to do is build capacity within Flyway. So David Handy wants to get trained on that. It's kind of like getting one person to learn how to bulk upload is not worth it, but if you've got a whole state and you want to start encouraging people and doing that, but ultimately it's set up that you can enter data directly, and we should be able to, and I think there's funding in place in the 5-year plan to do a survey 1, 2, 3 bulk upload.
Yeah.
So we've got a hand online. We've got Chris McCready's comment question to, I think, I'm not even sure what this is. I think it's a
California
union
Natural Diversity
database.
Natural Heritage Database.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
It's not. So the answer is no, Chris. Sorry.
That's dang it.
Chris, I'm glad you joined us. Wow.
He works for NBC, by the way.
We're getting into data sharing discussion that we say we wanted to have at the time.
But Elizabeth had her hand up first, so in fairness, I gotta get there.
No data question.
Okay, I can make it very quick. I just want to encourage everybody to take, take the example of Motus, which is fully open source data, and that should be ideally what we want to strive for. I know there are exceptions, people want to publish their dissertation or whatever, but that ultimately that should be our vision. That's all I'm submitting. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, it's a great vision. Appreciate that.
My last comment is just so many people use, field maps or survey 1, 2, 3 that it really makes sense that you want to make it somewhat easy to bulk upload using those apps, because it's an easy way to collect data. And a lot of people do that.
Scott.
Last quick comment. So we're gonna try to do that with Pinion Jays. We're trying to wrap up like standardized survey protocols and basically gonna put out field maps or survey 1, 2, 3 option, and DoD supporting the AKN. We're gonna try to get the protocol in the AKN. Everybody can just hide their data in there. It would all be in the same place. That's sort of the vision. And then sign making models or whatnot. It's all in the same place, it's all standardized, and it's not that easy, but it seems easy in my head. That's sort of like.
Sounds easy the way you described it.
So that's sort of the vision, and trying to do it that way makes a lot of sense for so many reasons. But yeah.
Okay. There's no reason to rush comments. We actually have more time, but again, I don't think we're gonna come up with a list of things right here, but I think this is a great time to start talking like this, elevating the importance of thinking about how the funds might be used to help us manage our data better, a more open way. John, you sort of had a hand up.
Well, I just think from a Western working group perspective, the way we do things great in Partners in Flight, what Scott's mentioning now is classic leveraging. So every Pinion Jay off an installation is important as a Pinion Jay on an installation. And a Pinion Jay is a mission-centric species. So we have a huge opportunity both with the survey 1, 2, 3 stuff and with this other, with the Pinion Jay stuff as an example. We're also doing burrowing owls, which would be interesting for the California folks and others under the DoD. But what's important is we need folks to step at the table, because if the DoD is footing the bill for everything, then they're going to start to get less benevolent about it all. And so there's a bunch of other needs that we all need to find out what they are to chip in to make them be able to happen, to make it a fully functional system.
Yeah.
So just, it's a great opportunity for the Pinyon folks. I've never called anybody and say, hey, I can manage all of your data and I've got the money to do it. And we did that, you know, but I'm only gonna be able to do that so long before the DoD says, oh, wait a second, what are they contributing to? So just to keep that all in mind.
Yeah,
That's what Partners in Play is great at, as long as we are all committed to doing it.
and we just learned that DoD funds could be used for match for RAWA. So there's an opportunity for them to stay involved.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I was gonna maybe shift us a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna go back to the agenda and this idea of identifying. Sorry, I didn't mean. This idea of identifying potential shovel-ready projects, and there's these 4 initiatives, and they're so big. And I'm like, oh, I have 6 projects, they're perfect fits. And I'm sure everybody here is thinking that. So one, exciting about the priority list, that'll help us kind of understand how our various pieces may or may not fit in, but is there anything else that we can do at this point to, how are we gonna get to that item?
Yeah. Let's create a spreadsheet where you can put those things in to those 6 ideas that fit under these broad categories. And let's continue to talk about those and ask the NTC whether or not those projects are shovel ready enough and fit your guys' needs.
And we haven't finished the prioritization for any of them, but we do have all of the information that's facilitated in conversation in the nightmare spreadsheet that I shared with you last, Neil. I do not want to share with everyone the list of, like, if you're just crosswalking species in the flyway for the SGCNs in each of the states and which have the most shared species per state, like that I think could be really helpful if you're going to put together a spreadsheet instead of saying aerial insectivores go. And say aerial insectivores, hey, here's a short list for SGCNs in the flyway.
Yeah.
If I'm able to share at least that level of information.
Yeah, well, and as I mentioned, like we really, after we do a little bit of work and refine things, we wanted to reach out to the partners. I can tell you, if there are partners who see in our initiatives of projects that you are interested in engaging on and want to work with us and seek money from us, work together to seek money, we would be very happy to. And so if you've got this and you think there's a way where you can fit in, please reach out to the chair, get on the agenda, come talk to us.
Okay.
And it's
Be careful what you ask for.
Jamie's.
Well, it's interesting, Mike, I was listening to Mike's perspective, I was like, this is not something the Western Working Group has done, is to throw out projects with everybody. I mean, I look around the room and I look on the participants online and I see a bunch of organizations that in California, other states individually and collectively as the NTC have worked with multiple times and did not have implemented projects without me. And wouldn't have thought of them if actually, I wouldn't pursue a first federal project without any thought of KBO, you know, so. This is the venue where I have access to all. So.
Yeah. So the crosswalking of species, so RAWA has this SGCN species of greatest conservation need link. I don't know if it's this, you know, we learned that 15% of the funds need to be used on ENT list, endangered and threatened species listed or state listed species. But there's this other need to spend the rest of the funds on species of greatest conservation need or a large proportion of the budgets. And just FYI, I'm sure everyone knows those are lists of critters that are identified in every state wildlife action plan for species of greatest conservation. Should make sure we're on the same playing field. But crosswalking, crosswalking those species, what is the short list of species? We do have the Fish and Wildlife Service, we invested a little bit in a tool that crosswalks our birds of conservation concern list, or high priority birds, with SGCNs across BCRs and across flyways. I think that's what this tool does. And it's an open shared tool. which helps sort of condense those lists down. And identify what those common species, what your comment.
Never watched, sorry, side conversation with Oregon.
Okay.
She's done a bunch of work on this thing, so I was just wondering.
That's right, you guys did this too.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Tool.
Yeah.
Showed what we were up to in the flyway.
Yeah.
Ours is prettier, and I said, absolutely. Our crosswalk is then tiered specifically to these priority initiatives, so at least that way we don't have to do that next step.
Yeah, cool. So that's the better tool. Let's use that one.
Yours is gonna be way prettier, and I don't know if you've seen my nightmare spreadsheet, but you're gonna.
But coming up with a short list, I think is a great way for us to be thinking about this too, like, you know, Lewis's woodpecker, is it, how many states?
Yeah.
Does is that a species on?
Sure.
As you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, and we have that, and we're using that to have conversations about each of these initiatives to sort of further refine where we want to go, and that is the sort of thing that would be great if we ever come to this group or a subset of you and share that, and ask, well, who's interested?
Yeah.
Or you can come to us and ask us, are these on your list? We hope so, they should be.
Right.
I have a question, but let's go around this. So the list that's for RAWA is just species of greatest concern by the states or federal, but this list includes other priority species beyond that list.
Yep. So it's specifically species of greatest conservation need with this flyway, and it would be smaller because we removed the ones that aren't pertinent to some of our initiatives and aren't pertinent to flyway. So we're not talking about talking about Montana and Colorado and Wyoming. Okay, cool.
So I can see a couple of things emerging out of this conversation. One would be a sharing of the shared species across states within the flyway that are SGCNs. And all of us as other additional partners thinking about which of those are our priorities also, and looking for the commonalities there. Because we know RAWA funds are going to focus on SGCN species. You know, Jamie can think of 6 projects right at the top of her head that she wants to put into a spreadsheet so that line up with the flyway categories that they already have council buy-in to invest in, right? There's an opportunity there, so we can maybe develop that spreadsheet as a group so that we can, all of us can put our projects into there, including international projects, I think.
I just want to use, one of the things we confuse ourselves with is language.
Yes.
Right? They have initiatives, not categories.
Initiatives.
Sorry, I'm calling you in.
Good point.
On that.
Calling me in. I feel brought into your world.
Thank you so much. So these initiatives, right? That's the right term, just because we got all these.
You're right.
Initiatives in categories and all that kind of stuff. And each of those initiatives, someone just shared with me, has a set of tasks associated that we didn't see, I don't think, on the screen. So.
Yeah, no, they were shared.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was looking in the wrong direction. I can't see that far. So the tasks, I think projects line up with what the tasks are that I'm assuming the council's bought in with it. Correct?
I think yes, to a degree they can, but if there are projects under those initiatives, that perhaps we discussed at the partners group, but how somehow got eliminated because we didn't feel they were represented an opportunity for collaboration between states and you guys.
Right.
They should be able to listen. I think you can put an argument together to put them on.
It seems like this is like that one that Jamie put forth. I think that's like a subcommittee, Western Working Group, let's move. I don't know if it's just a spreadsheet or other. I think it's huge, Mike. I think that's something we really need to get those things, while we're writing our senators, we need to be writing those shovel-ready 3-sentence proposals that align with the emissions or not.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be cool. Let's do it.
So I have a question. So earlier we talked about geography of Western Working Group. We sort of this maybe fuzzy line.
Yeah.
Where does Central Flyway states fit into this? Was there not Eastern Working Group, one thing? We've never really engaged those states a whole lot. I represent the service of the Central Flyway NTC. They've started to have some conversations about SGCNs across state lines, bigger projects, working across state lines and all that stuff with RAWA. I think there's an opportunity to reach out to the Central Flyway states and like, you guys have done a lot, you have learned a lot. Maybe we can bring them in and see if they're, reach out to them and see if there's some interest in.
I love that idea.
Because there are some, huge opportunities to do things in the Great Plains states.
So Lily did a presentation, and it was my first introduction to the Central Flyway as actual, in all my years of Fish and Wildlife Service. I attended a Central Flyway meeting for all of what we were on there for 20 minutes. Lily talked about Western and Clark Greaves and this new working group we've got on Western and Clark Greaves and asking for their participation for some states. And we got the NTC NTC rep, or the current chair of the NTC is from Nebraska, right? And he is now the liaison to the working group, the Greek working group, as a result of that presentation. Can we have a representative from the Central Flyway to our Western Working Group meetings? That would be a step forward, just as now we have one from the Pacific Flyway. That would be a connection. Yeah, we haven't connected well with them, but I think of all the stuff you do in grasslands, our partners in Bird Conservancy of the Rockies and Arvin does in the grasslands. Those, in my mind, those are Western birds. Right? And so we haven't done a good job of embracing all of the grassland bird work all these years. We just
I'm
haven't.
trying to get on the agenda and talk about grassland songbirds a few years ago.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of like used to where we go.
Well, we sort of arbitrarily have drawn our, line down the Rockies. But we've had representatives from, like I said, Mary Gustafson for years was a part of the Western Working Group with the Rio Grande joint venture. And all of her area is, Llanos grasslands and Southern Texas. So
I'll reach out to Joel.
yeah, we need to do a better job of wrapping them into these things, because you're right. I mean, we share a ton of species. And they all follow down. They share the same habitat. Half the grassland, the high-priority grassland birds have at least some of their wintering grounds in Arizona, southern Arizona grasslands, right? In New Mexico. So I can't think of any reason why we wouldn't want to extend this conversation to the Central Flyway as well.
Is Allison on the line?
Yeah, Allison Bagley.
She participates on the Central Flyway, I think.
Right, as does Scott.
Oh, okay.
Montana has a new referee, Scott, who represents Montana, but I think that Allison couldn't do them both. I don't want to speak for her, but I think that was.
Allison, are you still on?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, maybe not. So that's maybe yet something else that can come out of this conversation is trying to engage better some of the Central Flyway states. And correcting that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not making a decision for the Western Working Group here, but I do feel like these are Western birds that we haven't fully embraced always in terms of state participation and engagement. So.
On that subject, where is the northern extent of this group?
The northern extent?
Yeah, because you were talking about.
We've had Alaska partners engage off and on over the years.
Yeah.
You want to go further north?
No.
We have very vague boundaries. But that's a good question. For that matter, prairie provinces in Canada, when we had a meeting in Saskatoon, did we have a meeting session? We had one in Penticton that I maybe didn't get to the one in Saskatoon. We had one in Whitehorse. But we had pretty good prairie province representation at some of those Canadian meetings. So there's precedent for including the full suite of grassland, the Great Plains, essentially, in our purview, I think. So there's something else that has, I think, emerged from this conversation. I wanted to talk too about the data thing, and John's suggestion, I think, is a good one, that a way into providing a way into better sharing of data, better to explore those opportunities for easy ways to share data throughout all these projects is maybe project by project, showing examples like from the Pinyon Jay, this is how this can work well. And then transferring that knowledge across different projects that we engage in. I mean, hopefully it just becomes easier. We come up with the tools, it just becomes routine. Maybe at this point, these things can be developed on sort of a project level basis. Unless you've got different ideas, and I mischaracterized what
I
you're
do.
thinking.
One of the things we talked about though in the science committee meeting with a tool that we helped Tom Will develop with support tool is we do these things in these projects and these data, but then what? And so, for example, the short-eared owl, we developed a really cool tool looking at the climate models that Rob created out of Intermountain Bird Observatory. I don't know if they've ever even been used and whether we've demonstrated how they should be used and how they can be used. So this kind of gets back to Western Working Group communications, which we touched on yesterday, is how can we use Partners in Flight website, the Western Working Group website, to put out these little info bits about, look at this flyway driven multi-state grant that was community science run, short-eared owl. Here's a decision support tool. And here's somebody in California that used it to identify priority area conservation areas for short-eared owls into the future. Just simple things like that. That, I think that's along your line of, we're gonna have that story for Pinyon Jays, when it comes out, but we've already got the story for other things. How are people, we build these tools, and I think it's upon Partners in Flight, it's on the Western Working Group, it's on the Science Committee to demonstrate how these tools are being used and why they're being used. Another example is HabPops, a great Western Working Group tool that the Intermountain West Joint Venture created with Dan Casey. It disappeared and nobody knows that it disappeared. And we actually were publishing on it and pointing to it. So we're having to resurrect it and bring it back. And it's out of date and other kind of things. So we need to demonstrate to these people why not just putting your data in for the sake of data, but what are you using the data for?
We gotta bring Dan Casey back out of retirement.
From Dan Raptor Service.
I really always thought about the retirement committee of Partners in Flight and the Western Working Group and really taking advantage of our retirees.
Yeah.
To get them back to work as retirees.
That could be a discussion for Thursday afternoon. I think it would be a good.
We gotta have that organized before I retire.
We've got a plan. It's ground truth and Ebert.
So none of those guys can hear. Then it's all their data.
They won't even use our data.
I could say that because my hearing's going. Okay, it is 3 minutes to 4.
So I want to pitch one other project that you probably heard me pitch before, but is a state's support for partner biologists.
Mhm.
And because I think that's a great way of getting, I don't know how that's a project specific, but some states have done that really well, like Colorado. And but other states, Arizona's got some, but I do think it could use it in, it's a multi-agency, it's much healthier program with the more partners involved.
Mhm.
And, a lot of states just run it on their own, but, Intermountain West Joint Venture is a great example of that. They got Pheasants Forever and they got 30 partner biologists. Getting conservation on the ground, addressing a lot of those things you're talking about, like grassland conservation.
Yeah.
But it's more of a tool to get there versus a specific project. And it's a nice tool. And then, it kind of came out of Western Working Group with Wendell and others who basically use the power of the Farm Bill to put projects and conservation practices on the ground. It's benefiting a lot of species, sage grouse.
Yeah.
Classic. It's really benefited from working with ranchers.
Mhm.
So, it's not so project specific or shovel ready project. It's more of a method technique of getting conservation practices on the ground. So I'm not sure how to fit it into a RAWA kind of thing, but.
Well, Emily's telling us their biggest priority is actually initially has to be building capacity, maybe it falls into that sort of.
Yeah.
If
no,
you can
it will.
demonstrate how that's gonna work for states.
Yeah,
Um,
and they're shared, often shared positions, Colorado shares them with, it's a state position shared with NRCS, but, Bird Conservancy of the Rockies is the one that hires it because, it's easier that way without a government agency. And they get a lot of conservation done, a lot of easements, a lot of important bird habitat protected through using the Farm Bill with that capacity. So again, I think those are, we struggle to survive, do that in California. I know in Arizona, we've struggled too. But I think there's a lot more room for that in some of these states, western states. I just want to throw that out there, just put that in your thinking for these states. How do we approach that a little bit? And I'm glad to share more info if you've got questions or concerns.
Yeah, that was a specific action that we discussed with the states, and it was, some states have been able to support that, and others just they're not seeing it happen at any time. They get into that game.
Right.
And so it ended up falling off of our list.
Right.
Here's one more idea I just want to throw out. I don't want to stop the conversation on that, which is hugely important, but the service has had trouble, as I mentioned earlier, funding the Avian Conservation Assessment Database. Speaking of data management, this is a tool that's essential for, and you guys, Neil, you missed that conversation. Emily, you weren't here either yesterday, but soon you guys are gonna have a ton of money, maybe, RAWA, fingers crossed. Where I could easily see this being sort of a flyway priority to help keep that database going. Arvin has struggled to find money to fund that position to manage that database every year, and has looked to the service recently, and we have not done a good job of being able to help him fund that position. So in terms of data management, providing a tool that's essential to all partners. SGCN lists all ultimately probably relied largely on prioritization that comes from ACAD, just as our VCC list does. Anyway, throwing that out too as a potential opportunity to more fully fund the Avian Conservation Assessment Database.
Isn't that where some of the state wildlife action priority species use that list? Used ACAD to create their list?
Yeah, I think ultimately all of us do.
Yeah. Sure, it's not all of it, some of it.
Yeah. All right, folks, it's 4:01. I really appreciate everyone's time. This was recorded, which is great, and I wasn't taking notes.
Take notes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan.
Folks online, all 21 of you, half of them are in the room. I really appreciate y'all hanging in there and participating. Becky, she's already gone. Yeah, she's also 3 hours.
We had to save her children.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that was great. I appreciate all the participation. We're gonna close out here, folks online. Everyone, I really tune in again tomorrow. We've got a tremendous session for you. And so see you bright and early.
9 a.m. tomorrow Pacific.
9 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific time.
It's not bright and early.
That's not right.
They can go birding.
All right.
I like that. I get it all that.
I'll in, see ya.
Just sleeping, maybe.
Good.
We got a couple copies of the State of the Bird Report printed out.